rise, but you stand tall. Rivers flow, mountains fall. Beneath the storms, you find your calm. Unfazed by your will, the endless thrall. Life's abyss, you carve your path. Endless nights and days of wrath. In your corner, fierce aftermath. Strength when you can't go on, burning your past. You are enough, conquer the night. Ice and fire, no fear inside. Through the pain, go into the light. Hold your ground, embrace the fight. You are enough. Whispers haunt, doubt's cruel fair, but your will beyond compares. Rise above, break despair. In your heart you will find courage there. You are enough, conquer the night. Ice and fire, no fear inside. Through the pain, go into the light. Hold your ground, embrace the fight. You are enough. You are enough, conquer the night. Ice and fire, no fear inside. Through the pain, go into the light. Hold your ground, embrace the fight. You are
Yeah, show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. I'm a boss till I fall. I'ma answer the call. I'm a beast, I'm a dog. And my back against the wall. I accept every challenge. Had to battle for my balance. From a peasant to the palace. Treat the trophy like a chalice. Stay on my grind. Great things take time. Now how I shine. You might go blind. Come along for the ride. Cause I'm headed to the top with it. Going is my only option. They can never ever stop this. Show me my opponent. Top spot, I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. Wanna know me, can't clone me. I remember feeling lonely. I remember when they told me I would never get the trophy. Show me my opponent, top spot I want it. My grind, I'm on it. Can't stop, keep going. One and only can't clone me. I remember feeling hungry. Now I'm coming for the trophy. Cause this is my moment. My moment. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found my light and now I shine. So many days, so many nights. I had to fall, I had to fight, I had to find the strength inside, keep hope alive. Through the dark, I found the light and now it's mine. This is my moment. My moment. This is my moment.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races, such as the Daytona 24, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR schedule, such as the Daytona 500. We have events from disciplines all across the racing world, from the Indianapolis 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events utilize iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against every driver taking part. And as every race progresses, watch and feel the track change with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
Hi folks, and welcome along to the VCO esports channels and to the iRacing esports network. We are ready to go with the biggest weekend of the year for many a sim racer, the iRacing Daytona 24, powered by VCO. But before that, it's time for Lewis McClade and myself, Arjuna Kankipati, to walk you through what to expect. But Lewis, before we dive into the big race, we're here at Sim Formula Europe in the Netherlands for the VCO Esports Racing League Finals, a multi-platform, multi-discipline sim racing tournament with some of the biggest teams and names in the sim racing world.
Yeah, it's a great event to be here. Of course, it's so good to see so many people around and meet some of the faces of the sim racing world. I'm sure a lot of faces that would be looking forward to taking part in the iRacing Daytona 24 Hour had they been at home, but obviously priorities put them here at this point. But I mean, what a weekend for sim racing to look forward to.
Absolutely, and of course, just building up to the weekend afterwards, the Rolex 24. One of the biggest races on the calendar, and a chance for sim racers, Lewis, to experience what a 24-hour race is like. And I look at the history of this event. It started initially just running in the daytime, the year afterwards, just in the nighttime. And then in 2019, day-night cycles for the very first time. It's an event that has seen the growth of iRacing shown through the years as well.
I mean, even the few years that we've covered it, was it 4 years, 5 years now? Something like that we've covered this event. The event's changed and grown, and that's not just in terms of participation, that's in terms of the event itself. Things that have been added, changed. Like you say, rain, the weather being added has completely changed the system, and there's certain things like that. Of course, the implementation of the LMDH category, which I think has been the biggest and best change that we've had in years. It's so good to have a highest level category, that it is the highest level that you get in the world in that, and it's amazing to see all the different manufacturers and stuff represented and fighting for victory.
Yeah, 3 years we've had the brand new prototypes, and really the first time that we've consistently had 3 classes in the event as well. And we'll touch on those classes, lots of storylines to talk about there. But let's briefly touch on the fact that this might be the biggest race in sim racing. Last year, around 20,000 drivers got to experience what this race is like, and that's from drivers all around the world, Lewis. And as we know, sometimes the iRacing servers take a hammering, but what a great event it was last year.
It's amazing. It's such a difficult process for iRacing to run behind the scenes, to, like you say, get 20,000 people into effectively one race all at the same time, all connected to servers across the world, splits,
multiple time slots.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's amazingly complicated, and people all fighting for their chance to win this race. And of course, whilst here on the broadcast split, and a lot of the time people talk about it, obviously our main focus and attention is obviously on split one, and that's fine. That is how it is. But there were so many other splits with so many other races and so many other winners. And it's a question for you a little bit, because I already know what my answer is to it. If you win, say, split 35, are you still an iRacing Daytona 24-hour winner?
Yes.
Absolutely. And that's the great part of it, is that you can win the same races, those in the highest category, of those that will be competing in the Rolex Daytona 24-hour next week as well.
Absolutely, but I will just admit, while I've won other special events, I've never finished a Daytona 24 in iRacing.
Damn.
And that's for many a reason. There's lots of factors that make it a difficult race. But Lewis, I think one of the factors that in previous years was a real challenge in the last couple, the weather system, the introduction of rain, and the forecast has always given drivers the ability to practice the appropriate amount for wet versus dry conditions. Forecast for this year, it's almost bone dry.
Yes, it's like a classic race. They're going back old school a little bit. It's like some of the first couple that we did. Hopefully there is no rain delay required on that one, so we're all right. But I think I know that there are certain people. I know Ewan O'Leary. He likes a good, nice, standard race because he likes to see the strategy unfold. And I get that. I'm kind of in that camp. I like seeing the strategy. Don't get me wrong. I like a little bit of rain to spice it up, and there is a tiny bit of threat.
A little bit around 8 p.m. I think it was.
Super light. Yeah. Probably not going to see any rain. And so the only thing the drivers really have to worry about throughout the night is the change in temperature, which still impacts the race. So you can't just run the same strategy from the start of the race through the middle and through the end. The stint lengths will change. Sometimes you'll need to change tyres. Sometimes you can experiment with a little bit of other things, which obviously they'll already know going into it. But the important thing is they've already got a pretty solid game plan going into it.
There's not going to be the differences during the race as things evolve. I take the example of IMSA Esports in 2025, the Long Beach round that we had, which was just with GTP cars. Yeah. And the rain, which obviously not common at Long Beach in the real world, but we got it inside of the first 5 minutes, and there was a very interesting choice for the teams, whether you pit early and then risk pitting again at the end of the race because you didn't fulfill minimum drive time, versus waiting one more lap, which ended up being the defining factor between Redline and Porsche Coanda. Wow. And so I think that's such a key thing for us to focus on. It's going to be a standard race, a 24-hour sprint, which means across our 3 classes, we could be in for plenty of chaos. And let's start by focusing on GTP. 3 years now we've had this class. Williams Sim Racing, now rebranded as the Williams F1 Team Gaming Club, have won this race twice, while last year, let's talk about the controversy very briefly with the first ever post-race change of results in an iRacing special event that I can remember, which was, of course, Scuderia Ferrari getting disqualified and Grid and Go winning the race instead. Being
pro in what was a very chaotic race. If anyone remembers back to it, there was a lot of wet weather, a lot of difficulty for the drivers and teams to deal with, and that threw the strategy right into the air, the cat amongst the pigeons, and it caused its fair shares of drama. And the thing was, I think last year's race, aside from the controversies and whatnot, which put a little bit of a dampener on the race, but it didn't spoil the race. I mean, for Grid and Go, it was still an unbelievable drive for, the 2-man team, of course, for Apex that saw them into second position. There's a great video with a cool commentator on that, Marcus Saholm's YouTube channel. It's such a great event to see, and it almost overshadowed a little bit of what happened in some of the other categories, but I mean, it was an absolutely incredible race, and this year, as I say, it's just very different.
And of course, it's a unique class in that we used to be in the LMP1 era, which those were proper spaceships. While these are a bit more of a compromise, I often feel like they drive a lot more like GT cars than previous prototypes, especially when you think of the drivers that have helped develop these programs. And so energy management, the hybrids, and all of this, it's such a unique thing to talk about. Of course, we've just had an iRacing tyre update to reflect what Michelin is bringing to the tyre model in the real world, so that will be a factor as well. But who do you think is going to win this race? Because Team Redline, as much as they have won every other thing that you can in sim racing, have never won the top class of the 24 Hours of Daytona. They won GT classes many a time, but after winning the championship in the 2025 IMSA Esports Global Championship, is this their year?
I think so. I mean, look, Williams, because they were strong back in the IMSA Esports Global Championship before, and they've won this event a couple of times. There's a few other teams that we've looked at. I mean, Urano back in the day when it was just the BMW hybrid. They were good in the car. It's kind of one of those ones that the more this generation of rules and regulations have been around, that obviously there's been a bit more stability in this, and that stability actually creates more unpredictability, hilariously. But the more unpredictable it gets, I think teams like Redline kind of rise to the front. I think this is their year. I've got a good feeling that we might see a nice little 1-2 fight
between Redline and Porsche Coanda?
Between Redline and Porsche Coanda. I've got a vibe. I'm feeling like we might head that way, and for people that have been in sim racing for a long time, they'll understand that is the ultimate esports sim racing
the rivalry of all rivalries.
Between Coanda and Redline, to see them go toe to toe at the front would be, it'd be incredible. I mean,
if Porsche Coanda hadn't been involved in an incident and the first round of the IMSA Esports Global Championship, they would have won the season. There is
Right.
no question in my mind. So I think you are right. The two form teams, the two best teams in the historical pages of sim racing will be the ones to watch.
But you can't count out Williams.
Can't count out Williams,
Or
Grid and Go, Drago, who have
Yeah,
got a couple of new drivers.
Yeah, Drago picking up a couple of the Apex drivers. Obviously, Pete Berryman, he's not racing in this, but still, it's great to see how they'll get on. They've got a strong team across a couple of cars. Obviously, iRacing and GTD as well. I think they'll be a really strong. I'm curious to see how Johan Hart gets on in that team as well. Like how he's going to fit.
There's a lot of
He's quick.
silly season things maybe happening. Before we wrap up GTP, just a reminder of the 5 manufacturers available: Acura, BMW, Cadillac, Porsche, and of course, it's not technically racing in the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship and at the Rolex 24 next week, but of course, the Ferrari 499P also available as part of this GTP class. LMP2,
Yep.
Lewis, it's a class that has lost a bit of the favor in the last couple of years from some of the big teams, with less opportunities in the class across the calendar year. For the last 3 years, we have seen some of the most competitive racing. It's the only class with no BOP, and last year it was the Apex Racing team who won it for the second time in 3 years.
Yeah, it was obviously Dan Amor, who's been racing in the IndyCar Esports Championship. You've had Daniel Civichabo behind the wheel, Aaron Vasquez, who at that point was he the highest I-rated driver?
I want to say yes.
I think he was the highest I-rated driver. Who was the other? Was it Jordan Johnson? Was the other
Indeed
one?
it was. Look at that, 4 for 4.
There we go. Great team. It's the category that gets the least, I say recognition, it gets forgotten about a little bit because it's the middle category, it's the middle child, but it's still an incredibly competitive category. The I ratings are still extremely high, and it's kind of sometimes the one where we see some of the less typical teams.
Yes.
Sometimes race like the ones that we'd normally see in like a split 2, your effect simulations and all that, and they make their way and they sneak their way into a split 1. It's a great category for some great racing, especially early in the race.
And I'm not going to ask you for a winner because it's a lot
too hard
harder
to tell.
to predict the entry list for this particular class. I will go out on a limb though and say I think Delatraz Automotive,
Yeah.
who are one of the teams that we've seen very strong in an LMP2 car in the Esports Racing League, I think they'll be the ones to watch. They won Petit Le Mans at the end of last year. I'm not going to ask you, I'll throw my own opinion
That's
out there.
fair. I respect that.
Last but not least, let's jump into GTD, where I love this class because as someone who now gets to be on pit lane with the IMSA WeatherTech SportsCar Championship, the diversity in the manufacturers is what makes it so cool. And so it's Team Redline that come in with form on their side. The last 2 years they've won this event, and yeah, 2 years ago, a certain Max Verstappen was part of the lineup. Last year it was Gustavo Ariel, Josh Thompson, and Florian Lebigra. What are we expecting here? Because this is a class where Redline in the last year have kind of focused more on GTP. I think Kawanda Esports could be the ones that have gone in with the most dominant form starting off the year.
True, but I think this is the category that it feels going into it that it's the most unpredictable.
Because team games matter.
Right.
Yeah.
And this is the thing, is that as soon as the race starts, I feel like almost like the script's already been written for it. Like it always feels like it's very unpredictable. They get through qualifying and then suddenly it's like it's actually, you don't typically see like the 20th or whatever to third. Like you don't see the massive rises up the field like you can maybe even in the LMDH. I think that really hammers home how important having 2 cars is and having 2 cars that qualifies well.
Right.
That's really, really important because the team strategy early on, keeping close to each other, slipstreaming, saving fuel,
drafting.
playing the long game, bump drafting, etc. That's so critical in the GTD category, which is less important in the other 2, which are more aero dependent.
Right.
So I think it's one of those ones where I almost like want to hold back on any like major predictions until after qualifying, because you just never know where it's going to go.
And I think that's probably the right way to look at it. I think the other thing that sometimes is difficult for us to judge is, well, which car are these teams going to be in? Because you talk about BOP, we've got a choice between Acura, Aston Martin, BMW, Corvette, Ferrari, Ford Mustang, Lamborghini, McLaren, Mercedes, Porsche. That's 10 GT3 cars that all these teams have had to try out to figure out which one's the fastest.
Do you remember when I this is one of the ones. It's one of those ones that this is one of the things on iRacing that changes, and you never. you don't really realise, a lot of people that jump onto the service now take for granted. I remember when I started on iRacing and it was 4 cars. You couldn't have more than 4 cars in the game at one time.
And now we're at 13 or something?
Yeah, basically you've got so much open there. You can basically, the GT categories exploded courtesy of it, and I think that's great. It's great to have new cars on and then not have to take cars out for that car to come in.
Yeah.
Which did have to happen, unfortunately, back in the day, but now we don't have to worry about that quite as much. And I like me a Mustang. I think that car looks great.
No bias as part of the Mustang Challenge commentary crew in the US. I think it sounds great as well.
Yeah.
I don't want to ask you for a prediction because again, this is a class with.
I'll go for it.
Okay, go for it.
I think Redline. I think Redline are going to do it again.
3 in a row.
I think so. I think they've got the team, they've got the confidence, they've got a great group of drivers that they keep adding to. I mean, we're in silly season. They've just added James Baldwin, not a name I ever thought I'd see in Team Redline. Obviously, congrats to James. I don't know if he is racing, but great to see him. He has obviously done the iRacing Daytona 24 Hour a couple of times for effect simulations, but I think they've got the team and the power to do it again.
So 3 in a row, and if they did win in GTP, they would be the 3rd team to win 2 classes in the same year. So keep an eye out for them. If you're going to say Redline, I feel like I'm obligated to make a pick.
Yeah.
The problem is I am conflicted here. Coanda Esports were the best in GTD in last year's IMSA Esports Global Championship. I'll go with them.
Fair.
I'm not quite sure how I feel about my pick, though. I'll be completely honest.
Fair, he's unconvinced.
Final topic, Lewis, before we wrap up this pre-show, and we'll dive into the qualifying and racing action to come. 24 hours of great racing, you'd hope. Track changes to mirror the real-world Rolex 24, and specifically Le Mans chicane. Bus stop chicane for some, Le Mans chicane officially. There is no margin for error now when we talk about curbs damaging the underside of the car, but maybe most worryingly, take a bad bump and you're straight into what is effectively a concrete wall of tires.
Yes, it is brutally difficult. I mean, even in IMSA Esports Global Championship, there was some struggles going through there. You took the very, very best in sim racing there, and we've got so many drivers. I want to see afterwards on social media the tally for the amount of cars that hit that tyre bump.
Across all splits.
Across every single split, across all of the drivers. I mean, it's tremendously difficult. Even Josh Rogers put out a video on Porsche's, Porsche Coanda's social media about the struggles and difficulties of that chicane. It is brutal. And where before, if you went a little bit wide, you get a slowdown, which obviously is not great. Well, now if you go wide, your race is over, and the margin for error, despite there being tarmac everywhere now, when it was all grass,
it looks better, but
it's brutal through there, and those curbs are nasty. So, do you know what? I think it's entertaining. I'm up for it. It polices itself. Good track limits. That
self-policing track limits, the best.
From me, that gets a Mac back and thumbs up. Go for it. Why not?
To commentate on the Final Four in the Esports Racing League here at Sim Formula Europe. But our teams at iRacing and RaceSpot TV will bring you through the 24 Hours of Daytona, powered by VCO. Let's hand you over for a great day of racing to come.
This is iRacing.
Well, it is that time of year once again where we start off with the most anticipated special event here on iRacing. It is the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours powered by VCO, the first major endurance race of the year. Hello everybody, my name is Paul Smith and I'm joined today by Jake Sperry and Justin Prince. And Jake, I mean, this is the one that always seems to get the biggest anticipation and also the biggest participation as well.
Well, it's the first real chance in 2026 to make your statement claim. And so if you are going to go out there and say, I am the team to beat this year, I'm the one who's got the form book in my hand, everyone come beat me, Daytona is the perfect place to set the marker in the highest level of esports. This is where new teams want to announce themselves. This is where teams that are part of the lineage and legacy woven in want to say that their thread will continue for a very long time. This isn't an easy race to win, but my goodness, have we made it harder this year.
We certainly have that. And Justin, Daytona, it's the World Center of Racing here in Florida. And these drivers and everyone watching will be getting very familiar with this place over the next month, won't they?
Yes, indeed. Whether it's here when it comes to the Daytona 24, whether it's with the Daytona 500 coming up as well, many of these drivers know you better be willing to learn what it takes to be able to take to the high banks and build up speed around here. But for today here, especially with the infield section, these drivers will have a lot of challenges to make sure they survive over the course of 24 hours and be able to thrive on strategy.
Well, we'll take a look at that list of special events that are coming up across the, as I say, we had this started off with the Raw last week. Daytona 24 Hours kicking us off with our first 24-hour event. Myself, I'm looking forward to the 4 Hours of Thruxton in May. Justin, what about you? What are you looking forward to?
In terms of this year, trying to think a little bit out of the box here, one of the races very curious about is going to be later in the schedule when it comes to Brick Car, because that's been a big one for the special event side for the league scene. Can't wait to see how it is, though, for the iRacing special event version.
And Jake, what about yourself? Because we've had a couple of endurance races there. Are you going to throw a curveball in here?
I am, but I'm also going to stay in May because my biggest soft spot are for those two Indy 500 races that come along in the month of May. I think that iRacing, in terms of where it's stacked up, what it's done over the lineage, is one of the most amazing series to go and look at and watch and say who will kiss those bricks at the end of 200 hard-fought laps.
You just look at how stacked that special events calendar is across multiple categories of racing. Well, Justin, you're the man with all the knowledge here. Daytona International Raceway in Florida. What are the drivers looking forward to here?
Well, specifically International Speedway, the World Center of Racing, they're looking forward to a 3.56-mile racetrack, first of all. That's about 5.7 kilometers here. 12 total turns to be able to tackle. Lots of speed going to be built up, especially on the front straightaway, but you have to keep in mind the International Horseshoe and the West Horseshoe, some of the harder braking sections that will set your pattern up for the rest of the lap. From then on out, once you get to the in and out, you're going to have to be careful there, because for that section to set up the infield, that was adjusted for the track limits coming into this year to make sure people take the actual line and not cut it wide. But also, the launch chicane, as said during the pre-race earlier on with Lewis and Arjuna, going to be very risky for the curvature for some of the drivers that ran some of the league races for the 124 prep. A lot of people, if you take that lane wrong today, will have a lot of spins before they head to NASCAR 3 and 4.
But it's such a crucial place to carry the speed out of is the Le Mans chicane as well. It is such a unique challenge in the world of motorsport is the Daytona International Speedway. And Jake, we've got three types of cars here competing today.
Absolutely. This is GTP Hypercar first and foremost, with that Porsche 963 wonderfully being shown in front of us. It is heavy in terms of being anywhere between 1,000 and 1,200 kilograms, but regulating to up of 700 brake horsepower. This is where the big challenge is going to be. You've got 5 different manufacturers to go out and choose from. The Acura, the BMW hybrid, the Cadillac V-Series.R, the Ferrari 499P, which is a little bit different in terms of what will be running here in a couple of weeks' time. And then, of course, that Porsche 963 on screen. And look at that beautiful brand new Michelin tyre that is put on it, that wet tyre, looking absolutely brilliant on it. When you go down into LMP2, you've got a simple choice. It's Dallara P217 or Dallara P217. You can't really say much more about it, but it's a 4.2 litre Gibson V8 that produces 600 brake horsepower, 6-speed transmission. You've got 930 kilos, and you take away some of the tools available to you. It is what we would call a purer car to drive than the GTP hypercars out there. It is a true challenge, and I think those who love it are those who stay with it out there in terms of a challenge, which you can find over on the LMP2 challenge. And you've got to love that Mustang. This is the car class that has so much to choose from. GTD out there today between 500 and 600 brake horsepower, between 1,200 and 1,300 kilograms, and 10 different manufacturers to go and pick from, which you can find in the GT3 Regional Tour and in the IMSA Tours on iRacing with the GT3 Challenge Fix and the GT Sprint and Endurance. But today it's going to be about who says they want to get that sorted, because that is the biggest class of today.
Yes, indeed. For these drivers, though, the big thing about the analysis to talk about is going to be quite simply. For these drivers, remember, for those watching along, these splits decided by iRating. The SOF for reference around 8,000 to 9,000 for the competitors here today. 60 total drivers are part of each of the splits, and there are plenty of them to feature along. Dynamic weather also to keep an eye on. Expected to be pretty dry as we get ready for a 1 p.m. in-session start. But the big thing about today also to factor in will be how drivers potentially handle pit road, because those drivers today will have a lot of stops, whether it's to put those 2 min drivers to the max 16, or whether it's about how they approach. Take a look at this, for example. You're talking about a 70-second pit delta expected today, but the windows are going to be different per class. In the GTP and the Hypercar, you're talking about 48 to 52 minutes. Much shorter for LMP2, around 39 to 42. You go nearly on the hour for the GTDs, 57 to 65 minutes over the course of the run.
So yeah, we have got not just this one race that we're going to be focusing on here, but there are multiple races taking place at this very time. The action actually started last night for some, with some of the earlier races. There was an early 7 a.m. start as well for some here. We've got this main race happening here today across multiple servers, and then there's another start time a little bit later on this afternoon. So it gives, this is what I love about it, Jake, it gives everybody an opportunity to take part in one of these massive events.
Well, let's put it into perspective, right? There are currently 85 Daytona 24-hour races which are going on right now this second, and we've got one more split to come along. For anyone who has bad luck and hasn't managed to get their first 3 right, they can jump in and go for the final split and say that they are going to be the ones that win at Daytona. Everyone gets the chance to win, everyone gets the chance to say they are on top, and from what I have seen over the communities, from those who do charity events solo, from those who look to try and go and get 16 drivers in a team and get as much of a run as they can on the train, this is all about getting together with your community, start of the year, and saying, this is what we're all about. This is Daytona, and Daytona's for everyone.
And Justin, that leads nicely into my next point here, which is, it's a community as iRacing. So many people have made friendships, not just us here in the commentary box, but right across the service, people that you race against, people that you team up with. It is such a community. It's a great spirit into this first event.
Absolutely. When keeping an eye on social media, there's so much excitement, for example, from a lot of the drivers, because it's a huge opportunity to be able to connect and be able to perform at a high scale. And it doesn't matter what type of experience level you have. Many drivers will say, it's a great chance to work with my friends and say, we can go and win at Daytona. We want to win a 24-hour race. Let's do it. This is one of those racetracks you want to be able to battle at and win at, and just about thousands of drivers have been working for weeks for this day to say, let's work as a group.
We will be looking later on throughout our 24-hour coverage at some of the other splits out there in this event. So it's not just all about the top drivers, it's also about the rest of the community as well. So we're getting ourselves set then for the grid of this opening 24-hour race of the iRacing special events calendar. And we're starting with GTP Hypercar. And I can tell you that on the front row of the grid, it's Drago Racing and Team Redline, separated by 6 1,000ths of a second. Drago Racing and Grid and Go on row number 2, with the third row of Grid and Go and BMW M Team Redline. Mivana Rosa and Porsche Coanda then on row number 4, with the fifth row of Coanda Esports and Mivana Rosso. Rest of your GTP field, WSR Esports, SCK Racing and Fiercely Forward Red. Let's move to your LMP2s. It's Zess Esports who are on pole position by a huge margin compared to Grid and Go Esports. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage and Effect Simulation row number 2 with MapPerformance.com, Blue Mercure Esports, GridandGo.com Esports, Solpec, WSR Esports and Blue Mercure, they're number 33. Rest of them, 13 cars here on the grid. Blue Mercure with WSR Esport and Betmaster TC Esports. Then finally it is the GTDs. Big grid here. Drago and Blue Mercure round out the front row with WSR Esports and Williams F1 Team Gaming. With their sister car on the third row alongside them is Drago Racing. Aero Esport and Blue Mercure with Team Alta and Zess Esport rounding out the top 10. And the rest of them going through the rest of the grid. Some key ones to point out there. Maniti Racing just outside the top 10. Falcon Sim Racing together on the grid. Dirt Esports down in 19th with Marla Racing in front of them. BS Turner in 21st with the Williams F1 Team Gaming alongside them. A big grid. 14 started in the GTP Hypercar, 13 for LMP2, and get this, 32 GTD cars is going to be starting this race. So very quick final thoughts here. One line, Jake, who's your money on in GTP Hypercar?
Well, GTP Hypercar looks like it's going to be where all the big guns are going out there to play. Really impressed with what Drago have done and with Redline, but here's the shock I'm going to say. It's going to be Grid and Go who wins it.
Justin as well, GTP Hypercar.
Well, Jake, that was actually my pick, to say the very least, but I wouldn't be surprised with the conversation we had earlier. I think Team Redline in particular has a good lineup. We'll see if Team Redline can get it done today.
Well, the drivers are all set then. Everybody getting themselves ready for 24 hours of action. It's myself, Paul Smith, Jake Sperry and Justin Prince bringing you the opening of this race. It's the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, powered by VCO. All drivers looking to that pace car to pull in onto pit road, getting any ounce of heat into those tyres. That's going to be a big talking point after pit stops, is tyre temperatures from those GTP hypercars. But the pedal's been pushed to the Axminster. We're going green flag racing here at Daytona, down towards turn number 1. A good start then from Drago Racing. They've got themselves 1 and 2. They've got the jump on Team Redline in third. A little look from the Grid and Go Esports car of the 00 as they come through. LMP2 and GTD, they're making their starts now. LMP2 through turn number 1. Zess Esports are leading that one right now with GTD led by Drago Racing. So Drago Racing going well in both GTP Hypercar and GTD, Jake.
Yeah, they've got a really nice start of Drago. They know how critical this race is going to be to set up their season. They've got a lot of new drivers that have jumped in from Apex to get them up to that next level, and they have just been on that cusp as the third best team. The fact that they are 1 and 2 at the moment in GTP Hypercar, that they've got the lead in the Lamborghini in GTD, they're going to be really happy with what they've got. But I'm interested to see in the LMP2 category what Sesha are going to do, with Balazs Pilar behind the wheel at the moment, chased by Yesit Alcala then for Grid and Go, and then Nathan Olsen for Effect Simulations. This is going to be an interesting field side by side on the banking then for the first time as they run aggressive over towards then the chicane and coming out of it. So this is going to be all about who holds their nerve as they go into this fantastically tough chicane for the first time. Look at those anti-cut curbs. They stare daggers into all drivers.
Yeah, those anti-cut curbs are absolutely brutal. GTP Hypercar coming across the line then to end their first lap of the race. Drago 1-2 right now. Team Redline are fighting away, though, trying to keep with them with that Grid and Go and the BMW M Team Redline car in 5th place. But Coanda Esports were putting the pressure on that BMW M Team Redline car for 5th place overall. But Justin, so far, a relatively clean start.
A very clean start. In fact, don't think too many things going on involving contact at all for the field, which is normally a little bit of an outlier. But for the most part, I think this field is making it simple. Try and sort things out of the draft. Make sure you don't lose that lead group, because as this day goes on and as this race goes tonight in particular, if you fall out of that top 5 and out of that top 30, it's so difficult. These trains seem to be hooking up pretty well here as these competitors stay all grouped together to start this off in a perfect start. I think for a lot of these drivers, it'd be a perfect start for Drago to build a buffer in the 1-2.
Yeah, it's only a quarter of a second between the two teammates, and then a further 3/10 back to Team Redline in 3rd place in GTP Hypercar. As we go through the banking once again, NASCAR turns 3 and 4, heading towards the tri-oval and the front stretch once again to end yet another lap in this race. As we mentioned, Zessa Esports are leading LMP2 just ahead of the Grid and Go 003 car. Effect Simulations up 1 place from where they started in 3rd place in LMP2. So we're getting some movers in that field, and I've said it time and again, Jake, with this race, it always seems to be that LMP2, as there's a move around the outside and the BMW M Team Redline car holding on to 5th place for now. But yeah, certainly, Jake, that LMP2, as you pointed out, always seems to give us some great action.
This is the 005 gridandgo.com car at the moment, piloted by Christian Steenberg, and just in the middle, has to hit the brakes because the Bursa plus Turner car ends up turned around at the International Horseshoe on the opening lap, so just about avoids the trouble. But yes, I think you always get big action when it comes out to GTP Hypercar. I look around there as they went through the S's. Coanda and Redline will fight against each other pretty much like hammer and stone every single time you go out there and see it. Diogo Pinto desperately defending against Elvis Rankin because he doesn't want to lose the back of Jake Dennehan. We'll look over in and see Porsche versus Lamborghini out there, two of the biggest hits for both of those cars out there over the course of the balance of performance. Between them, the Porsche and the Lamborghini have a combined 33 kilograms of ballast.
But it is Lamborghini that leads from Porsche, from Acura. So a good mix of manufacturers at the front of GTD. Drago Racing ahead of the Blue Mercure, and then it's WSR Esports White who are in 3rd place right now in GTD. Plenty of time before we start getting some lapped action going on. We should be getting the GTP Hypercars beating the back of the GTDs in the next 4 or 5 laps or so, Justin.
Yeah, especially since to start things off, remember, 133s are the pace being set by the GTPs and the Hypercars. For reference, the GTDs you see on screen, they're more so around the 144s, 145s. You're talking about a 7 to 8 second difference between those two cars alone on raw speed. And when we reach that traffic, that management going to be critical on where you reach them, because there's a lot of slopes. Look at all the packs, though, and how they form down here on this approach to the racetrack. You talk about, for example, in the infield for the LP2s down at the bottom in the lower left corner. A lot of these competitors are going to have to be careful on the brakes today. Make sure there's not too many slow-ups, no major checkups, because when you're in that infield section and you reach traffic, it's going to be where a lot of these packs get split up. Compare that to the GTDs. They'll stay pretty much marched on together here and have to maintain the racing line to be able to keep up in their packs here. You see everyone starting to stack up, still behind Drago, all lined up like they're, well, a caterpillar trying to wiggle their way around a racetrack.
Johan Haaf for Drago Racing in the GTD categories in 4th place right now, gained 2 places in the early stages of this race, getting ahead of both Parker White and Beckham Jasiah for the Williams F1 Team Gaming. I mean, Jake, there you see 3 World Championship caliber drivers all fighting it out in GTD. It's not just in the hypercars where the big boys play, is it?
No, and it's a very strong field. You've got Lesse back, for example, Team Alta currently piloting just behind them, and you've got Andrea Bristow, and then Thomas Ronha for Aero Esport. He's an incredible driver out there. I saw him a year and a half ago in the Fuji 6 hour, and he absolutely dominated. And behind both of those is the Sesha Esport 26 with the 6-time FIA European Truck Racing champion, Norby Kish.
You can see on the left-hand timing tower just how close this GTD field is. You're talking 6 seconds covering the front 20 of this field, fanning out into turn number 1, but no moves being made through that turn number 1 onto the infield here. So they're staying line astern, although a little bit defensive from that second Williams F1 Team Gaming car over the Team Alta Porsche behind. We were looking at things and we were worried it was going to be an all Porsche race, but Justin, we've got quite the mix of GTDs.
Yeah, so far today, in fact, it's been a good balance in terms of them. We've seen drivers like Parker White, for example, you're on board with the Porsches, yes, but the Lamborghinis have shown good speed throughout the entire day so far in the practice. There are some of the top times, in fact. A part of this car, we have a few Mercedes amongst the mid-pack as well. In fact, we have an Acura up in the top 4, one of the Drago Racing entries with Hart, as you were referring to. So, for the most part, the BLP seems to be on point here with the balance. Keep in mind, we were talking about with the Porsches, they had the 15 kilograms of weight along with about a 1.5% power adjustment, had one of the biggest BLPs in the first place in terms of the expectations today, in terms of that performance. We're still seeing a lot of these cars all being relatively even on pace here. A part of this train, no one's really losing ground in the GTD.
Yeah, as we take a look at your LMP2 field then, everybody's staying close together. The entire field covered by 6.5 seconds right now. And it's going to stay pretty much that way until the first run through of traffic here, Jake, because with these cars, they've not got quite as much aerodynamic grip as the GTP hypercars, but at the same front, as you mentioned, they're much more of a raw car, aren't they?
Yeah, this is a car that suits a certain style of driver. It doesn't drive yourself as you go through, as modern cars typically have all the trinkets that are out there. But mind you, it's not one where it's going to rip your head off. It's a fine balance of both. So you've got to muscle it round. There'll be a little bit of something to help you. But this is a certain type of car that it takes a certain type of driver to love. Darius Andre and Dulatra Automotive. Dulatra absolutely love this car. This is what makes them successful as a team. And you see them time and again, always challenging up there. What I can also confirm, though, we've had our first issue out there for a driver. It's the 114 of PGZ who have thrown it in the Le Mans chicane.
Okay, I'm sure we'll get a look at that in a few moments' time. The Effect Simulation team, they have been somebody who has been there in and about in LMP2 and look to really be on point here today. But as was mentioned in the pre-show from Arjuna and Lewis, losing James Baldwin, how much of effect does it have to lose such an experienced driver, Justin?
Well, to me, it's a big change because you're talking about a lot of competitors losing that expertise. But the big thing right now on the racetrack, the GTPs, the hypercars are reaching that traffic, and this is where you have to get your slalom skills now focused up. You see, though, the big thing, see how they're trying to go in and out, try and take a little bit of the draft from the GTDs and then get the merge. Gonna be a problem when those drivers try and take that outside, you see, to open up the corner to get the arc like this that's gonna hold up one of the red line machines.
And this is when your GTD drivers suddenly get woken up Hopefully they've got teammates spotting for them and saying, right, you've got hypercars, GTP hypercars coming along, get ready for this. Because if you've not got somebody working with you, it can really catch you unawares, and that's when the two classes do have issues from time to time. I mean, look at this line of GTDs coming through the field, and your leader, Drago Racing, trying to just dive to the inside through turn 6 and 7 onto the banking once again. And this is where, Jake, that those GTPs can now just stretch their legs and feel a bit more comfortable out of the infield.
Well, not only did they accelerate a lot quicker, they also hit higher top speed. So they were doing about 280 into turn number 1, the GT3s. The hypercars, the GTP hypercars, were up at 330 kilometers an hour. So that's a 50 kilometer an hour difference. And this, for the hypercars, the GTP hypercars, is critical, because this is the first time in the race there are picks and checks to get you through. If you go on board with the Coanda eSport 08 of Elvis Rankin, he will be looking at this as they pass the two Falcon Australian cars of Cody Death and Damon Woods. He'll be looking at Diogo Pinto going, I can get by you, I know I can get by you, and if I want to do it, I'll do it now. But he's deciding, look, we're losing too much time already. I'm going to push you through the tri-oval because we need to stay with that group in front, and we're having no luck. Look, that's 6 cars already in between them and the Grid and Go 001, piloted by the Irishman Jake Dennehan.
As they go through past the leaders of GTD, so your leaders in GTP Hypercar finally jumping that hurdle. They'll get that hurdle again in for sort of 10 or 15 minutes time, so the action's going to come thick and fast for them here as they go through the dogleg in towards the West Horseshoe. And this is when opportunities can come for the GTDs as well, can't they, Justin? Because a door can be opened by a GTP car.
Exactly. Almost seen it there with the undercut opportunity taken by Lou McCure Esport with Olivier there to try and cut to the inside. Just didn't get the opportunity because there was a GTP hypercar right to the inside. So for the most part, you'll see those chances where you have the chance for overlap. It's about being smart though, because if you don't be smart with it and you aren't aware of, say, the traffic coming in behind, it can cause an error bottleneck, cause a stack up, cause a potential incident. So it's about, while it opens the doors here, Paul, making sure you choose the right door, because it's like the guessing game with multiple of them. If you pick door number 1 and it's actually door number 3 you should have chose, guess what? You end up having a bad situation where you'll end up falling down the pylon potentially and losing some time.
As we go through, that's the LMP2, as you can see highlighted on that left-hand timing tower, that middle group on the timing tower. LMP2 right now, it's still led by Zessa Esports with Grid and Go Esports 003 in second place. The 909 of Effect Simulations, third ahead of Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. And then it's the rest of the field coming through. They're all still stuck together in that front 6 or so, Jake, but they have started gapping out of that front group, haven't they?
They have. So it's the two blue Mercure cars who are on the wrong side of the divide here. So Maxime Brion and Olivier Piatek are the two who are trying to work together. They've also got Lucas Prada, the Czech driver, there on the back for WSR Esports Red. So they're on the wrong side of it. Top 6 are going to be happy at where they are at the moment. You want to be in that front group. By the time you reach that first pit stop, I'd call that job well done. But there are some great teams in here. Solpec, for example, I think a team that you sleep on a little bit here. You've got Dulatra, who are great. Effect Simulation's always great. But then, here's the interesting thing. The driver who left the team of Grid and Go just a couple months ago, they're in 5th position for MapPerformance.com 29, the 129 of Aaron Vasquez.
Yeah, there was a lot of talk about that in the social media world, and yeah, that got quite a few people talking. Did that whole situation there? I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit later on, but right now at GTP, we've got a breakaway at the front, which means that the fight for 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th they're all together, well, 5th, 6th and 7th in particular are together, but Commander Esports and Porsche Commander have both made their way past the BMW M Team Redline car here, Justin, in the last lap or so, so Diogo Pinto not able to hold on for now.
Yeah, starting to really fall back, noticing a little bit on the pace. Last time through was in the 133.7s. Everybody else in that group was in the 133 flats as well. So was able to pick up the tempo, but I think at this point for Pinto, it might be a little bit of a panic earlier on because, to me at least, you don't keep yourself within that 1-2 seconds within the leaders of that main pack. You put yourself in a completely dire situation for the long haul because you're basically relegating yourself to the mid-pack. There's got to be a way to get a pick-me-up. Will say, though, good charge for the Porsche Commander machine. Joshua K. Rogers doing well in that pack as we see some of the others zip through. 9, 10, 11.
As we go through then, Patrick Wolf then, Fiercely Forward Red, we're on board with right now, looking forward here in front. I can tell you that SDR Sim Racing and GTD, they are on pit road for an unscheduled pit stop, so something's happened to them out there. Cars in front fighting it out but not able to make some moves, and when you start fighting each other in front of somebody you've got a bit of a gap over, Jake, Patrick Wolf could just focus on his line and get right onto the tail of those two cars that are scrapping.
You can, and this is where you're going to have two different philosophies about how you want to go about business. This is either going to be a case of I'll save some fuel early and try and play long game, or you can see it as, well, I can jump up, get the track position, but I'll have to pay it back in the stop. So I think it's going to be really critical as and when they go about, and I'm just looking over at what has happened with SDR Sim Racing. They were missing the rear out of their car. They've been able to get it repaired and back out on circuit, but they have dropped a big amount of time then to go through. They had themselves a lane transit time of about 1 minute 52, 1:53 out there. So they're back out and going again. They'll be behind altitude frame and right in the picture of being lapped by the GTDs out there. But now comes the time for LMP2s to now make their call, because you can just see there on the other side coming out the West Horseshoe, there are GTDs that they're going to want to lap, and it's a lot tougher to lap when you've got less power to work with.
Less power, not quite as much top speed as the GTP hypercars, and yeah, when you're talking about an average lap time of 1 minute 38 for your LMP2 leaders, they'll be looking forward and thinking, right, I hope those GTPs woke up those drivers enough that they're paying attention when we're coming along. And also GTP Hypercar, they are catching up to the back of your LMP2, so we could have that situation, the classic situation that we get here at Daytona, Justin. In the first 25 minutes or so, GTP Hypercar and LMP2 all fighting together as they're working their way through GTD.
Yeah, exactly. And with some of the action seen over the course of the past couple of weeks, when you had class overlap with the two different types of prototypes, there was a lot of comparisons in the cornering speed to me. It was down again in the straight line. A little bit of a small differences. We'll say I've noticed this a lot in the LP2s, though, to turn the conversation what you've seen there. A lot of bump drafting taken by these drivers instead of just taking the immediate pass, just trying to maintain and force that energy while saving fuel, try and think big picture, and wait for a bit more cautiousness than you would see compared to later on today, especially at this level, with these drivers just wanting to maximize the pit deltas, help themselves later on, so they take shorter fuel stops for later on when it comes to a final stop or final couple stops to save themselves time there.
Effect Simulation, they have actually moved themselves up into second place in LMP2 in these last few laps, so that's why they're onto the back of the race leading LMP2s. And now, speaking of onto the back, they're onto the back of the GTD traffic, and well, it's Effect Simulation having to go the long way round through the NASCAR's turns 1 and 2, officially turns 8 and 9 on this track here, as I go through into the Le Mans chicane. And it's that point there where Effect Simulation have got the jump over Grid and Go, Jake.
Altitude frame's just been turned by Grid and Go, and that's going to be really awkward for them to get back up to speed. So just as they were coming through that chicane pool, it is there, that car that finds itself turned around, the 28 with Zane Khan behind the wheel, and that was just the desperation of Grid and Go to try and stay with the top two.
Yeah, Altitude Esports then in their Ferrari, all the way down to the rear of GTD as we're coming through to start another lap. Your leaders are overall, they're stayed as they are so far, and you're not going to see much of a fight between these two because it's both teammates. Yes, they're in a white car and a red car, but they're teammates. It's Drago Racing 1-2 right now at the top of GTP Hypercar, and they'll work their way through together. They want to try and work together to do this. Right, let's have a look at some replays, and my end has completely frozen, so here we go. Right, so down towards the Le Mans chicane, onto the brakes. Oh, the Falcon car gets checked up, and bang, bang, bang. It's a big concertina effect, Justin.
So easy to have happen if you have that big of a checker, because you're talking about with hypercar just trying to slow up. But this is what you were just talking about previously. Watch the Grid and Go machine. Carries a little bit more speed on the apex, tries to cut to the outside, but the curbing slows up the Ferrari, and as a result, a little bit of a small checkup leads to the bit of contact there. Just that small bit of difference of speed in the first place sets up a big concertina for Le Mans.
As we're coming through towards the end of the lap for GTD, and it's still absolutely nose to tail, literally nose to tail for the top three here in GTD. Drago from Blue Mercure from, round the outside goes one of your Lamborghinis, and that's Drago Racing. And what teamwork then from the leader of GTD. Hold up the pack there, Jake, and allow your teammates to come around the outside.
Look, Johan Hart was always going to try and get himself up there. Manuel Troncoso playing the game perfectly. Now they're 1-2 in GTP Hypercar and GTD. So Blue Mercure and Emanuele Olivieri, the likes of WSR Esports, Martin Kadlachik, Parker White sitting there with Beckham Jacida, two Williams F1 Team Gaming cars. I would look at those teams and go, right, if they're going to play that game, you're going to just have to jump on it and try and do something. They know how critical it is with the likes of the LMP2s coming, so get the position now before it breaks up.
It's not just the LMP2s coming as well, because your GTP hypercars are getting to the back of your GTD field. We're going to have that mixed up situation here, Justin, that I was fearing that we were going to have. It's something that can always cause issues out there when you get into class mingling. But certainly, here we go. Look at this. Your LMP2s, they're working their way through the GTDs in towards the Le Mans chicane.
Going to have to be very careful here for the braking zones. This time the leader's getting big separations, but look at the pack differences building up here. Already losing a couple seconds, some of these LMP2s, as a result of some of the checkups here. That's where you'll see a lot of splintering.
It's a big one. It's caught up. Live Sim Racing Arnage are in it. One of BS Plus Turner are caught up. Felix Kirnbach's in it. There's been about 4 or 5 cars on the exit, right on the top of the banking of Daytona, and that's what we feared.
Grid and Go and BS Turner both with mechanical meatball warning flags. Here's Alexander Spex then working his way top side, switching to the bottom side in towards turn number 1. And that's just what it's like to be on board one of those hypercars, GTP hypercars, as you're working your way through both classes into the International Horseshoe 3 wide. We were going in, and amazingly, everybody's made their way out of that one, Justin.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a tough situation, and shows some of the aggressiveness some of the GTDs will take for some of these spots here. But that's exactly what it's referring to with the potential overlap here, right here, where you'll have a lot of chances for drivers to cut alongside one another to the outside, forcing some of the prototypes out of the preferred groove. Going to have to run almost to the marbles and then make the car stick as they power their way on through. Look at this though. There's that triple overlap really coming into play though. We'll see how things can play out with the chaos about to reign.
Mahler Racing Team had issues through the turn back onto the oval, so they've had a drop down the field in GTD. Here, though, Drago Racing having to work their way through both classes of cars in your GTP hypercars, and your overall race leader doing a good job of it. But look at that, it just shows you all three classes of car all interacting here together, and this is the most exciting part of the race for me, apart from the start, Jake.
Yeah, it's a lovely dance the first time they go through traffic all three together, because you just got to pick a lane and hope that when you stick it on the brakes, it's all going to pay off. And everyone knows this is what happens. This is the rush hour that you get when you're going through Orlando, when you're going through Miami, when you're going through Jacksonville, from wherever you are in Florida to get to this place, Daytona Beach. This is a very, very tough moment of the race, and everyone's just got to pick a lane and stick to it. It's so tough. This is where you're going to have cars left, cars right, and the worst place to be is a GTD, just not knowing where to place it because everyone's just trying to swan on and get away through. This is so tough, and this is where races most likely find themselves in trouble. 4 cars then down in the pits. Live Sim Racing, Arnage, Fisty Forward Pink, Grid and Go 005, and Burrusset Plus Turner all got caught out.
Yeah, so we see those mixes of cars coming through onto the oval once again, and away they go. So the 2 Drago cars have stayed together, but they've been able to separate themselves away from Team Redline. Ends up Benito in third place. 4th place is Elvis Rankin now, right on the back of that Team Redline car. So those two are going to be fighting it out. I mean, talk about 2 fierce old rivals here, Justin, of Team Redline and Coanda.
Yeah, for a long time, you're talking about on the platform, going back and forth with wins in the first place. Coanda has been well established for many years with a lot of the lineups that they've had with drivers like Rogers in recent years, just with so many of the competitors. But you're talking about with Redline comparison, in the past few years, you're talking about in, say, around 2022, where they were trading special event win after special event win. Those 2 teams, it seems, just all the time have had that friction back and forth because they've been well connected in their histories. But when it comes to some of the chaos we've seen pop up here, one of the live sim racing machines, you see what the circle popped up here. Watch some of the traffic management that happened on the racetrack up in this group. We just talked about some of the chaos. That's not a passing section. They've seen a gap, and if gap don't fit the car there, and that's why we had 4 drivers with meatball flags.
Yeah, that's trying to take advantage at the wrong spot on the track. We're getting a little bit of paint rubbing there between classes LMP2 with GTP Hypercar, and it's Coanda Esports that have come off on top of the Team Redline car through all of that shenanigans, through NASCAR's 1 and 2 into the Le Mans chicane. But don't think that that Team Redline car, Enzo Benito, will give that up without a fight. But right now, it looks to me, Jake, that the race pace just seems to be that little bit more in the favour of Coanda Esports out of these 2.
Yeah, Enzo Benito's no slouch. He's been a great sim racer for well over 15 years now. He's got Florian Labigra, Sam Keiter and Mark Elkerman to go to over the course of this. He'll use the toe now to get a run. If he's clever, he could maybe find a way to box in Coanda through this section with Elvis Rankin, because they've got Nathan Olson and Balazs Palada, leaders in LMP2 that they come along with. But Elvis has got better drive there out to the exit, and that's going to give just enough of a run then to say, look, I can get away. But look, they're a great team as well. Here's replay though on the bottom of your screen. Look at the way you dance into turn 1 and what is there in front. Oh, easily done. A locker there of the rear axle. That's how quickly you can spin it.
It certainly, and once these prototypes go, they go. There's so much inertia there that once it just snaps, that's it. You're not really saving that car in that situation. So around they go, and they carry on to the Movano Rosa car. Marcus Hamilton it was who had that half spin. We're back to live pictures though, and things are going well for Drago Racing. They've got nearly 5-second lead over Coanda Esports at the front of GTP Hypercar. So that's your top three. It's Drago 1-2 and Coanda Esports in third. In LMP2, it's Zessa Esports who are still leading that one. That's only a third of a second though between them and Effect Simulations, and those two have actually made a bit of a break away from the gridandgo.com esports 003 car. In GTD, Drago Racing, it's a 1-2 for them. We saw the move happen on live pictures to get them together, and then WSR Esports White rounding out the top three in those classes. Paul Smith, Justin Prince and Jake Sperry bringing you all the action here for the first 6 hours of this event. Glad to have you all along here for the iRacing Daytona 24 hours powered by VCO. And well, plenty of action out there in the early going. And now, if you're drivers out there, Justin, you're starting to think, getting into that rhythm, getting into the flow of the race, and starting to think about strategy as well, aren't you?
You're starting to think about, how am I going to make sure to execute the plan on my spreadsheet? And let me tell you, the top teams have at least a few of them. So for that, it's how well am I saving fuel? How well am I positioning myself for later in the race? Where am I position-wise in the first place to be able to execute track position? How can I then get myself to the next pack? There's so many different thoughts if you're a strategist and or team manager here to try and encourage your competitors, especially since we mentioned the GTDs all being connected earlier. They're starting to separate out. If you're in the second pack, part of the thought process if you're many of these teams is, if you're like Falcon or some of the others, is can I get myself to the next pack or to another grouping when they start to splinter? There's so many different things you're talking about to make sure you're in the right rhythm, to then make sure you're in position to win this race later on today.
Certainly. It's certainly something to think about. Even at this early stage, you're thinking about it, and you're taking stock of where you are in the field, where you are compared to where you thought you were going to be, and trying to work out what is going to work for you. So we're keeping an eye on that Falcon Esports car. The Mercedes running behind the Porsche of M Esports, so it's Raphael Renhofer and Damon Woods rounding out those two positions down in 10th and 11th in GTD. Here we have a look at LMP2. They're battling away still in LMP2, whilst we also look at those key strategic things. And Jake, it's, for me, that big talking point is just how long the pit road is here, and you're doing 55 miles an hour all the way.
Look, you're normally on that straight doing anywhere between 280 and 330 clicks. To go 55 miles an hour, 72 clicks down that, you're going to feel like time is moving at 1,000,000 miles an hour by you as you hear vroom, 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 straight by you. There's not much you can do about that except just execute on your strategy. Hit your marks as you go into the transfer lane and make that pit stop and go and make this race happen. And this is where it's really important. LMP2 are about 3 minutes away from their first pit stop. So this is where I'd expect some LMP2s to go and actually make a move into turn one, get the track position for where they want to be pitting.
Drago, Diogo Pinto has just got ahead, not Drago, BMW M Team Redline has got ahead of the Porsche Coanda car of Joshua Rogers. That's two Porsche Esports Super Cup champions fighting it out there from the past. They've been murking their way through, and they've now got themselves ahead of that Porsche Coanda car of BMW M Team Redline. Drago Racing, Alexander Spetz at the front of the field though, has now got a 1.1 second lead over his teammate, has been averaging about 1.5 tenths of a second per lap quicker each lap. So yeah, it's definitely interesting to see how Drago are doing in 1-2 in GTP Hypercar, but also in GTD as well. They're 1-2 at the front, but a bit closer for those two out there, Justin, because at GTD a lot tighter.
Yeah, especially with the lead group still well connected for the most part, as you see some of the fellow traffic moving out of the way for GTDs. We'll say this is a part of the plan. We talked about that aggressive move by Hart around the outside. As a team, you want to control the pack. You want to set the tone. You want to be able to make sure you're well focused and connected as a group. You can see how well they're staying together, though, to try and break away, and that is the big advantage of having a teammate in this class with the way it is aerodynamically here today. You're able to match up setup to setup and be able to match up car to car. They make this a 4-car breakaway just with this teamwork and coordination so far, and are outpowering the Acura and in particular the Porsche that's been talked about so much with the suspension, with how it approaches the curvature in the hard braking zones. For the most part, though, they are doing a really good job, especially straight line speed, to be able to keep advantage. And I'm noticing the Acura behind from WSR is having a hard time being able to chew the gap away, with both of them working so well up in front of the Lamborghinis.
You can guarantee that the ivory car on the track has been trimmed out as much as possible to maximise that top speed, but it's all the run out of corners that gives you that initial burst of speed out there on track, and having a stable car underneath you just gives you that little bit more confidence to get on the power a little bit earlier and carry that speed through mid-corner and out of the corner, doesn't it, Jake?
It does, and so if you've got the ability to jump into a corner and you've got a lot of confidence on the brakes, you're hoping that you carry that momentum through the middle of the corner and then you can attack on the exit. The quicker you stamp your foot on the throttle out of the exit of the corner, that's perfect. That's what you want as a driver, to be able to get on the power as early as you can. That's where you gain all the time. But you want to carry that mid-speed corner out there, and so when drivers look at trying to make a move, you sacrifice the corner exit to get all the move done at corner entry. You can't make a move in the middle of the corner. You can't make it at the exit. As we say that, leader in LMP2's just come in.
Here we go. So the start of a pit cycle then. That seems pretty much on target, doesn't it? Does that one. So leader onto pit road, and this, Justin, is the effect of you being the one forging the path. You're creating that hole in the air for everyone else following you, making life easier for them.
Exactly. You're burning more fuel as a result, because the others, as you would expect in this, for example, you're talking about the Drago machines, the GTD even, this is going to be comparison in for that. You're having the ability to lift a little bit, maybe go 3/4 throttle, maybe half throttle, let the draft carry you instead of just going straight up full throttle. And you'll see this in all the classes today, with all the drivers making sure to, in this pole, be able to take the energy somewhere, then just draft in, let that suction forward. It's about a couple tenths of a gallon difference per lap leading up at the front of the field compared to being in the pack here, for example. It's a big difference that'll add up later on, especially in, say, the prototypes, as you'll see today.
As we go through then into the Western Horseshoe, and it's one of those big points. What have you seen there, Jake?
I've seen Tom Katsadonis, WSR Esports Blue, go over the anti-cut curbs right in front of the LMP2 leader, Nathan Olsen, and spin the car out. So his hypercar in trouble. Nathan Olsen unaffected as he hits pit lane, but that would have been a scare. Look at the race right now to hit the brakes.
You see, if that was a couple of months ago in the IMSA Esports Global Challenge, you would have seen that they weren't allowed to cut across that white line onto pit road in that series, but not in effect here today. So drivers using every single bit of advantage that they can to cut as much as possible. So we've got a veritable pit party out there on track for LMP2. 11 of your 13 entrants onto pit road. It's going to be a busy old place down there. And Justin, it's now a case of what's Zessa Esports going to do? Where are they going to come out in comparison to those on pit road?
Yeah, that's the huge question right now. For reference, they're 10 seconds over the Blue Mercury Esport machine that also came down at the same lap as them. So it's going to be down to where that delta pops up. For reference, 41-second pit stops for these drivers in the lane so far. There goes effect on their exit, where it's going to be Sessa. You see some of the drivers going to be battling very aggressive on the access road, as you can see. Just being careful to make sure there isn't too much overlap. But to answer your question, it's Effect that actually got the jump by a couple seconds over the 90.
So even though they had that little bit of a scare coming out of the Le Mans chicane on their in-lap, they've still been able to get a really big gap.
They have done, but here's the key. Cold tyres. It's going to take a couple laps of those tyres to get up to temperature, and you can lose anywhere up to 2 seconds a lap on that first lap out, then 1 second, half a second, and then you're up to pace. So I think 2 seconds, absolutely perfect wheelhouse. Going longer's better than shorter. But Paul, I think you're going to see that the difference of traffic and the issue that you got there are going to make a huge issue.
We're going to have a look then at what happened to the WSR Esports blue car. There it is, the white car. I know I've just said it's blue, but it's white, trust me. As they go through into the Daytona chicane then, this is where they're going to get caught out. This is what Jake saw a little bit earlier off camera on the timing, and look at how it's bouncing over the curbs, hit that anti-cut curb, also hit the flash of the headlights in a panic on the way out there. So that was how that went about. Here's the number 091 car.
Ooh.
Contact between the two of them, and well, that's the Porsche Commander car of Josh Rogers getting nerfed unceremoniously.
Wow, it's not often that you see that, but this is what you get, Paul, every time you jump in. You look at what you've got as into the pits then comes the other Porsche Commander car, I do believe that is. Sorry, no, that will be the 091 that's out there. So it's the other Porsche car that will be down in the lane, which will be the 08 Commander Esports machine. So that's them in the Ferrari. But the key is, when you've got braking properties, the GT3 has mechanical grip similar to that of the GTP hypercar. So GTD will be looking at this going, right, we're even when we actually turn into the corner. So it's so easy for a GTD just to casually run up to the back of a GTP hypercar and go, I've just tagged your rear.
Yeah, it's and the GTP hypercar driver is there shaking his fist, and well, maybe not a fist, there may be a different gesture going on there, but certainly Josh Rogers will not be happy with what happened there. He's got an extra lap though compared to his teammate who has just come out of pit road right now. So Commander Esports in that Ferrari very early onto the, well no, actually they're at the early end of the pit window, aren't they, for the GTPs, Justin?
Yeah, remember it was around 47, 48 to 52-ish, give or take, but it looks like they are going to come on in this time through, go an extra lap or two on the mark. That's even with the big margin as well picked up. But with the extra speed, as you can see, they're approaching it like a stock car for the most part. I was going to say that comparison to the Daytona 500 on the pit lane. Just try and get on the brakes on the apron, be able to make sure you get down to speed by the yellow cone, then smoothly take the pit limiter and roll your way down the lane. And that's what everyone seems to be doing once again on their approach, as everyone except for Grid and Go 002 with Matt Farrell came in that time through for their stop.
Well, Justin, I can tell you, both me and Jake were busy waving at each other, going, oh, me, I've spotted something. And then Justin goes and says, well, exactly what we both spotted, and that's that the Grid and Go car has gone that extra lap there. So, yeah, how important is that going to be, though, come towards the final hour of the race for Grid and Go 002, Jake?
Huge, because you're talking about a difference of 2 laps on the early pitters and 1 lap on the majority of the field. Now, that seems like nothing at the moment, but you add up the fact that they've got to pit about 27 times over the course of the race, and they are doing currently 28 to 30 laps on a stint of fuel. That's an entire pit stop.
Well, this is lap 29 right now. For that Grid and Go 002 car, so it's going to be a long old game, is this one. You want to keep it locked right here on our coverage of this, the iRacing Daytona 24 hours powered by VCO. Pleasure to have you all watching this one, because it's going to be a long shift. I hope you've got your beverage of choice. It is a Saturday afternoon, after all. You can treat yourself to a nice tasty beverage. And if you are watching this, by the way, and wondering, do you know what, I quite fancy having a go at this, well, get yourselves over to iRacing.com. Start your iRacing career and who knows, in a few months' time, few years, maybe even next year, you might be racing in this Daytona 24 Hours or one of the many other special events that iRacing hosts throughout the year. Big gaggle of lap traffic working their way through the International Horseshoe. LMP2s, they're working their way through, along with a couple of GTP hypercars. We're currently looking at cars further down the field in LMP2. That's the number 11 there. Blue Mercure of the 32 and the 11 together out there on track. Grid and go. Matt Farrow makes it onto pit road after 29 laps there just in. So 29 laps of fuel saving all the way through there.
Yeah, able to get in sync. Look at all the Blue Mercure machines though staying in line, working together to make sure they're in sync together on their strategy. And Blue Mercure has really risen up when it comes to the lineup, we'll say, for this year, because you're talking drivers like the ViaTech, you're talking about Maxime Brennan amongst this grouping of drivers, for example. You also have Pedro Valencia in the cars here. They've really come together, it seems, for this year. It brought drivers that have popped up, especially for ViaTech, who have been with a lot of different teams over the years, and say, let's all group together, bring some good funding together, and build this roster, because they've really popped up in droves this event, haven't we? We were talking about them a little bit earlier on with their rise coming into the Daytona 24.
Yeah, certainly. It's been great to see. And I'm showing my age now. I've been around the block quite a bit in terms of the old broadcast game here on these special events. I mean, my first Daytona 24 Hours, we still had permanent... it would have been night, wouldn't it? Or was it day? Permanent day in those run-ins of the Daytona 24 Hours. Before we had the day-night transition. Jake, you'll probably remember. Yeah, it was day, yes. You see, when you get over your 40, into your 40s, Jake, you'll trust me, you'll find out that you start forgetting things. But,
just the 12 years to wait then.
Yeah. You make me feel old now. But I remember those early days of those races, and it's interesting to see how teams have sort of come and gone by the way, how they've evolved. There's been a few big teams that have been just there all the time. And then you see these teams that you see, this is a new team into top split. That's good for them that they've made it in. And then the next year, there's a few more of that team there, and then suddenly a few years down the line, they're one of the big players. It's great to see that development, Jake, over the years of these drivers and teams.
You'll get teams like Drago. Drago's a brilliant example of a team that pretty much came out of the woodwork, said we're a Polish-based team, we've got some brilliant drivers like Nika Wisniewski, Jakub Federka, you jump in, Przemysław Lemonek, and you can jump in and you've got a really good core, and then all the big drivers notice and go, look, we want to join, we want to join, we want to join. Suddenly, Drago right now are proving they are an incredible team with some incredible drivers. But it doesn't just happen overnight. The one thing I will say, Blue Mercure, this was one of those teams that goes, it happens overnight, because I looked for a website, I can't find one. I looked at their Facebook page, they have 6 likes.
Yeah, you see how... I mean, I will say as well that the general usership of Facebook has changed over the years. So it's everybody's mothers and aunts now that's on there rather than the younger people. But Justin, you've been around in this whole sim racing community as well. You've been witness to those teams coming together and really growing, and for me, it just adds that interesting story of a small, lesser-known team working their way through and taking it to the bigger boys.
Exactly, and it feels good when you have that development, because it shows you're on the right path, in particular here, as some more Blue Mercure machines dip on through the LMP2s alongside their teammates amongst the GTDs. It really, overall, though, is about, if you want to get to that spot, get the right group of people, get the right backing in terms of whether it's from the ownership side or whether it's from the partnership side, for example, Blue Mercure. in terms of the real estate side, big in terms of asset management in France, but also is one of those that's big in cycling and running in motorsport now to get that presence. You have that right chemistry, as well as someone that knows how to build a good setup and be able to do it consistently track to track and build a good base for everyone else to learn from, and you can thrive. And I think right now, Lou McCure has got a decent base, for example, in terms of their come up with what we're looking at right now. It's going to be interesting who else is doing what in terms of those rising, not just the top split, but also in the higher split.
Yeah, so we'll have a quick look at something that our team behind the scenes here have spotted here, and we're looking from the number 9, and it's WSR Esports car we're keeping an eye on in front. It's the car right there, getting a grid and go car into the side of them through turn 1. A little bit of a hip check, and that just slowed up the WSR Esports car, and it's the Blue Mercure car in GTD that was trying to work their way around them, couldn't take advantage of that. But Jake, it just goes to show that that grid and go car wasn't hanging around, and it was just a slight of touches, but it has such a big effect then on the GTD.
Well, it does, because you unsettle the balance of the car as you go into the corner. These drivers are driving at 9.5 tenths at the moment at the start of this race, and they are really trying to make sure that the car just works its way into the corner and has that natural drive into turn 1 at the point where it's got its coldest brakes and its coldest tyres over the whole lap. So as you're running in, any tag to the side and you've got the car fully loaded unloads the car, so you then have to do a lot of work to try and gather back up, reapply the load of the car and get all the weight transferred back how you need it to without it deciding it wants to go sailing off down into the tyres there on the right hand side of turn 1 and saying, look, we're out of this race because we've had a tiny tag.
Now, we saw on the keys to the race in terms of the strategy side of things, on the graphic that we saw earlier on, as we pay attention to the lead in GTD, they're still fighting it out, and we've got that battle for 7th place as well in LMP2 on the bottom of your screen. GTD have yet to pit. Now we're coming up to 7 minutes, well, we're just past 7 minutes to the top of the hour in this race here. We're starting to fall into that pit stop cycle for GTDs, aren't we, Justin?
Just about at this point. But here's the main thing to consider. For a lot of the top teams, the goal is try and get yourself as close to that 63 for the estimations as possible, because the big thing we've seen over the years is trying to get to a position where you underfield for the last stop, or better yet, almost, if not get to a spot where you can cut out a pit stop. We've seen that in past years where that was a huge difference for a lot of drivers to win in this class, was to be able to cut that extra pit delta of an extra minute or so that you have. It's about making sure you get the saving down to do that, Paul, and we're going to see who's got a good job done to start that process here by the end of the first hour.
As we go back onto the front stretch once again, getting closer to that hour mark then. It's still Drago Racing 1-2 in GTD, but WSR Esports, they're looking to make some moves here, but this is a thing that can work in Drago's favour. They've got 2 of them. They can just spread out into turn number 1, Jake. They can block that WSR Esports car, and then lo and behold, some GTP hypercars come through to get involved in matters.
Well, that was actually really clever by Johan Hart. Realised, I don't want this group to break up. I'll defend into turn number 3, the International Horseshoe, not against the GTDs, against the hypercars there, the GTP hypercars. I want them to pass in a place that is easy for my class to deal with. It's cheeky to do that because blocking like that doesn't help in terms of facilitating an easy pass as by the blue flag rules that iRacing implement. But for Enzo Benito and Jake Denahan, what do you do in that situation? You're boxed into a corner, you just got to wait your turn to get out. That's what Drago's trying to do, make this race as predictable as possible. If we have to block hypercars, we need to.
Yeah, you're almost dictating to that prototype and saying, I'm not wanting you down the inside here, mate. Do it on corner exit. That's where you're quicker on the acceleration, and away you go. That Acura it just doesn't seem to look like it has maybe the overall top speed, or maybe that's the WSR Esports car just backing off throttle going towards the end of this front stretch to try and do that bit more aggressive fuel saving. Speaking of fuel, they're heading onto pit road. GTD, we're almost got 3 wide going onto pit road here. Well, GTD have decided now's the time to head to the pumps, Justin.
Not even getting to the top of the hour. Take a look at the pit exit though for the 13 machine, for example, though, on how hard these exits can get. Well, oopsie daisy, a little bit of clip to the grass, a little bit of loop around in a bad spot. That exit is so tough. As a result, SDR was that team going around. But now, that wave going to be busy, obviously, taking out of the equation, shortening the pit stop or cutting the pit stop for most of the field.
So you've got 9 cars in GTD on pit road. They're done 32 laps on their opening stint here, so you're definitely going to be keeping an eye on that. 32, keep that in mind, folks. That's what GTD leaders have been doing, whereas the rest of GTD were 31 laps or so. So keep an eye on strategy play. Out of pit exit they go. Drago Racing are to the head of the field of GTD, I can see on my timing tower, but WSR Esports have got the jump over the 68 car there, Justin.
Able to break up the teammates a little bit there, be able to get themselves a good time, but keep in mind, things are getting argy-bargy with the traffic. Look at this with the 90, trying to force it on through. Sensei trying to find their way to make the pass at LMP2, trying to go back and forth with effect in the heart of this traffic, secure this class.
Yeah, and of course, remember that it was Effect Simulation that got the jump in the LMP2 pit stops of Zessa Esports right here. So they've been able to catch up that gap, and they're wanting, they need that first place to Zessa. They're not backing off. They're not getting out of this one. They want to get to the head of the field there, Jake.
They do, because they want to dictate pace and dictate the tempo. If Nathan Olsen and Effect Simulations are doing that tempo dictation, then you're going to find it a lot tougher to follow than you do to lead. And some drivers have a certain skill set that says, I'm better at leading than following. And I'm looking around at Balazs Pilar. I think he's better when he's on his own out in front than he is following a car around. So that's why the desperation's there against Nathan Olsen, because they want to say, this is how the race is going to go, not Effect Simulations. It's all about who controls the narrative, and at the moment, narrative is with Effect. They clear the leaders then in GTD, so it's currently 3 and 5, the groups at the moment, your top 8, as they all made their stops. But now you see the posture as they are battling out there, and half goes to the inside, also Pilar to the inside, so change then for the lead in LMP2. In GTD, you've now got the reassuming Drago 1-2.
Yeah, so change back to position for Drago Racing, and as you say, Zessa Esports moving themselves front of the LMP2 class as we head towards that 1 hour mark here in this race. The action has come aplenty in this race, it really has, and certainly plenty more action to come for you today. Let's take a look at something that's happened out there out on track. This is the pit entry then for GTD, and just look at how much they're stamping on the brakes and how much almost into the back goes the Williams F1 Gaming. So they almost made contact then. Williams F1 Team Gaming car almost made contact onto pit road, but kept it out of the back there, Justin.
As we take a look at Ethan GTP Hypercar, the big thing about those brake entries, though, remember, with that driver you're on, Parker White, one of the drivers with eNASCAR experience that knows the best approach at a super speedway, for example, with the 500, with the stock car, is go as deep as you can on the brakes. You gain at least a couple seconds. You make or break at least 2 or 3 seconds in a stock car on your pit entry and or pit exit. And I think that was kind of the approach in that sequence on that entry. Already, though, the top 2 making it clear they're willing to now work together a little bit and save in LMP2 to try and make sure they keep a win for the 129, who's already gained 3 tenths this lap in the in and out.
Yeah, Aaron Vasquez in that mapperformance.com car moving closer. I could tell you an average lap time. I've got a little bit of a different timing screen here. I could tell you an average lap time, 5-lap average, and Aaron Vasquez is going 1/10 of a second per lap on average faster than Nathan Olsen in that Effect simulation car in second place. So he's just ever so slightly just creeping closer and closer and closer to that league battle, Jake.
Yeah, and that's going to be big in terms of what Matt Performance want to do with today, because they want to be up with those front two, but they're going to have to burn the fuel to get there. So what they will do to get up to that front group is going to be big, but the issue you're going to start finding is if you start holding back, there's going to be trouble. Something else I want to point out as well, Dries van Langendonk is unable to hold the same pace of Alexander Spets at the front. The gap has clawed up to 4 seconds last time they crossed the line, and Coanda Esports and Elvis Rankin, they are chasing down in.
They certainly are. This is absolutely sensational stuff here from the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours powered by VCO. Let's give you a bit of the sights and sounds and go full throttle. There we go. That is a bit of iRacing full throttle. And speaking of full throttle action, why don't you check out the the demo right now of the iRacing arcade game that's going to be coming out later on this year for PC on Steam. It's a tremendous amount of fun. I've given it a go, and it's officially supported by IMSA and the FIA as well, so go check that out. iRacing Arcade. The demo is available right now for you to give it a go, and it's fun for everyone on Steam, so check that out there. Jake, Justin, have you guys played the demo at all yet?
I'm going to say I haven't, because I'm waiting for the full game release. I think it's going to be really fun to really sink your teeth into, and with all of what that brings, I think it's the sort of game that you can just say to your friends, if they've not even been racers before, right, jump in and have a really good go.
Well, here is your top 10s as things go. We've just had a look there at GTP Hypercar onto LMP2, and things really starting to, I would have said calm down, Justin, but that's far from it, is it?
Especially since we've seen after the pit stops a lot of aggression to close the gaps pretty quickly and make some of the passes. LMP2 is a good example of that, what we just seen. But GTD, for example, though, WSR, for example, going to have to sort out a way to break up the Drago cars because they've been working in town perfectly this entire window. All the Porsches lined up about 4th, all back to 11. A lot of Porsches in the top of the field, but not able to get to the very tippy top yet.
Less than 10 seconds covering the top 16 cars in GTD. That just shows the level of intensity in that particular field here on track. So that is your Hour 1 update here for the 2026 iRacing Daytona 24 Hours powered by VCO. It's Paul Smith, it's Jake Sperry, and it's Justin Prince on the broadcast here for the opening of this race. And right now we are having a look at the overall race leader, Alexander Spetz, in that Drago racing car. He is now, what, 3 and 3/4 seconds ahead of his teammate. But the interesting one for me here, Jake, is Commander Esports. They've quietly been going about things, and they have gained, look at that, 6 places in the first hour of this race. And I don't know if Jake's got his mic muted.
We didn't have the best qualifying there to see from Commander Esports 08. I think it was a very tough qualifying that they had to deal with. They did a 32.5, so by comparison, let's put this into perspective. They were a 1/4 second slower than Drago Racing number 5 in qualifying. That was 8 places on the grid. That's how strong the field is today. A 1/4 second is 8 places. But what they've done is they've worked hard through the group. They've looked to try and pick up places where they can, and they've gained quite a bit actually in the stop too. So they've left Team Redline by 6 seconds. They've left Grid and Go Esports by a big amount. So they've got a lot of work to do. Speaking of which, you look at Effect Simulations 909, they came for a fight with Sesha Esports, these two demanding yearly pace.
Yeah, Effect Simulation acting like a nasty rash that you just can't get rid of there. They're all over the back of Zesha Esports then at the front of LMP2. These two are both desperate to try and get to the front of LMP2 and show assert their dominance on this race. The problem for them now is that the number 30 Mivano Rosso car has just split the two of them for the momentarily. That GTP Hypercar working its way through, and Effect Simulation dropping back. The race lead in GTD on the bottom of your screen there. 5 cars all together. For a while before the pit stops, Justin, it was just the top 3 that had made that break. But now, you look at it, you've got Grid and Go there, and you've got Delatraz Automotive involved in that fight as well.
Yeah, able to close up a little bit more to join into the fight. Make it a bit more packed together here. Noticing, though, in the midst of all this, at the same time, the major thing has still been that boost you were talking about off the corner. The good exit speed by the Lamborghinis seems to be all the major difference, because that little extra bit of acceleration has just mitigated and negated any sort of the draft effect in the straightaways and through the super speedway part of the racetrack here. So Drago has just worked this perfectly a part of the group here. Eventually, somebody's going to have to come up with a strategy or a good pit exit to make sure they break up the Drago cars, to break the rhythm and change this equation here.
We talked about the balanced performance at the start of this race in GTD, and we've touched on it. Lamborghini, 18 kilogram weight penalty, a 1% power reduction, and a 3% fuel cell capacity reduction as well. That's been one of the bigger hit cars, along with the Porsche as well. That Acura, though, 13 kilo weight penalty, so 5 kilos less than the Lamborghini. That same 1% power reduction and that same 3% fuel cell reduction as well. So in terms of that Acura, it's not quite carrying as much of a weight penalty, which in theory doesn't really have much of effect as 5 kilograms, but over the life of a tyre, it does have a slight effect in terms of tyre life, in terms of braking and accelerating into and out of corners, Jake.
Yeah, so you're looking around and you're thinking, right, what do you look at here in terms of 5 kilograms right now and what you're trying to deal with? It's like having, say, for example, a compact vacuum cleaner in the back of your car's difference in terms of its comparison, about 5 kilograms. It's not much, but you think you're trying to shed as much weight as you can on a car. It makes a huge difference as you go out there over the course of a stint. So imagine that you got to try and keep something like that going. It's difficult. Enzo Benito really being hounded at the moment here in this race by Jake Dennehan and the GridandGo.com Esports 001. Who are really trying to make it work, and a lot in the GTP hypercar, seeing that Ferrari 499s are the way to go. They've got no weight penalty, they've got no fuel penalty, all they've got is a throttle reduction of 1.75%, which is, as it stands, the second biggest power reduction over the course of racing.
Certainly is, but it is the favoured car here, and it's showing. That is for sure. Top of GTP hypercar is Ferrari. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all together up there. But Enzo Benito and Jake Dennehan, both drivers of both teams, have lost positions in the opening of this race. So they're trying to just stabilise things, stem the bleeding a little bit and try and move back forward. The problem is they're just not meeting the lap times of those cars in front of Drago Racing, of Coanda Esports there, Justin.
Yeah, they're about a tenth or two over the past 5 laps off compared to what the race leaders are doing. And over time, those 1 to 2 tenths averages just stack up significantly. That's why the gap's gone to already 11 seconds here with how the margin's gone. So there's not much they can really do here at this point of the race, except quite simply just race it out and see where strategy takes them and hope for a bit of attrition to close up some of the gaps. But for here, it seems as though Benito and for Dennehan, they seem to have top 5 cars, but it's not top of the echelon cars with those small bits of differences that they have on the setups compared to what the Drago cars and what Coanda's Elvis Rankin have done for their setup.
It's worth noting as well, if you're losing a tenth of a second a lap, so across 10 laps, that is going to be a full second. We expect there to be around about, what, 860 or so laps in this race, Jake? That is a lot of times we're losing across that length of race.
It doesn't seem like much, and this is why we look at 24-hour races and we say, well, if you're within a lap by the time you reach 2 hours to go, you're still in the race. It's because that you're not actually losing that much time over the course of a lap. It does sound like a lot when you say, oh, I've lost a lap. But you've got to remember, you can have issues out there that cost you 2, 3, 4, 5 laps if you just lapse that concentration for 2 seconds out of 24 hours worth of racing. So I wouldn't say it's too big of a concern right now. I think it's a concern when they jump over 30 seconds behind and go, well, now we're really going to have to dig with our next drivers to go and make it happen. brilliant racing action going on here between Garrett Berry here at Solpec Precision Racing 112 and the 004 grid and go car of Sven Haase, who is now looking to try and really jump up, get back to Jesse Telkala, who is there, the other grid and go car in front. I think once those two grid and go cars get together, they can start working on their strategy and thinking, right, how do we tackle then heading towards 1/4 of the race distance?
We've seen the effect of having teammates out there at the front of the field has really had out there on the grid. You look at GTP, how the GTP hypercars are led by two Drago cars. Look at the top of GTD, Drago Racing, once again, two teammates at the front of the field. Justin, it gives you so much of a comfort blanket, doesn't it? Having that teammate to work with you and to try and keep up and keep at the front of the field.
It's why the Drago Racing situations worked out there in that situation. Just notice, though, that's broken up in GTD with WSR. That's now gone to the front all of a sudden there, and a plummeting 8/10, 9/10 difference for the 68. So that's broken up. So to get to the point of the question, it's very important as a team to make sure if you want to win this race, you've got to stay in sync. And right now, the in-syncness has broken up here for the first time today. You see things have splintered here as the 69 has plummeted far back in the order behind the Porsches.
I've just seen what's happened with it, and it has been a poorly timed bump into turn one. The Drago teammates got it wrong.
So there we go. So issues for GTD. WSR Esports then to the head of your GTD field with Drago in second now, 1 second back from them. Here we go. Here's a replay of exactly what happened. So Jake called it. Bit of planning to bump draft, and bang, gets a bit too much into the back of it. WSR Esports take advantage of it as a massive off track. Questionable rejoin, but only just clean. But Justin, that's huge in terms of GTD.
That absolutely changed the complexion of things and opens up the can of worms for everyone else to go for it. Already, the pressure is on to try and close up the gaps again because that splintered the pack by a sizable margin with Hart having things gap out for his group. But for the 69, you're talking about needing to gain back the full second. Was about to say the one thing. That's the worst thing that can happen if you're in teammates in sync. If you get your signals crossed at all, Paul, like a braking zone, like a strategy difference, it can end up spelling disaster, and we just seen that early on in this one.
We've got the leading LMP2 onto pit road as GTP traffic is working its way through GTD. The second pit stop cycle is now underway in Sesha Esports. Balazs Pala is onto pit road into the stall. No change of driver for them for now, so they're going to stay exactly where they are. But we saw that last time, Jake, that the Sesha Esports team did take that earlier pit stop by 1 lap, and that allowed Effect Simulation to get into the lead.
It did, but at the same time, they didn't really have a choice on it. They'd driven so aggressively over that opening stint, it had to be the call to jump them down into the pits and make the decision that they have done. So now as it sits for everybody else who's trying to work a way forward, make the race work for them, I would now look at where everybody else is in this group and say, look, you've now got a car that is at the front, that has leading pace, that can't sustain its fuel. The longer that goes on, Paul, the more likely they're going to drive themselves out of contention rather than into it.
It's almost like that you want to put the pressure on them in the lead, don't you, Jake? And keep them pushing as hard as they can at the front.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'd do if I'm Effect Simulations. I don't mind if they take the race lead coming out of the stops. If we're continuing to get a lap here and a lap there on a car like that, what we can do with that is build a buffer, and it's all about counting back to the end of the race. So if you're looking at the difference between I've got to make a 40-minute stop compared to a 20-minute stop, it's the difference. In saying that, though, they only got a lap here again. So obviously those laps that they spent at the front, it's pretty much all hands on deck, everybody to pit road.
So pretty much the same laps then that they've both done, both Sessa and Effect Simulation, because as you point out, it's that one lap again difference. So it's not like Effect Simulation have been able to go that extra lap again like they did in the first stint. So that's going to be key to have a look at that, whether it's still just one lap difference towards the middle of the race. But pretty much everybody, apart from the two that pitted a lap earlier the first stint, they're onto pit road in LMP2. So we've got a pit party going on right now. At the front of the field, it's worth pointing out, and Jake pointed this out in our commentary booth, that Coanda Esports have caught up, Justin. Third place has caught up to second in your GTP hypercars.
Yeah, on the average, they've been a tenth or two quicker than the two machine. And Elvis Rankin, remember, very well experienced, picked up a championship at Skip Barber competition back in 2022 in real life, but has also been one of the competitors who's really built his name on iRacing. Rose up in some of the spec cars in terms of his skill set, some of the production cars as well. Raced with those competitors, gained opportunities through sim racing to jump into the real world, which led to that championship in 2022, has parlayed his sim racing experience into opportunities in the past few years with Coanda. He's one of the top talents, and he's still a very young driver, around just 18 years old, mind you, at the moment. So it's going to be, for him, a big showing of the talent, but what they expect from Elvis Rankin with this much of a close-up here to get up to the two.
Yeah, it's really intriguing to see how this is all panning out then for Elvis Rankin and co. I can tell you that the 19, there's yellow flags for the 19 WSR Esports Black, they've had issues. Meanwhile, people are taking part in their own races as well in other splits, and it's VeRatech Keenan, who has done commentary work for us actually here on iRacing broadcasts. Keenan's currently doing a charity stream right now, and he is raising money for charity of his choice, and he's right now putting that race on and taking part in this one, and his team, Team Rick, one of our production crew, takes part with Team Rick as well, so it is a team that's well known in this outfit, and VeRatech is there. Well, he's not currently driving, but he is streaming. We'll give you some more things for people who are more looked at people who are streaming elsewhere. Here's have a look then at what happened to WSR Esports Black. That's into the Western Horseshoe, and it's going to be a little bit of a contact with GTD and the LMP2 from behind. Around it goes. Fortunately, you've got a big swathe of grass on the infield that you can get yourself navigated back onto track. So that's what happened to the 19. In GTP Hypercar, number 33, we're on board with right now, running the way through the chicane, through the Le Mans chicane, and that's the BMW M. Yes, the BMW M Team Redline car. I do believe it says 33 on the car, but on my timing screen it says number 3.
Yeah, you've got the same one as me, that there, Paul. And so as you look at it, Diogo Pinto currently there, proving that numbers can be always a very difficult thing out there to try and put through. But they've got Jake Dennehan and Enzo Benito in front. So great work actually over this stint by Diogo Pinto to claw his way back onto these drivers and to shake off Josh Rogers there in the 091 by about 3.5 seconds. So that's critical in terms of what they've done. And Effect Simulations, they've just changed positions for the lead. Nathan Olsen's doing exactly what we thought that the Effect would do. They'll sit on the back of the Hungarian-based team there of Sesha and say, right, Balázs, it's your chance to go and push. And I will say, that is the prettiest livery in the entire field, and you cannot change my mind there from Sesha Esports.
There we go. We've got a marker laid down there from Jake Sperry, everybody. And if you do have any complaints, do write into Jake Sperry, 123 Wood Lane, London, W whatever. Anyway, so it is Zesha Esports at the front of LMP2 once again, sorting themselves out in all of that. But Effect Simulations up 2 places, and interestingly, change of driver for MapPerformance.com in 3rd place in LMP2. It's now Vicente Aparicio who's in behind the wheel of that car. So what can he do after getting out of the car handed over by Aaron Vasquez in that Matt Performance car? But they've been moving forward, Justin, up 2 places into 3rd place in LMP2.
Yeah, slowly getting better, noticing from them as well what they can do at this point. Just consistently hit their marks. They don't have the pole, so there is a chance they fall back. At least a couple seconds to Gelotraz and company. Keep in mind, when you have the choo-choo train, there's so much more speed they can build up because that straight line on the racetrack, whether it's GTP and Hypercar, whether it's LMP2. We'll say with this pack you're seeing built up once again on the racetrack. At this point, the focus seems to be pretty simple. Hit the marks, be able to make sure you have no issues in the braking zones, try and power your way ahead. These cars, for reference, with the draft and LMP2s are the 138s. Those without the draft are the 139s. Big differences there, Paul, in speed, just with that little bit of slipstream.
Speed and power, indeed, as a certain Jeremy Clarkson would say. We have got some of our GTP hypercars, some of the earlier stoppers are heading onto pit road right now. So the first of our GTP pit stops are happening here at this moment in time. So we're getting to that point of the race where we'll look towards the overall leader to see when they're going to head down onto pit road. It's not quite yet though for them. But I can tell you, Commander Esports, they're onto pit road from second place. Sorry, Jake.
Yeah, and I am starting to see driver changes. So both Movano Rosso and Movano Rossa have changed their drivers. So Giuseppe Lafaro in at Movano Rosso. Movano Rossa is Loic Rabier. Red line streaming live on Twitch at the moment. There is the ever mercurial Luke Crane in the top right corner at the moment. Having a look there at Diogo Pinto down in the bottom left. And they are going to be really trying to pull what they can out of it, because they've also got the BMW M-Team connection that is there, and so they're trying to get that red line car up and doing what they can.
Yeah, always great to see the different teams also streaming out there and giving their point of views of this race. So yeah, the currently Team Redline streaming out there on Twitch. Do check them out. Well, actually, I'd prefer it if you stayed with us, to be honest.
Yeah.
And we'll just give you a little bit of a glance at what people are doing out there on streams. But yeah, definitely, we should be expecting these cars heading onto pit road. It should be this time by, actually, should they? So let's see how they do onto pit road. Bit of traffic for the number 3, so Diogo Pinto working his way through. As I say, former Porsche Esports Super Cup champion, and he is working his way through the GTDs. And do you know what? Actually, there's the hypercars, the GTP hypercars are staying out, mostly apart from Redline, who are onto pit road right now, hitting their marks, hitting the pit lane speed limits. And so far, do you know what, Jake? I've not seen that many black flags for speeding in pit road.
No, they've been very, very good at hitting their marks, and it's something that we expect to see. If you want to try and win a race like this, you need every single element of this race to go correct. That means you've got to be brilliant at every corner, every apex. You've got to be better at putting the power on the exit, carrying the corner speed, and then the most critical phase of the race, which most people in the mid-level can improve on. How good are you on your in-lap? How good are you at hitting your marks? How good are you on your outlap? Those are the 3 key things that win championships out there. It was what made Gregor Hutu so brilliant and get 5 world titles. On board with Laissez back for the moment for Team Alta, the Dane, at the moment with Manuel Troncoso just in front. And look how busy it's getting there with the two Blue Mercure cars there of Andrea Bristow and Emanuele Olivieri just in front. They're trying to catch the two Williams Gaming Club cars. The Team Williams F1 Team Gaming cars that are there in front, and then to catch those up in front. It's busy. You've got to really work for it.
Yeah, you are working for it. As the GTP Hypercar leader is onto pit road, so Alexander Spex onto pit road for Drago Racing. The two teammates together onto pit road. Here's the GTD field. Is there going to be any change? No, there's not. Backing off into turn number 1. But here we go. GTP Hypercars onto pit road for their latest pit stops. Now, I did notice, and by the way, for those watching along on our Twitch feed here today, I have got the chat open here. I did notice somebody asking earlier, how is this whole race organised? How is it sorted out? How do you get these particular teams out there on track? Well, our very own Justin Prince is going to give us a little bit of a quick explanation about that.
Yes, indeed, as you say, when it comes to that, hold on, a bit of contact in the background there. That was a little bit of argy-barginess.
Sesha. It was Sesha Esports and Norby Kish.
So big contact between the classes there as we look at Lasse back on Twitch giving his point of view. But yes, back to you, Justin, about how we do sort out these races and get them all together.
Well, each driver, as you know, has an I rating that determines essentially throughout the races how well they perform in those races in their career. You do well in a race, you get a high rating. You do bad in a race, you lose I rating, for example. Now, as a team, that all averages out for when you sign up for a session for an event such as this. And so how that then works for the splitting is then the top teams for your I rating number, for your team's average, then account for where you get them placed for a session. For example, you have drivers in the 10,000s on the racetrack. Those will get top priority or the top split. But say if you have somebody that's more of a team average of 3,000 or 5,000, they would then get probably below, if you fall below the lowest driver in the top split, you would get that put into the second split. If you're below those in the next, say, 59, 60 teams, you'd be then put into the third split, and so forth. It's basically on the app with the math, how well the I rating is for your team, and also then how the I rating stacks up against those who sign up, and then it splits you accordingly to put you into what will be mathematically, based on your I ratings, a very comparative field for you to race against speed-wise. So you're racing against people that you're not just going to be potentially familiar with, but also going to be competitive together against.
Yeah, certainly, and it gives you that race, it gives you that competitive race that wouldn't be fair if you had one of these world champions competing in a race with somebody who was just out of rookies. So yeah, it gives you a like-for-like race out there. Conditions, well, it's quite cool out there. Overcast temperature. It is 20 degrees air temperature in the Celsius. That's obviously different on the Freedom units. 22 degrees Celsius track temperature there we saw on screen. Here's a look then at GTP, 4th place out of pit road then, and it is, sorry, for 6th place should I say, and it's Porsche Coanda swapping places with Team Redline. Now don't forget, Porsche Coanda, they pitted earlier than Team Redline, so their tyres will be a little bit more up to temperature and pressure. That gives them a bit of extra grip there, Jake.
It does, and they're using it very wonderfully there. Josh Rogers straight through on Enzo Benito, who's still trying to find the ropes. And in front of that, there was a wonderful pass on that last lap there from Diogo Pinto against Jere Leitinen, who's just jumped in for gridandgo.com esports 001. So they are really starting to move back in together and do everything they can. But they've also got to remember, on the back of this, we've said nothing about them. They didn't qualify the carpool in qualifying. BMW M Team Burosud Plus competition. Owen Carroll has brought that car to 8th, and I will argue has brought the car into a top 5 battle in an hour and a half.
Yeah, they've certainly been working their way forward. 6 places gained from where they started for that BMW M Team BS competition. And they're working their way forward through the inside there of Enzo Benito in that Team Red Line number 4. Enzo Benito, oh, he's fighting back though in all of this through the International Horseshoe. But that car on the outside gets on the power a little bit earlier. It's got the inside for the dog leg through this left-hander. Very quick left-hander. Onto the brakes, though. This is the opportunity for the Team Redline car. But is it going to get held up by the LMP2? Well, as long as BS Competition, that team, the BMW M Team BS Competition car stays alongside, which they don't. So Team Redline hold on to that position for the time being, but it's 5 places lost now here, Justin, for Enzo Benito. That Team Redline car just falling backwards here at this stage.
It's been the same situation what we've seen with Pinto, but more aggressive on the fall off. Notice this from the onset when they fell back 3 spots immediately and lost touch to the main group. For whatever reason, they've just not been today having the exact long run by that 10th or 2, and it's stacking up more so by 2 to 3 tenths, I'd argue, with the 4 machine, and that's putting him so much up for grabs, especially for passing chances here. At this point, it's going to be a lot to think about for later on how they approach once they do make a driver swap. As you see the full driver changes here, they are tied for the biggest droppers in the field.
Yeah, so in that GTP hypercar field, you're absolutely right there. Enzo Benito in that Team Redline car, loss of 5 places. Like Rebier in that Movano Rosa car has lost 5 places as well. LMP2, the big loser so far. Peter Zuber in that Grid and Go car, down 4 places. The big gainer, I mean, it's not really been any big gainers. It's Nathan Olson and Vicente Aparicio are up 2 places there for Effect Simulation and MapPerformance.com. In your GTD field as well, there's been some big movers in all of this. Of course, Johan Half in that GTD, that Drago GTD car, up 5 places, looking down the field. 9 places gained for Luke Perez down there in 14. Lucas Perez in that Simify Esports car started 50th overall. It's currently up there in 41st place, so some big moving going on in GTD. Dino Felipe as well, up 13 places in this race in that SDR sim racing car. So there have been some big losers here, Jake, but there's been some big winners as well, especially in GTD.
Well, you can't have a big winner without a big loser. Let's just put it like that into perspective. If one car's going to go up the order, one car's going to have to go down it, and that's just the reality of racing. But I think GTD has been the most interesting so far, because we've still got a 9-car train for the race lead at the moment, and that is huge. On the back of it is Thomas Ronha and Aero Esports. So it's M Esports with Rafael Renhof, who's trying to chase, with Corentin Grenier for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, and then Norby Kish for Sesha, who got the tag from Movano earlier on in the stint. But this group of 9, anyone at the moment can stamp their name with authority and go, I want to break away from this pack. No one wants to because of saving fuel, but critically again, Drago want to take time lead at the front of this field. WSR seeded the race lead with Martin Kadlacik. They'll sit in the tank, play the fuel game and work through. Now, most of these cars have a 3% fuel tank reduction, so are 97% on the fuel. That's why they're not hitting the hour.
It's like the Queen song, I want to break free. Well, unfortunately, it's not working out for them here in GTD. And so Drago, as you say, at the front of the field, but it is incredibly close then in GTD. I could tell you that there's 20 seconds covering the top 11 in GTD, so it is incredibly close. Just going back to talking about how the race splits work out, the different servers work out, and how it's worked out on iRacing. For this time slot here, so for the race time that we started, what was that, an hour and 40 minutes ago, 43 separate races are going on right now, as Effect Simulation getting caught out in GTD traffic, and that's allowed Zessa Esports to just hold on to the position. But I do get the feeling that those two are fighting it out once again, Justin.
A little bit of aggressiveness popping up once again. We've seen this around this point of the stint earlier on. For reference, they're already about 11-12 laps in, so the tires have been worked in to temp, and now it seems like Effect Simulations wants to say, why don't maybe try a lead a little bit if there's an opportunity. But the urgency, I think, is also picking up, because the more the traffic comes in, the more time they can potentially lose. If they lose touch of the strap, this hurts their drafting strategy and fuel strategy as well, to be able to keep extending compared to what the 90 is doing. If they lose toe, it puts them essentially on par potentially on those stint lengths if it adds up long term.
We'll see how this pans out. This is a long old race. We're not even 2 hours in, and this has been already a full race worth of action going on in just this first hour and 40 minutes. Absolutely sensational stuff here from the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours powered by VCO. Down into turn number 1 then. They've got a GTD between them now of Zessa Esports and Effect Simulation, so that Williams F1 team gaming car just having to get out of the way. Let's take a look then at a replay. Bottom of your screen here. This is what happened a lap earlier, as Justin, you touched on this. This was all the shenanigans that was going on in a lap earlier.
Yes, exactly. Watch this right here, because you have GTDPs in the middle. That little bit of contact right there actually is what cost them so much ground in the first place amongst that fight. Just slid the tire to the rears. Good catch to be able to hold on for Effect Simulations and get back to a spot. That traffic is the worst, though. To go 3 wide into the International Horseshoe, not normally a circumstance you want to have. That's why there was so much to squeeze play in the first place, where they're trying to go 2 3/4 lanes when it was 3.
As we are reaching this point now, it's worth pointing out Coanda Esports, they're still in 3rd place. They've not been able to get ahead of Drago Racing and GTP Hypercar, so they're sticking where they are in those 2 Ferraris for the time being. So it's Drago Racing first, Drago Racing second, Coanda Esports in 3rd overall in your standings. Zesha Esports, Effect Simulation and Delatraz Automotive rounding out the top 3 in LMP2. And in GTD, Drago ahead of WSR Esports White and Williams F1 Team Gaming, rounding out the top 3 in GTD. Justin, let's throw it to you, because as we keep an eye on these sort of racing, it's been intrigued. Not Justin, sorry, Jay. I've spoken to you a bit, Justin. This is the problem. I've got 2 people with the name starting with J in the commentary booth here. So I was going to get it wrong at some point. This is live broadcasting. But Jake, what are you thinking now? We're getting close to that 2 hour point. Are we seeing now a pattern developing as to who are the ones to keep an eye on, or is it still a little bit too early because we've not seen everybody get a driver change in yet?
Well, I'm thinking we should get Joe Peake and Joey Atterbury in here just to make your life exponentially hard, Paul. I'll say that much. But I'm thinking at 2 hours in, especially in GT Hypercar, I think you're looking at that being quite spread out. Drago will be very happy with what they've done, but by no means have they sealed the deal this early on in the race. I think they're quite happy with what they've done, but it's still a long way to go. In LMP2, I think it's the same story. Teams who are inside the top 8 right now still have a really good chance of winning this race. They've just got to try and execute on their strategies and hope luck falls their way as we watch this between Dullatra and Grid and Go. This is Sven Haase up against Darius Andre, here the Romanian, trying to go and get this pass done. But they're going to push because they've got to stay within 5 seconds of the leaders, and they're currently 5 seconds exactly behind. So lots of work for them to do. I think GTD is a little bit different, as no luck for Giuseppe Lafaro to get through at turn 1. I think GTD that is the ultimate, hey, look, everyone's going to be in a position, let's try and work. Very cheeky there by Sven Haas, so that was not what Giuseppe Lafaro was wanting to deal with, because look at what it's done for the 30 Movana Rosso car. That's brought Sven Nuller into play for Fiercely Forward Red.
Certainly did just do that indeed. It's, what is it, next week it's the Royal Rumble. I get the feeling that GTD is a bit like that, isn't it? That it's a bit of a Royal Rumble, and we're going to have to see who comes out as the last one standing in the ring here.
What is it, 30 cars over the catch fence, last one with 2 tyres touching the floor goes on to Driving Mania.
There we go. Justin, we're going to get a look at a few more Twitch feeds as well as we're going along. And the next one I can tell you is somebody who I've commentated on. I've actually commentated with this man as well. So we'll give it a second. We're just having to wait for us to get the feed up properly, Justin. But yeah, we're certainly looking around the different Twitch feeds and different personalities. We've seen some of the teams. We've seen Lasse back with his feed. We've seen VeRatech doing a charity stream. There's all sorts of different people getting involved in streaming here on iRacing, and I think it's tremendous to see these opportunities. Can you tell I'm trying to fill some time here whilst we get this feed back, because because the person that we've gone to and that we're trying to go to has actually gone to ad break right in the middle of us trying to show this person. Oh, there he is then, the mustachioed man himself, Matt Malone. I've commentated with Matt. It was a punishment for him for his driving in a Porsche race once.
That's a punishment to do commentary?
Well, it was for him anyway.
I mean, technically with live streaming, it's commentating, but in a more relaxed form. But in all seriousness, though, I think having opportunities to stream this event, it allows more people to be able to experience what these cars are like and be able to experience the racing. Was doing the math, for example, for the splits, you're talking more than 2,000 people alone, 2,000 teams alone, not just people that are taking part right now. So it's a good way to keep track of what your fellow drivers are doing, what your favorite streamer is doing, what your favorite person is doing. It allows that interactivity, and it's great to see how some of these drivers are interacting. We'll say, I think Matt's in both the pit as we've seen on the screen. So he's got to make sure these blue flags are kept in mind. You can see him just squeezing a little bit of the traffic.
Yeah, absolutely. And it also gives you a sight as well of the different servers, the different splits of this race as well. So we're not just showing it. Yeah, of course we're going to focus on this top split race here. But as we've had a change of position in GTP Hypercar, Commander Esports moving ahead of Drago Racing, so splitting up that monopoly at the front of GTP Hypercar. But it gives you that opportunity. If you look across Twitch, you know, you've got our feed here on Twitch. You can have in another tab your favourite streamer, if that's Matt Malone or someone like a Jamie Fluke or Lasse Bach or the Team Redline feed or any of the others that we've seen here. But it gives you that view across the different splits here, Jake, of seeing what the different races are doing and how they're going.
It does, and when you see all sorts of amazing creators out there and giving as much as they can as possible to go and say, look, we love endurance racing, we're going to go out, we're going to do an effort, we're going to put a team in on the board, you then sit up and say, look, this is where we say you've got to be, you know, ambassadors at that point for iRacing, because this is a huge event. This is a great opportunity to say what you're all about. And, you know, the best moments that some people have come from those 24-hour races, because you never know what chat's going to bring up or anything like that. And Paul, of course, you know from your streaming elements as well just how critical it is. And the likes, of course, of things like Creator Series that comes up into the picture and says, look, this is what the creators of iRacing love to do, love to race in the series that go through. Battling happening everywhere right now, because Drago in a little bit of a position as Team Alta want to try and push them along, because they have just dropped away from the two blue Mercure cars in 5th and 6th. So they're desperately trying to find a way back to Andrea Bristow.
We are starting to see some of our GTDs onto pit road. Norby Kiss has brought his car down along with a few others as well. So we're starting to get to see some of the second half of the field heading onto pit road in GTD. 10 minutes short of the hour, you're seeing, Justin, the effect of not having that full fuel cell here, that full 100% fuel cell available to you. That's having a big effect in terms of strategy.
It absolutely is, and I will say, for some of the races I've seen from the 24s in preparation, as you see some of the other class members coming in, it is about the lap mark I was expecting, around the 31 to 33 lap mark on the distance. But the big thing to me is, quite simply, you're talking about this now stacking up the other way in terms of the minutes here, where you're going to have more than the 23, 24 stops potentially here. So it is going to still be about, for a lot of these teams in the backwards way, how do you set up for the short fuel for hour 23 compared to right now? As hearing, we had some drivers with some black flags pop with 177 just picked one up, Paul.
There's actually two of them. Altitude Freem Esports have also picked up a black flag as well through pit road. So drama for two teams. Now ME Sports, they've still got the black flag, so that sounds like it's a pit exit issue in terms of either speeding or crossing a line somewhere, whereas that Altitude Freem Esports team, it was on pit entry, so big drama for them. Change of drivers happening. Cody Deeth is in the Falcon Sim Racing team car. They're onto pit road along with Team 75 Bernhardt and also the Sinton Motorsport car onto pit road. So a few more GTDs onto pit lane here, Jake, and I think you are seeing an element of experience going on as well in terms of managing fuel in these big packs of GTDs.
Well, talk about moments of trying to get position. I've just taken a look at Beckham Jasier now up to second for that number one Williams F1 gaming team car. So that is a pretty big jump from them to say, look, we're going to get the clearance on WSR Esports. We're at risk of losing Drago here, so we've got to get on the noisy pedal, and we have got to get our track position for the pit stops. And while drivers come in, you're looking at trying to mitigate as many mistakes as possible, and we're seeing that now with the small mistakes that are starting to be made. I missed my marks by a couple mile an hour. I choose, and this is what you're going to see. Some drivers and some teams will choose not to use their pit limiter on pit exit because they want to try and get to that average speed up. Remember, it's whatever it is kilometers an hour speed limit, but if you're half a kilometre an hour above, you can play with that limit. So that's what they're trying to do. But look at how they're pushing, as everybody is going to come in except for the Williams car. So Drago in, WSR in, Blue Mercure, Drago, Alta Aero, couple of teams. So both Williams cars and one of the Blue Mercures have got an extra lap.
It's 88 kilometres an hour. There you go, Jake. Just, just for your info there. Yes, so we've had quite a few GTDs, but yeah, you're right, absolutely right there. Both Williams F1 Team Gaming cars staying out there. So too that Blue Mercure eSport car, Emmanuel Olivieri, is there out on track as well for an extra lap. So 32 laps managed by the leaders of GTD. There'll be 33 laps managed by those Williams cars and the Blue Mercure car as well, as we have a look. A little bit darker out there, but in sim, I think that's just with the cloud cover, with the overcast nature, because in sim it's 15:56 is the time, or 3:56 if you're not used to a 24-hour clock. So it's getting towards later in the afternoon in sim, and the one thing that there's always one thing that you always forget to check. It's sunset time in sim here today, because that's when we start to see those floodlights take effect and the headlights on the cars take effect here, and it looks spectacular, does sunset around here at Daytona, doesn't it, Justin?
It does, and we see that tint of orange that can pop up around this track that brings that extra bit of color in. turns into a flurry of headlights. Here come the Williams machines, by the way, as they peel on down. Usually, that sign that we're about to go into the full darkness is when all those headlights start to brighten up around this racetrack and bring that shine, bring those difficulties on braking marks as it gets tougher and darker on the racetrack. Some of the GTP hypercars ready to duke it out here. Looking at something outside, one of the Quenta entries.
Yeah, that's Joshua Rogers then for Porsche Coanda around the outside of Jere Lehtinen in that Grid and Go 001 car. So change of position in GTP hypercar, and Enzo Benito. We've not really talked about him much apart from dropping down to that 7th place. He stemmed the bleeding and he's now actually on the tail of that gridandgo.com esports car. So Team Redline, they're there and thereabouts. You can never write out Team Redline, in my opinion, when it comes to events like this. Plunge you, the latest one to have a look at on our Twitch feed, fellow Twitch streamers going through his race, although currently not driving the car. So again, another one of our Twitch streamers out there on track in their particular race, and they're going well in that one. Just having a look through some of the new menu, of course, the new UI that has come to iRacing, and you can really customize that UI as well. It really is a lot simpler to customize that UI than it used to be. So getting a little bit of a look at that as well, Jake. It's very nice of him to do some advertising for us there.
Oh, it always is. He's a wonderful, wonderful character to go and talk to. He's always happy. He's always got something to say that says, look, I had a great time racing. But you're absolutely right. When it comes to iRacing, you've got those UI updates that are there. It's something where you can now move everything across the screen, where everything was a little bit more rigid back on the old UI. So right now you can do what you need to. For example, at least on my set when I go into iRacing, I have all the replay functions down on the bottom, but then I truly split it out, use as much space as I can to see with the camera angles that I've got. iRacing, the greatest sandbox out there for racing. There's so much incredible things you can do here on this sim.
Certainly is. As we progress forward towards the hour mark, I can tell you in GTD that the Williams F1 team gaming cars of Beckham Jasier and Parker White, they've held on to the race lead in GTD after pit stops, and Blue Mercure Esports Emmanuel Olivieri is in 3rd place. WSR Esports, change of driver for them. Lorenzo Manfredotti is now behind the wheel for them in 4th place. And Drago Racing, Alex Dunn, 5th place ahead of Daniel Antunes in 6th place. So a big sort of changing of the guard here, Justin, in GTD.
Yeah, the Drago cars, can't tell it's just with the way the pit cycle fared out or it's just some of the struggles. They've been able to at least find themselves, at least to situate themselves on their approach. Alex Dunn, amongst the drivers now behind the wheel from F2, to be able to gain some experience on the virtual track here today. Down one of the top drivers for Drago now working with Antunes to be able to try and sort things out there. But this lead group, you see the overlap now with the LMP2 leaders, just trying to make sure they find a way to stay well bunched up. The traffic has really spread them apart by 8/10 because of that peel away for Beckham Jasier.
Just talk to Alex Dunn about Red Bull. As we go through the back straight there in towards the Le Mans chicane, onto the brakes once again, and you pointed it out there, just a little bit of a spreading out of the field because of that traffic coming through. The effect simulation car of Nathan Olsen it was that was getting his way through your GTD field. And well, it's at this point I'm actually going to speak directly to our Twitch chat and say, if you've got any questions, I'm probably going to regret this, but if you've got any questions there in the Twitch chat, then please do ask away. Send your questions in to us here. I can't promise that we will be able to answer everything, but certainly we will do our best to at least be able to go through the answers. Here is how the lead changed in GTD, Jake. and it's all on that pit stop strategy. There you see that WSR Esports car, just not up to those cars at the front.
Oh, and you see on as well live just how hard Emanuele Olivieri was fighting with Parker White. Try and get second place there. It's tough out there at the moment as we go over then to some brilliant battling here with your GTP hypercars as Jere Lehtinen is not giving up the ghost, at least at the moment right now, because I need to fight hard with Enzo Benito. He's gone through and that's put him back up to 6th place, and they're trying to stay with Josh Rogers best they possibly can. Having to cut there, did Enzo Benito through. Wasn't going to get much luck with Peter Beidert there from Stint 1 Motorsport, so just about had to get the clearance through to work on by. But again, some great passes coming through, and I am going to note as well in GTD that Drago are on the charge as well, trying to get some places. Alex Dunn and Danny Antunes both through on Lorenzo Manfredotti at WSR Esports White.
As we go through onto pit road come the effect simulations car, so pit stops happening in LMP2 right now as we reach the top of the hour here in this race. 2 hours done, just a 22 hours to go in this one. This is the iRacing Daytona 24 hours powered by VCO here on the iRacing eSport network of channels. It's Paul Smith, Jake Sperry and Justin Prince bringing you all of the action for the first portion of this race. As I am seeing we're getting a few questions in the Twitch chat here, so do keep them coming in and we'll answer those very shortly indeed. But you can see on the timing tower on the left hand side the top 11 of LMP2, and you can physically see them now on screen. All onto pit road here, Justin. It's that pit party once again, and we're going to be seeing this pretty much all race long.
Yep, back at the 24-lap mark once again for a vast majority of the field. The interesting thing about this time into the window this time, though, is where Cesra is going to mark up. Remember, they've been offset the one time. That fuel balance I talked about with effect simulations did come to fruition, where it equalized out to only a 1, maybe 1.5 lap difference on their fuel tank here. And you see the big difference on the interval pop up after pit stops. Looks like effect actually holding on with Cesar losing a lot of ground, as you see the GTDs on track.
As we carry on through, we're getting a little bit of a rewind there. Back to live pictures then, as we go through the Le Mans chicane. Of course, those of us of a certain age, certain vintage, will remember that as the bus stop chicane. But in that partnership between the ACO and IMSA in getting the culmination and the conflagration of the regulations of prototypes, they went and did a partnership. So it's the Le Mans chicane and it's the Daytona chicane at Circuit de la Sarthe. Here's the 001. Oh, so close in towards the back of that Porsche Coanda car. And that's going to drop the Grid and Go car down to 8th place in this race after that one little mistake. It's so easily done, and you see it so many times, Jake, don't you?
You just see how aggressive you need to be around the cars around you, and taking that kink at turn 5 actually tells you a lot about how you need to drive. So when you're trying to run a little bit wider there and you're trying to get around cars, you've got to make sure you hit your marks on the brakes on the inside, because it's such a late turn in for apex as you go through. So now as we get an understanding of exactly how that came about, we'll take another look here on the replay. This is the look from behind from the Porsche Coanda car then that goes through. So look, here's the Coanda car and how it looks. So you can see, just the 25 having to jump out of the way, and that's how quickly you get it wrong. You miss a mark by 5 meters, you go sailing 50.
And I will say as well, great work from the Impulse car in GTD to just recognise that GTP car, the Grid and Go car, was never making that corner, and so therefore missed that car out. Let's take a look then at how things stand at the top of the hour then. And well, let's have a look first of all, at what's coming up, because next race in the World of Outlaws Pro Series, we've got Eldora Speedway. Check that out on the 19th of January, just a couple of days' time. 8 p.m. Eastern Time here on the iRacing Esports network of channels. And, well, if you love your dirt racing, you'll be noticing all the new dirt effects that are coming along there. And then the IndyCar Thrustmaster Pro Series is continuing. Last time out, they were at Portland. You see the action there, but next time out on the 22nd, 8 p.m. Eastern Time again, they're heading to possibly the greatest IndyCar track of all time, Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Make sure you check out that series. It certainly is excitement all along in that IndyCar Thrustmaster Pro Series. Let's take a look then at how things stand at the moment. It's Drago Racing who are leading GTP Hypercar by 4.5 seconds over Commander Esports and their teammates of Drago Racing in third. BMW M Team Redline, fourth and fifth, with Porsche Commander and BMW M Team BS Competition 6th and 7th. Grid and Go 001, 002, 8th and 9th with Nirvana Rosso rounding up your top 10. Rest of your GTPs, all but one on the lead lap. 14 GTPs in this particular race. LMP2 is Zesha Esports, who have got, look at that, 0.02 of a second lead across the line over Effect Simulations. Those two have been inseparable for pretty much most of this race. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage in third, ahead of the 004 and 003 Grid and Go cars. Map Performance, they were moving forward but have just dropped back down the field into sixth, ahead of Blue Mercure, WSR Esports Red, Blue Mercure Esports and Betmaster TC Esports rounding up the top 10 of LMP2. In GTD, Drago Racing lead by a 10.5 over Blue Mercure in the number 9. Drago Racing third as well, with the Williams F1 team gaming number 6 and number 1 cars, 4th and 5th with Team Alta. WSR Esports down in 7th, so they've moved down the field with Williams F1 team gaming 8th. Air Esports and Team 75 Bernhardt are down there in 10th place. The rest of your field working your way through. We have lost a couple of our GTD cars. Live Sim Racing Arnage, BS Turner also out of this race, as well as Fiercely Forward Pink and Team PGZ. So there we go. That's how things stand right now here. And well, it's worth pointing out that things are afoot in this race, and it's not so much in GTP Hypercar. Jake, you've just messaged us in the chat here. Alex Dunn is on the move.
He's not just on the move, he is on an absolute charge. He was 5th position about 2.5 laps ago as we look at LMP2 and Balazs Pilar. Andrew Dawson has now got in for the Effect Simulations 909 out there, but Alex Dunn is on an absolute tear. He has gone every single car through the group, and the thing is, Danny Antunes has also done exactly the same thing and followed through, just trying to find a way to get by Olivieri. And in fact, just as I say that, he might have just got the pick through turn 1, heading over to the International Horseshoe. Pilar clear at the front then with the 90, but critically slowing down on the inside apex was Alex Dunn. It forces side by side with his own teammate then of Daniel Antunes, and suddenly Drago are 1-2 again in GTD.
So there we go, we've got changes afoot happening in GTD, and there we see it right there on the screen. Alex Dunn for Drago Racing, number 68, leading now in GTD, up 5 places from where they started in all of this. And Team Alta, again, another place that's up 5 places, just moved ahead of the number 6 Williams F1 team gaming car. So changes of position in GTD. That GTD field is absolutely stacked, and Justin, they're inseparable, aren't they?
Yeah, no one's really been able to build a true buffer here, which is the interesting part, because normally you see a couple people break away, control the main group, then everyone else groups away into packs of 2 or 3. Did not happen today. just about everyone's been able to stay within the slipstream. The draft effect's been looking really solid with the BOP balance here today. Yes, there's a lot of Porsches, but also you've had a lot of good speed for the Lamborghinis and the Acuras here today in terms of their speed. But let's take a look coming up to see what happened in the 30 machine just moments ago. Remember some of the traffic management we've seen so far today for some of the hypercars? Well, there it is right there, a spin for one of the Movano entries into the grass, trying to pass by WSR.
Yeah, it was Movano Rosso then getting into side-to-side contact, unsettles the car, and around they go. Now, we did ask for a few questions in the chat, and a few of you have been asking for the chat. Jake, I'm going to throw this one to you. What is the most used hypercar in the field today?
Well, I'm just looking down the timing sheet, and most drivers have gone to the Ferrari 499P as an option. They are currently in your top three. They are also 5th, 7th, 9th, and 10th. So that I put as 7 Ferraris. That is half the field. Got a couple Porsche 963s, couple Acuras, and then the 2 BMW M hybrids that we traditionally get to see, and an Acura out there, of course, which is currently being piloted about by Movano Rosso then, and they always love their battling out there and do a very good job in terms of their run. Sorry, I'll correct myself. Movano Rossa are currently there with it, and Loic Rabier behind the wheel. So it is your Ferrari 499Ps that are the go-to for this running at the moment, but with balance of performances, next time we run an endurance race, it might be different.
As we're just going to have a look at a replay here on screen. So here is what's been happening to the 08. Down towards turn number 1, onto the brakes. Is this going to be a little touch? Oh, little touch, just cut across the nose ever so slightly. Didn't fully break the overlap there. And yeah, you're absolutely right. Loss of second place then in all of that. So Commander Esports dropping down behind Drago Racing. It's a Drago Racing 1-2 once again. So that's what's happening there. So that question came from JobMX4130. Justin, I'm going to throw this one to you. Firemerb asks, is this worth staying up all night to watch the whole race?
Yes, absolutely. What answer were you expecting? Yes. I mean, we as commentators, some of our crew members that we've commentated with, have gone to the actual 24 and spent the night. It's an experience that is one that's a lot different, especially when you spend the whole time up at the grandstands, let's say. It's unique to be able to build that. And the big thing is, too, when it comes to endurance racing, got the opportunity this year to call some real-world action myself. The vibe is different compared to, say, going to a stock car race where you have a good sense of positivity around the garage. The fans just love to see good racing. And you'll see that with the Daytona 24 as well, with many looking to improve their endurance on being able to see the car zip around.
I would say as well, a good thing to do is to have this on in the background, so you can, if you do need to, say, go away and make yourself some food or whatever, you can just have it on the background listening to ourselves on the commentary, and then if you hear us suddenly get excited about something, you can quickly just bring us up on screen and see, oh, what's happening, and you're keeping up to date with the race without necessarily putting all of your effort and energy into actually watching the race. So thank you very much for that question. I'll actually answer this next one. Openbound asks, are the races also streaming, or is this the only account streaming? Not every racer will be streaming this race themselves personally. We're obviously the official broadcast of this event. But there are individuals across Twitch, across YouTube, and any other streaming platforms that are streaming their point of view, not just from this particular server, not just from this particular split, but from whichever race that they are participating in as well. So that gives you a little bit as well. Jake, I'll ask you this one from Job MX 4130. What are the requirements to race in the special event?
Well, the requirements will be that your safety rating hits a various marker. So I believe you need at least a D4.0 to access racing like this. You'll need to have at least one friend. I know that for some people that can be a little tough, but you need a friend with you because you need someone to share the car with or you'll be disqualified. And critically, you need to buy the car and track. So if you have the ability to buy Daytona and to buy a car to go out there and race with and download all the others, you then have the opportunity to race in the iRacing Daytona 24 hours. It doesn't matter what your iRating is. It doesn't really matter if you've got 100 or 1,000 or 10,000 iRating. You are going to find people who will compete against you at a similar level to you, and you will have a great opportunity to tackle twice around the clock. The only other thing you need is 24 hours worth of spare time.
Yeah, that's a big thing, is that as well. Justin, as we see some of our GTP hypercars come onto pit road for their latest pit stops. So Zesh77 asks, anyone know if there's any rain at any point?
Well, that was the talking point before coming in. That is not expected. Checking the forecast right now, it is a very dry, 0% chance of rain. So to answer your question over the next few hours, not expected. But remember, with iRacing, there could potentially be change with the forecast because in real life weather changes. The expectation, though, is not expected here, Paul, is what the short answer is.
I think there was in the early the pre-event forecast, there was maybe the hint of a very light sprinkling at maybe 8 o'clock, but that's not guaranteed at all. So yeah, we're looking like we're going to be a dry race this time out this season. So yeah, I would say those of you in chat, in the iRacing Twitch chat, please do get your questions in. Do ask some more questions. We'll look to answer some of them as we go along. Meanwhile, Drago Racing from GTP Hypercar, they're onto pit road for their latest pit stop, and their teammates are right there with them onto pit road as well. So the GTP Hypercar pit cycle is underway once again, Jake.
Well, I think it's just about to end because pretty much everyone's just gone into the pits, and Drago are actually some of the last cars to jump down in. So that's going to put a big cat amongst the pigeons that the two cars that are out there doing the best at the moment are also just so happening to be the two cars that can go longer than everybody else. If that's a case of how difficult it is for everyone, here's the thing that really hurts. Those drivers who are normally the quickest, Paul, often are the best at fuel saving. And the reason why is they take the path of least resistance better than anyone else.
Certainly are doing a good job. This GTD fight is just continuing on. Drago at the front of the field have been able to manage to work their way back to the front of the field of GTD after losing out on the lead of GTD for a while, and now they're just sorting themselves out at the front here. But Blue Mercure are right there sniffing for a piece of the action. It's 2 Lamborghinis from then, 5 Porsches is the front 7, and get this, in GTD, 6 seconds. That's all, 6 seconds covers first to 11th place there, Justin.
Yeah, all very tight when it comes to this yet again. It just seems like, for the most part, the section of the draft is that strong for some of the drivers that you're able to keep up. But the main thing that is emphasized yet again, that's a little bit of traffic management in the background for some of the Porsches. But with the Lamborghinis, that straight line speed's just been there. Some of the LMP2s, a little bit of a trouble. Gonna go.
Around goes the grid and go car after contact. Kept it out the wall though, crucially. Have they got any suspension damage here? I don't think that they do. I think they've got away with that. But my goodness, that was a bit tense there. It was the Delatraz Automotive that they got involved with in that one. I'm sure we'll get a look at that in a few moments' time when we get the replay machine fired up. But yeah, that was what we would say suboptimal in the world of racing. And 2 into 1 generally does not go there, Jake.
It doesn't, but here's the issue. Sven Haase has pushed the needle there by going down to the bottom and forcing Delattre Automotive to make a decision. It was tough for Darius Andre to leave enough room there on the inside. I think he did just about enough. There was racing room. They had 2 bits of contact as Haase went through the corner, and then just as Sven Haase was trying to think, right, I've got it covered, we'll catch the replay of it now, just as he tries to cover it, look, here's the first move. He decides, I'm not going to go up and follow. I'm going to go down and force everyone to split the middle. He takes the path of least resistance. Now they're going to scrap into the corner. Yeah, just enough room given. And then just as he catches the curb, he's got a little grass on the outside. Car goes around, another tap there with Delattre, and round he goes. Sven typically finds himself in more incidents than most as drivers because he's more aggressive than most as drivers.
And here's the thing, he is an incredibly fast driver, but he is somebody who seems to be fearless and will just do everything he can to be as fast as possible. And as we've seen, in an event like this, you need that speed, but Justin, you also need consistency, and more importantly, keeping the car in one piece.
Yeah, you kind of need a car without damage here, to say the least, because I will say with some of the drivers seen, if you have contact with their tires, for example, you have the risk of bending suspension and then cost yourself time on pit road having to get that fixed with a potential mechanical flag. So you better find a way to consistently make your way through these corners. Oh my goodness, the Grid & Go machines love to put out the RG Barniers now with the Ultra machine, putting some side-by-side as a result for that one.
They're trying to sort themselves out between each other. So so Sven Haase asserting his dominance over Peter Zuber. Now Peter Zuber's going to give the bump draft to Sven to try and move him forward back towards that Delattre Automotive by Majors garage car. So LMP2 giving us a little bit of excitement in all of this here in this race. And it's calmed down just a bit, but getting a little bit heated for a little while. But now back to that GTD fight. I'll say it's fight. It's actually spread out a bit. The top 3 have broken away from Team Alta. Lassie back, just not able to hang on to Blue Mercure and the 2 Drago cars, Justin.
Yeah, noticed that a little bit. Well, that was partly because the Grid & Go machines with the elbow coming out of the in and out. But for the most part, I think it's just how the Lamborghinis have stayed in sync with their pole on straight line this entire race. They've just been that well in sync to be able to keep those gaps ahead of each other. Now, if you're some of these other drivers here, the thought process is, will they be able to get back to run like the Grid & Go machines? The rhythm is going to be so critical to get back in sync for all these drivers, whether it's LMP2, whether it's GTD, because I think a lot of these teams with the traffic so far, Paul, it's disrupted that rhythm, especially for that pack. And now, as drivers, the thought is trying to harness that back in, refocus up, get back to closing the gap to be able to maintain.
Certainly. Yeah, it's focus up, get back into place, and then move forward. Right, anyway, what we are going to do is we are going to hand over to Jake Sperry, who's going to be taking over the next portion of this broadcast. And I'm delighted to say we're going to have an interview with Tom Brown from Cosworth, who, of course, are an official partner with iRacing here. So, Jake, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Now, Tom, we're just about to get a little bit of data on screen here in terms of what is going on over the course of this race. So can you let us know, is this actually live, what we're seeing here?
Data being streamed from one of the drivers as we speak, straight into Pi Toolbox. So this is what you can do now with the data analysis tool that we've made available for iRacers.
Well, that's absolutely incredible. You see so much amazing data everywhere out there. And of course, for Cosworth and how this goes, how does iRacing fit into the landscape of developing their products?
Yeah, for us, it's a really great partnership. it's been giving so many people access to data analysis using a real world tool. But for us also, we're getting loads of feedback in terms of what are people interested in, what new features can we add, and that's coming into our pipeline all of the time. So we're constantly picking that up from the iRacing forum and from our own Discord as well. And yeah, we'll have more features that for iRacing users that will be coming very soon.
So if you're going to be very brief about this tool, and we haven't seen many, if you are brand new to iRacing, you don't quite understand what this is and how it applies, what is Pi Toolbox and how does it work within iRacing?
Sure. So Pi Toolbox is Cosworth Electronics' data analysis tool. It was originally developed for Formula One teams and is still used in Formula One today. And what we've done is we've partnered with iRacing to allow you to do what we're doing here, which is obviously stream live data directly into the tool globally. But also you can download it for free. There's a free version with built-in templates. And you can basically go and take your data and start viewing where you're losing time, where you're gaining time, help with setup, help with driver coaching. And the amazing thing is it is exactly the same tool, whether you're going to be a systems engineer and a data engineer this weekend at Daytona and next weekend you're in the real 24-hour, as it is now for the iRacing 24-hour.
It's absolutely incredible, and we see it, of course, throughout many different variants of it. You've got the 4 licensed variants, Lite, which is the free version, Plus, and then you've got Pro and Ultra, which you can always jump in and get things sorted. But what, for you, are some of the ways that the Pi Toolbox can be used in iRacing and used in the future in the partnership with iRacing?
Yeah, I think for us, it's a lot about giving people access. So working closely with iRacing to understand what users would like from that tool, but also speaking with iRacing directly, as we're doing now. There's nothing stopping us starting to look at how can we utilize it for broadcasts, how can we build in potential AI into the tool. So all of that's something that we're analysing all of the time. For us, it's not just about bringing a tool down and making it accessible. It's about continuous development and making people aware of how to get the best out of it.
It's absolutely brilliant. And one final quick question, just talk about numbers. How many people have jumped in, used Cosworth Pi over the course of its lifespan so far in iRacing, and some of the ways it's come back to you in feedback of how drivers have loved it, developed it, and want more from it?
Sure. So we launched in August was the official announcement during the last round of the IndyCar Championship at Nashville. Since then, we've had over 10,000 people sign up, which is obviously an awesome number for us. It's great to see so many people using it. In terms of how detailed people are going, it's kind of blown our minds, if I'm being perfectly honest. We created some quite in-depth templates already, but the level people are taking it for both driver coaching and setup development is on par with what we see in the real world.
That's absolutely incredible. And Tom, I think it's fantastic. Everyone can go over to iracing.com/Cosworth Pi Toolbox for more information on how to apply it into that run. And for you, best of luck with all the amazing data that you continue to bring.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys.
There you have it there. Tom Brown joining us, a former driver actually, over with Brabham. An incredible bit of kit there, what the Cosworth Pi Toolbox is for all of these drivers to try and pretty much dig in and say, how do you find an extra 10th, an extra 100th, an extra 1,000th of a second to go to that next level? And Paul, I think it is wonderful what sim racing has done and the level that people go to. This is basically the next level where you'll go, well, we'll just grab the sim racers now to move up on the real racing ladder because they have all the tools of what we do in the real world.
It's not just the drivers as well. It's people who have also been sort of race engineers as well behind the scenes. They've been learning. When I spoke to Tom, there's a little bit of shenanigans there happening between GTPs, the Porsche Commander car, and one of our GTDs. But yeah, I was speaking to Tom before Christmas actually, and I asked him, I said, well, yeah, it's good for the drivers, but surely it's good as well for people who are trying to get themselves into motorsport engineering to have experience with that. And he was telling me that they've had experience of people who have been at university using that tool in the simulator and then going on, once they finish the degree, to race teams and saying, Oh yes, and by the way, I've got 3 years of experience of this tool that you use, and I have a full understanding and can push on and help actually develop your understanding of that data and that tool. So I think it's not just the drivers that get a lot out of it, it's also those engineers, the race engineers who are working behind the scenes of these teams in this event. We are half an hour into this third hour of this race here today, and I think we're seeing a little bit of questionable moves coming up at times here, Justin. Especially that Porsche Coanda car into the bus stop, see, old phrases, into the Le Mans chicane on that last lap, getting a little bit sketchy with that move.
Yeah, noticing a little bit more aggression compared to earlier because there's not been a lot of attrition. Usually the average is maybe an incident or two per hour, upwards of 3. We haven't seen that many of the crash side of things. But I am seeing a lot more of the GTP hypercars giving a lot of the elbows to the GTDs, a lot more squeezing coming through the line where the close calls, we've seen them cause some spin arounds a little bit. Even right here with the LMP2s here, seeing that crossover attempt to close off the lane led to some contact once again. So a lot of these drivers here are starting to get to where they're starting to want to make sure they don't lead time, but it's almost getting to where it's at the detriment of the damage potentially on their car and some of the other cars. Going to have to make sure they don't cause any stack-ups or issues with their cars here, with the way some of these drivers are just trying to slam the door on these lines to protect the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely. We have got a couple of retirements from this race, though. All GTDs so far, so Live Sim Racing Arnage, they are out of this one, along with Fiercely Forward Pink and also the BS Turner car, as well as Team PGZ. I have seen that Impulse Racing by TAM Liveries has had issues out there as well, and they've currently not got a driver behind the wheel. So issues in GTD. It's all been GTD, which I mean, considering we've only got 14 GTPs and 13 LMP2s, that's kind of good that it has only been retirements from GTD in terms of giving us races in those prototype fields, Jay.
Yes, and I think it also lends into the fact that when you've got a lot more of one category than another, and you're seeing that these cars are hitting over 300 clicks, 330 from the hypercars, you are going to get the sense that if they're chucking it into the corners and they're commanding the apexes with the way that the style is, everyone's going to be, well, who's on the other end of it? It's the GTDs that are going to get knocked off to the side. So that's what we're seeing as it's getting busy here. The two Drago cars fighting hard with the number 9 Blue Mercure eSport number 9 here of Emanuele Olivieri. This is where you're getting the sense of what racing needs to be, what drivers need, as Olivieri up to second now ahead of Daniel Antunes. The GTDs are going to take the brunt of the hit, but here's the key. The hypercars, the GTP hypercars and the LMP2s, if you hit them wrong, they're gone. And so you're looking around at it, it's about how they protect themselves going to make those moves. And for the moment, GTP hypercar and LMP2 have done a really great job of it.
As we are going to have a look then at the something that happened to the number 29. This is coming through. This is SCK Racing in towards turn number 1. Is this going to be the classic spin? It is. Around they go. Keep it out the wall. You can actually see, and this is something that we'll touch here, Justin, quite a bit of marbles on the outside of that corner. That rubber and that dirt and detritus is starting to build up off racing line around here. How much of an effect does that have for these drivers?
Massive effect, especially since if you hit those marbles, it carries you away, first of all, but second, there's not a lot of traction as a result because you're basically trying to run over those clods of dirt and rubber that stick to your tires, and it makes it all the more trickier to actually grip up at that part of the racetrack. So you want to avoid the marbles, essentially, Paul, because in those situations, you're just going to go backwards or potentially spin the car out like we just seen.
Yeah, certainly that's exactly what we're seeing here. I can tell you, I did do a little bit of research, by the way. Sunset for today is due to take part at 17:50, so 5:50 in the evening is sunset in Sim. So we're looking at about an hour and 13 minutes before official sunset time. So that's why you're starting to see that little bit of a golden glow coming through on that back straight there. The lighting starting to really take effect as well. The sun is getting lower in the sky, and it's still showing through, even though we've got quite a bit of an overcast cloud cover in this race. Race for 7th in GTP Hypercar on the top of your screen. Race for 7th in LMP2 on the bottom of your screen. So it's BMW M-Team BS Competition and Grid and Go at the top, and then on the bottom it's Blue Mercure and also Betmaster TCE Sports fighting it out in their different respective classes there, Jake.
Yeah, absolutely wonderful to see. And when you've got Betmaster TCE Sports, they're an Argentine-based team that have got Argentine and Spanish drivers in their ranks, because they've got Abel Torres currently behind the wheel. They did start the race with the former IndyCar driver Agustin Canapino, so they've really had a good run, and that's a look then at sunset about to drop here at Daytona. It's a long, long night in January, which puts it a lot more different to some of the other endurance races that you see, where you get maybe a more even keel of day to night as you run. But really, you're seeing here all the different nationalities come out, and this is what you find. A driver like Abel Torres is key for a team like the Argentine-based one of Betmaster TC, because they need someone to say, right, when we're asleep, can you take the hours? I know that Argentina's only 3 hours out, but you're looking at these teams. You build internationally because you need it. Getting busy here with Atla.
Can I say, back in 2015, I raced in the iRacing Spa 24 Hours, and I drew the short straw in my team. We basically had a European team and one American driver. And so we had our American driver do the overnight stints for us, and I drew the short straw and had to do the overnight stints with him. So I was an extremely tired person come about 6 o'clock in the morning, when some of the other guys waking up fresh as a daisy going, oh, how's it gone overnight? It's just how it goes with these events. So with these teams, if they're able to get that spread across the globe, you know, you look at it, Australia, we've got Japanese drivers, we've got drivers from South Africa, from all different continents across the globe. You try and spread out your drivers to work out those timings so everybody can be as fresh as possible, Justin.
Yeah, you don't want to end up overworking your drivers, because not only do you burn yourself out and potentially get some sleep deprivation or nourishment needs there, but drive time, the fair share of the drive time is also something to think about. You have to balance the drivers out for that rotation. But overall, as you see with some of these drivers, some of the onboards here, over time, they're going to get more and more fatigued over time, and you don't want to end up burning them out to where you end up putting them, say, 16 hours into the car, because, well, that's not going to make fair share. But it's also going to be one of those situations where you want to make sure they're able to think straight and be able to hit the marks like they could in hour one.
You just mentioned there, Justin, about fair share. For anybody new to the world of iRacing, if you want to just very brief, because I know it is such a complex subject, but I don't know if you want to very briefly just touch on what you mean by fair share.
Yes, with the fair share, that's explained a little bit in sim, but to explain things for those watching along, as said, you have up to 16 drivers you can put into a race car. That's a lot of drivers to manage, but to get straightforward, with the viewpoint, you have the amount of laps that each driver turns in the car. You have to be able to balance all eligible drivers out of that lineup, or else you get disqualified from the race. The fair share is as 25% or 1/4 of an equal share of the race. For example, you put a 75-lap race down, have 3 drivers on the team, you have to do 75 laps on the map, 3 drivers, divide that by 4. The fair share is you have to at least get all your drivers 7 laps. So it's about making sure you manage how many laps each driver does, and it's not just one driver that takes the entire workload, and eats up all the laps on you. You have to balance it out.
Thank you very much, Justin. That was excellently put there. I have seen somebody was asking about what's been done in terms of balanced performance. There is a document available on the iRacing forums which shows the balance of performance adjustments there. I can tell you of the hypercar, the GTP hypercar class, you're looking at the Acura. It's got a 10 kilo weight penalty with a 99% fuel cell. You've got the BMW, which is being driven by the Team Redline outfit. They've got a 0.75 power adjustment and a 1% fuel capacity reduction. Also the Ferrari, no weight penalty but a 1.75% power adjustment, but it gets a full fuel tank. And the Porsche, 2 kilos of weight and 2% power reduction with a 98% fuel tank. So that's in terms of the hypercar. The easiest one is LMP2, because there is no balanced performance adjustment. They're all in the same car, so that's an easy one. I could go into the GTDs, but there's far too many to go through. We just mentioned them as we've been going along, but iRacing do try their best to make it as even a competition as possible, but you're always going to get, Jake, one car is going to suit in terms of maybe how it handles or its top speed or things like that. You're always going to find that one car that just suits a venue, and it'll be different at different venues.
It will, and this is the common misconception with balance of performance. Balance of performance is not there to make every single car equal. Balance of performance is there to make every car have a chance of victory. That's a completely different thing. So there will be a car that will be quicker than some of the others. It's typically what happens with a balanced performance. Is we see a very nice green machine about to make it stop, and that will be Dilatra Automotive, who will dive down into the pits, followed swiftly by Grid and Go and Effect Simulations, who have actually dropped a couple places then. So what has happened for Andrew Dawson over the last 5 laps or so for Effect to be so far down the order? But balanced performance is to give everybody a chance, or every car a chance to make it happen. It's incredible to see how that all happens, and it was all the fault of Maserati.
There's a story involved in that one, isn't there, Jake?
Yeah, there's a certain Maserati, so the MC12, which was basically a Ferrari Enzo, the engine that basically had a mock-up that Maserati wanted to do. Woo! Look how quick that was going flying through as we were on board with Alex Dunn here in the Lamborghini for Drago. But basically that MC12 dominated endurance for about 4 or 5 years, and the only way they could think of how you're going to stop it, let's put a balance of performance in so everyone's got a chance.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, it's amazing how through the years of motorsport, how different teams find different ways of finding performance and bending rules and things like that, and having that dominance. And then it's up to the regulators to then say, "Oh, hang on a second, let's pull back the reins a bit here and try and get everybody onto a stable set here to, as you say, give everybody the opportunity of winning the race, but not necessarily be the absolute fastest car." So like we've been seeing, the Acura in GTD hasn't necessarily had the top speed that the Lamborghini has had. Oh my goodness, that's one of the Drago cars from GTD. That's one of your leading Drago cars. So big drama through the kink there. We'll have to see who it was that made contact, but big
It was a Drago car. It was Dries van Langendonk's Drago car, so the Drago GTP hypercar has just knocked out the Drago GTD out the race lead.
What's that? Oh, it's the Porsche Commander car now getting tyre smoke. Have we reached silly hour already? Oh, that car has got major damage to its suspension. They're struggling to get that car back to pit road. They do not want to take the tour because that will mean that they would have to wait longer than if they just dragged that car around the track, getting onto pit road. There's the Porsche Coanda car that had to check up into the turn 6, turn 7 section. Let's have a look then and break all of this down. So here's the two Drago cars in GTD lead, and then it's that GTP of Dries van Landendorf down the inside, bang, in the dog leg, around and around and around he goes. And what's the one word that they say in motorsports, Justin? You can fight with everybody, just whatever you do, don't hit your teammate.
And they absolutely did in that sequence there. A tight run to the kink in the first place. Not sure if there was a small bit of squeeze or not, but that broke the suspension. By the way, Porsche Coanda trying to take a 3-1. That was an aggressive move and a half, going to the grass trying to make a pass. That wasn't going to work. That's why they had to lock it down. Good save. But for the Drago machines, there's going to be a bit of a discussion probably amongst that team after that incident, because you're talking about the lead cars having contact, second in GTP Hypercar, and one of your top contenders in GTD, Trent Payne.
Well, yeah, there's going to be a bit of a debrief happen, and I can tell you now, there's headsets being thrown right now. they will not be happy at all. They will be livid in the GTD team. So yeah, down onto pit road to get repairs done to that car, and yeah, it's that number one rule: don't hit your teammate, and that's exactly what we saw. Looking at GTP then, working their way through your GTD field, and it's the Porsche Coanda car has got the BMW M Team BS competition car not that far away, and not that far away behind them is the car that we're looking at, gridandgo.com esports, the 001 car here, Jake. So we've gone from having it relatively stable and calm to suddenly somebody's pulled the pin on a hand grenade and thrown it into a room and said, good luck, everybody.
Well, what will also be good luck is we're just at the threshold of GTD pit stops. Now, despite all that damage, I don't think they picked up a black and orange mechanical flag over at Drago. So if they can just get the hammer on the suspension, a bit of tape, put it together, scrutineering says it's fine, they can go back out there and race it. But ultimately, as this has gone and what you're looking at here, it takes one small spark point to initiate a massive chain reaction of consequence out there in a field like this. And this is what endurance racing is. It can be hour after hour of nothing happening and you think, why am I watching this? And then suddenly you're watching for 6 hours to find that 2-minute moment where the whole race changes.
And this is why I said earlier, you keep us on in the background there. You might go and do something, but you keep it there. You keep looking to the screen, and then all of a sudden, whoa, what's happening? And you suddenly have it happen on the broadcast. So you don't miss a thing. Do stick with us here on the iRacing eSport network of channels, bringing you all the coverage of the iRacing Daytona 24 hours, powered by VCO. It's Paul Smith, Jake Sperry, Justin Prince, bringing you all of the action here for the first few hours of this race. Looking at the effect simulation car in LMP2, and Justin, it was pointed out by Jake when it was at the pit stops, that effect simulations car has dropped down the LMP2 field down to 6th place.
Yeah, they've just absolutely plummeted here. Just looking at the details here, they did put Andrew Dawson in a while ago now, but speed's dropped off to the 138.5s, a little bit slower than the leaders who are in the 3 still, so it's kind of plateaued worse. As the GTDs pit on down, for effect simulations, they've gone from being the lead car to having the driver change, break up the momentum. That's how big one change of the driver can be here, Paul, possibly, is it's about trying to maintain consistency driver to driver as well, and you'll see that pop up as we have seen. One driver just got spun there, you see to the out.
Yeah, we saw the tyre smoke, we saw the witness marks on the track as well. It was one of the Falcon cars having issues out there, so that's one of the GTD machines, so bit of a drama for them as they're heading back out onto the oval from the infield. Yeah, it's suddenly business has picked up here, and effect simulations are finding themselves. There's another car spun. Was that the Commander Porsche car?
No, it was
No,
WSR.
it wasn't.
It was WSR, so that's Adam State there for WSR Blue, the number 23 that's gone wrong. It got very similar liveries with the white and the orange and the red, so that was pretty much... Actually, you are right. That was Alejandro Sanchez, Paul, who got into the back. So this is the Falcon car there, the AMG Mercedes, having troubles entering. So, it's just tipped it in too aggressive on the trail brake. And so the car has just fought for grip and has gone around. But then Alejandro Sanchez, with the slow Adam State all over the anti-cut curbs on the inside of the chicane, now has this problem. So this is what you saw, Paul, going through. A flash of the lights to say, please let me through. No, you can have that when you come back. And so off the exit here, runs a little deep, gets a tag. They would have saved it otherwise.
I don't think there's an awful lot that the Porsche Commander car could do in that situation, but yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it's just the way it kicked up the back of that WSR Esports Blue car. That's what tipped it round and about. We've got GTD still going through their pit stop cycle as we look at that race for 7th place in GTP Hypercar, BMW M Team BS Competition and gridandgo.com esports. Owen Carroll versus Jari Lehtinen rounding out through the Le Mans chicane onto the loud pedal once again and heading through the oval, heading towards the front stretch once again. And Justin, we're looking at those GTDs coming out of pit road. Blue Mercure currently holding on to the lead as things stand. However, others that have been pitting, they'll be coming through as well.
Yes, this is going to be a rotation of stops coming up here for a lot of these drivers, but making sure he hit the entry marks. Seems like things have plateaued around the 7 to 12 minutes to go to the top of the hour mark for the drivers. We'll say, by the way, for those curious with the Drago machine, they did come back out after 5 minutes of repairs. That's how heavy the chassis damage and the suspension damage was for that machine. So for everybody else, though, to make sure they get in sync, it's going to be for these drivers the mathematics of where you're going to be, again, coming into play. And for a lot of drivers here, noticing a lot of those teams are utilizing some more of those driver swaps now that they've ran a few hours on their stints. Get the drivers fresh, get them in the car, and get them in for a couple hours before you make your next swap. Be able to hit your spreadsheet on when you're supposed to be in for your stints. About 2 to 3 stints, it seems, before you make the change. Seems to be the play by most teams.
Now, Jake, I'm going to throw a question here to you. Drago Racing, the number 69, they've had that incident with the teammate. They had the damage. 5 minutes, 4 seconds they were stopped in the pit box. So they're down a couple of laps now. A lot of people and a lot of sim racers, especially if they're at the top, they'll think, they'll have that mentality of, well, I can't win, so that's it, we're finished. But what game can they play now in terms of helping their teammates try and win that GTD field?
They're not out of this race. And I'm going to go back in time to what happened with Pure Motorsport back in 2018, 2019, where they dropped the lap and they had to fight from, I think, almost 2 laps down to win the race in GT3. And that was Mark Elkerman, Maximilian Benneker, you know, that great German team that ended up actually merging with Team Redline in the end, was the way that Pure Motorsport stopped racing. So I don't think they're out of it, but that's going to be busy with the Porsche there. Stint 1 having to be thrown about, and they're still going to get a little bit of biffo going on there with one of the Grid and Go BMWs that works its way through. Golly, but they're not out of the race. But if they are, and they can't bring that time back, their role is going to be simple. If they can do anything to help Drago, they can.
Yeah, so that's trying out different stints, trying out different settings in terms of tyres, in terms of wing angle as well. They can try things out. It's all sorts that you can do. So they can still help the team overall. Too often, and I've criticised this on these broadcasts in the past, too often, Justin, I've seen it that teams, as soon as they see, oh, we can't win this race, they just quit. and they just finish. And that, for me, is not going to develop you as a driver, because you learn more in your defeats than you ever do winning.
That I feel like as well, because especially if you're an up-and-coming team, the thought process is get as much seat time as possible as a team to be able to help yourself for the standards for your group for the long term. But to get to a replay point here, what's about to say, look at this block initially by the 92 here. This right here, they're lucky they didn't get punted by the Solpec Precision Machine with the braking zone. That actually set them up for all that contact in the first place because of the door back with the prototype trying to take the arc. And that lost them a lot of ground, all because they were taking the high line instead of trying to blend to the bottom, and it boiled over to a loss of a couple spots on track.
Yeah, that was the Stint 1 Motorsport team, Michael Kaibach, who was behind the wheel in that incident. And yeah, just getting a bit bullied about there, but they were the one that actually instigated all of that bullying to start with. So you can't give if you can't take, is what I say in all of this. So yeah, it's intriguing to see how different teams can work their way through it and learn and develop and get that experience behind the wheel and also help their teammates out. We have had a question. We'll get to that into a second, because we are actually going to look at a replay first of all on this one. This is the 112 Solpec Precision Racing. So this is the onboard. This is the start of it all. This is the aggressive block then. So we're coming through high line in towards turn number 1, and that Porsche just drifts out. You're asking for trouble if you're going to carry on doing that. Then they get that little hip check from the Solpec car, that puts them into the Mercedes, and then the BMW gets involved. Yeah, you're asking for trouble if you do that. You've got to be aware of your surroundings and everything that's going on. But we have had a question about the GTDs, and I'll throw this to you, Jake, and maybe you can sort of think why. They've asked, so A.E. Washington has asked, why are there so many Porsches in GTD?
Well, I think the Porsche is the sort of car that suits a certain style of circuit. I think that the people who go to the Porsche, who understand what the Porsche brings, it's a car that's got a lovely element of balance about it, so it feels easy to drive. It is one of the best cars to deal with the bumps, so when you're attacking the curbs, you're going to find that it's the one that's going to stay more stable than others out there over the course of the race. And critically, even though it's got 15 kilograms worth of penalty in it in terms of that weight creates downforce and help through the corners. So when you go through the horseshoe corners, it will still give you that element of drive as you go through. So I look at the way that those Porsches are going. It is a car that it suits a certain style of driver, and that certain style of driver right now, Paul, is fast.
Car 28 was at a stop. I think it was car 28. Was at a stop. Yes, it is. Altitude 3M Esports. They're not having a good day out there because down at the bus stop chicane, the Lamore chicane, sorry, I did notice a car at the side of the track when we were following.
They've dropped it in the wall, Paul.
So I'm sure we'll get a look at that in a minute or two. Mivana Rosa, by the way, in the GTP hypercars has got a black flag on pit entry. So Marcus Hamilton not having a good day at the office for them. Here's a replay then, Justin, having a look at pit entry.
Yeah, this is how difficult the entry is. Look like they're a little bit too deep. We're trying to aim for the end of the first sector because that first line is where that speed limit, if you're past that by far, you're absolutely getting a black flag. Spent too much trying to get past that and into the grass. Absolutely cost them a lot more time in what's been a rough day for Hamilton.
Yeah, it's been a rough day for that whole team, it seems. BMW M Team Redline onto pit road for their latest pit stops. The GTP hypercars starting their pit stop cycle here, Jake. It's 28 laps is the going rate for a pit stop cycle. Relatively cool temperatures for the drivers out here, so they are able to push that bit harder if they wish to with the tyres, and not have that big of an effect in terms of degradation of tyre.
Well, we're in January here. In-sim date worth talking about is January 24th. So we're running the exact same racing date as I've just caught Alejandro Sanchez and the 091 Porsche Coanda car actually tagged the wall coming up onto the banking. So that's going to be something worth talking about there. That second Porsche Coanda car is really trying to work. But you are getting the sense that you're not going to get scorching 40, 50 degree track temperatures when the air temperature is never going to reach that far in January in Florida. So you're turning around and going, it's warm, it's just about warm enough to race in January. It's not warm enough on the... and David Haynes, a very good friend of ours over through the broadcasting world, put this to me perfectly. This is the dog walking to egg frying ratio, and we are firmly in dog walking territory.
You can tell who the Australian is, David Haynes, one of our fellow commentators. It's certainly it's a lovely, comfortable temperature out there in sim. If you're stood in the stands, you've not got much of a breeze either. So it's short shirt sleeve weather. You don't need a jacket at this time, but when it gets to darkness, that's when you'll need to be getting your jacket out and getting a little bit wrapped up for during the night. We have seen it in the past around here, where Daytona with the full metal, with the real world Daytona 24 hours. You can either have a mix, can't you, Justin? You can either have it where it's similar temperatures to what we're seeing here today, or it could be really cold down in the 4-5 degrees Celsius overnight, where the tyre manufacturers get a bit worried about the makeup of their tyres.
Yeah, that's a good point, because at the night when there's no sun shining down, it can absolutely make it chilling in Florida. Been down there when it's cold during the winter time a little bit. It can get a lot of frost actually at this point of the year, to where it gets a little bit frostbitey and jacket weather, especially if you go up to, say, Jacksonville, a couple hours up the road from Daytona Beach. Around this time, when some people were there for karting a few weeks ago, they were telling people coming in full mittens and gloves. That's how cold it can get here in January in northern Florida regions. So it can get absolutely chilly at some points that will see the tire temperatures plummet.
Well, let's give you a little bit of the sights and sounds of Daytona International Speedway as we go iRacing full throttle.
Daytona International Speedway as we are just over 3 hours in to racing action here on this Daytona 24 powered by VCO, but there are some amazing actions going to be coming up on the horizon, which will include some brilliant racing up and coming, because eNASCAR is back in 2026 and the qualifying series begins on February 10th. The chance to go and beat Stephen Wilson on that charge. Justin, it's going to be all out as they look to try and book their place on the most prestigious oval grid in sim racing.
Especially for a lot of the drivers to be able to go to the grind over the next few weeks to make sure they go for the qualifying series to the main edition of this year's eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. If you want to try and be a champion, you've got to perform in the qualifying series, and it all starts early February.
It definitely does, and so everyone's going to be looking around and seeing what they can do over the course of this series as we're in our iRacing special events calendar. Paul, welcome back. Daytona is the mark of the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. So we had last week the Raw at Daytona, so we couldn't escape this venue because we've got the Daytona 24 Hours today. In February, early February, of course, it's the Daytona 500. We go oval racing around this venue, very rare venue. So looking forward to all of that. And well, let's have a look at the track venue, and this is where we are. So opened in 1959, up to this current layout was opened in 1985 as well. And yeah, certainly, Jake, it really is a great venue to start the world of endurance racing.
It really is, and you've got cars like this wonderful Porsche 963, which leads up the GTP hypercar class. You've got 5 different manufacturers available, but 700 brake horsepower to try and plant down. It is huge out there as they go. LMP2, including that 4.2 litre V8, less tools to work with, but still just as fearsome as a car to work with. And then over, of course, to the GTD field, where it has got the most different number of cars, 10 in all you can choose from, and a wonderful balance of performance in so many different series that you can run GT3 style racing on.
You certainly can. It's great to have so many cars. I mean, it was mentioned by Lewis and R Jr. in our opening just how when we first started with the endurance races, you used to only be stuck to 4 cars. Here's the top 10 as the Standrago Racing holding on to a good lead at the front of GTP Hypercar with BMW M Team Redline working their way up into 3rd place. Luke McEwen now behind the wheel for them. There's the rest of your GTP Hypercars. The WSR Esports car, by the way, is back out on track in last place in class after 7 minutes in pit road. Zessa Esports, they currently lead their class. Now it says a lap here, but I think that's just with how the timing has fallen when we've grabbed this data. They've got about a 10-second lead over Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage. Then it's Blue Mercure in 3rd and 4th place. Everybody of LMP2 is still running in this race. And then in GTD, this is where we've had the most drama in this race. Drago Racing lead, but their teammates have dropped way down the order after contact with their GTP counterpart. They are leading the Blue Mercure eSport cars of the number 9 and the number 8 respectively, excuse me, as we go through the rest of the GTD field. A few retirees from this one, 26 cars still running in this field. So that's how things look right now. And looking at the positions gained, we'll look at that in just a few seconds, but in GTP, the big movers have actually been that BMW M-Team BS competition car in 6th place. 8 places gained there, Justin. That's been some good moving forward. The big loss, really, is that Movano Rosa car.
Yeah, so far so good, especially with Daniel Rencio behind the wheel for the 89 machine to be able to pick up the ground. But the LMP2s, +7 for one of the Blue Mercure machines. The 11, in fact, is the one on the charge with Yeti Van Thielen behind the wheel of that machine. You also have Betmaster TC Esports that's done a phenomenal job in some of their battles to go up 6, but Effect Simulations, who had been a big mover, falling down to -2 lately. All wow, Simufy Esports is still on the move, as well as SDR Sim Racing. They're right now 10th and 13th respectively. Double-digit positions gained is an accomplishment and a half, especially in this type of a race. But the 13 in particular has gained a few spots since the last time we looked. They're still charging to nearly get up to +20 already.
Yeah, 19 places gained there for them. So 13th in class, and Juan Blanett is really pushing on now. It's sort of matching the pace of those in front now, so it gets harder and harder the further up the field you get, Jake, to be able to gain those places, because naturally those cars in front are quicker and quicker, so it'll take a bit longer if they want to progress forward a few more places.
Well, they've got Manatee Racing just in front of them in the form of Juan Blanett, in the form of Nicholas Lars. So there is always going to be the chance they get it. This is getting a little bit chock-a-block here for Jere Leitinen, as he's got Betmaster TC Esports, Fabrizio Belziti for SDR, and then Danny Alves Lorenzo he wants to try and stay with, and trying to clear Andrew Dawson, who has not been able to get that Effect Simulations 909 working the same way as they did with Nathan Olsen the opening stint. So this is where they're starting to struggle out there at the moment. Leitinen gets the clearance to stay with Lorenzo, but this is tough. This is really tough, this phase of the race, and this group right now, 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, they have let Alex Dunn go 4 seconds down the road. Now, they're going to have to do something to gather this back. Parker White, very happy to sit on, an eNASCAR champion. Laissez Bach, who's very quick when it comes to the Porsche Tagore Esports Super Cup, sits on the back as well. And so it's up to Vasilos Beleziotis and Gabriel Moretto to say, this is what we do. Now, if you're Blue Mercure here, Paul, and you say, this is the team, and on our pretty much debut race, we're going to have 2 cars on the podium in GTD, I think they bite your arm off.
Oh yeah, absolutely. You take that without a shadow of a doubt. I think Alex Dunn, I'm just looking at his 5-lap average pace here. 1:44.175 is his average lap time for the last 5 laps. Compare that to the Blue Mercure Esports number 9, 1:44.697. So close enough to, in fact, is over half a second a lap slower on average. It's that Blue Mercure car. I think, Justin, that goes part of the way to explain why Drago Racing with Alex Dunn has been able to get away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, it's just been a rapid pickup for Dunn. I think it's just for him, just overall, just getting that much more comfortable in terms of the rhythm and kind of showcasing the speed once you break the draft, because once you break the toe from a field, it's so much harder for the drivers for them behind to close up that gap back up to get back in the drafting distance. And right now, these Porsches that have been stronger in the corners, but not as strong, I would say, in the straights, are kind of showing that where the straightaways are where they've really seen Dunn pick up. And the infield is where the Porsches have been able to chip away a little bit.
Certainly, and again, it goes back to that, what the different cars suit for different parts of the track, and so those Porsches really good, especially corner exit with the engine being in the rear of the car, helps just get the power down corner exit and get launched out of those slower speed corners. Race for 4th in LMP2 is on the bottom of your screen. That's the Blue Mercure Esports number 11, and that's Jensel van Thielen behind the wheel, and it's Grid and Go Esports Balázs Reminek, who is behind the wheel in that 003 car. So a bit of fighting throughout the field in this one, although the Grid and Go car just a little bit off because of the traffic that's coming through. But Jake, I mean, you yourself, you've commentated on Balázs lots. He really has a good effort. Oh, I can tell. No, I'm just going to stop because Drago Racing, Alex Dunn, has had an issue down at the Le Mans chicane. He's just recovering now, but he's dropping down the order, down to 8th place so far. And Jake, the Le Mans chicane bites once again.
When you think you've got a lead and you can relax, you cannot anymore at Daytona, and the Le Mans chicane will prove it 10 times out of 10. That is not what Alex Dunn wanted, and neither Drago. They're going to have to work back through the group. They're behind Adam Isakson now and the Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC team, so they are really mired back down in the pack, having to go through Blue Mercure 1-2, and this is exactly how it happened for Drago going down into the corner. We'll see it here on the brakes. Now, does he just get a little oh, he catches the curve all wrong, and he catches the snap as he goes through. Now, any other driver there would have been in the world of hurt, and he had to get off of the racing line so quick.
Oh my goodness, I mean, that GTP car that came flying through, I don't know if it was actually one of the...
was that the Drago
cars? Yeah, I was thinking that was one of the Drago cars coming through. I'd love to see the view from that car, because you've got so little time, you're carrying so much speed through that chicane. I took part in a league back in December. We raced around here as the final round of the championship. And if somebody loses it in front of you, part way through that Le Mans chicane, it just, you've very little time to react. So great reactions. I think it was Nicolas Matteo who was the one who reacted to that and got out the way of Alex Dunn's car, or else that could have been huge disaster for Drago Racing, Justin.
It would have been absolutely. All 4 seconds definitely coming into play there in the factor of all that, but that's opened things up. We're here to control things. Look at this once again on that angle from Matteo. You're talking about, you see the smoke there. You're going to have to react here perfectly, because your lane's now forced to be compromised. Had to take the slowdown for cutting that part of the racetrack, because it was either take the slowdown there, Paul, or take the big kaboom.
Yeah, you would be T-boned straight into the side of your compatriots. And the last thing that Drago number 2 needs to do is wipe out 2 of the GTD cars, because remember, it was that number 2 car that wiped out the other GTD car, Jake.
It seems to be a magnet for attention from the Drago cars at the moment. There's not much more that you can say about it, except this time they got out of jail free by making that run over to the left-hand side. Yeah, it dropped them 2.5 seconds to Ate Kalpanen, who's jumped in for the Drago Racing 5 from Alessandro Spets, but it's done them enough. What it has done is brought BMW M-Team Redline closer, and as we watch the little workings on here as they try and go by, just passing Lorenzo Manfredotti down the WSR car, Alejandro Sanchez, who is desperately trying to stay with Jere Leitonen. This would bring that Porsche Commander 091 back up, desperate on the flash. That's going to compromise the line then of the leader, Gabriel Moretto, and this might be where Belleziotis goes, I've either got to push you or I've got to pass you.
This is great stuff. You wouldn't think that this was a 24-hour race with how these drivers are driving. They are pushing from the very drop of the green flag. They are pushing all the way through this race, and you have to. You have to do that. There's a little bit of information about the race here, the race details, and Justin, I mean, one of the big things there is we've got a 59 car field. It was a maximum of 60, so we've had a big field here. But those drivers, most teams are what, 3 or 4 drivers per team, aren't they, usually?
Yes. If you go to 16, you're basically saying a new driver every 30 seconds. Some of the drivers, the list will definitely probably playing around with that one. But for the most part, you're talking about units of 3, 4, maybe 5. But you also have to factor in this window for the GTDs has turned out to more so be towards the 57, if not 55. Here today for the pit windows with the fuel capacity at 97%. That's quite a big factor in that strategy. Every other window seems to go to about where you would expect today. 39 and 42 for the LMP2s, about 28 laps. GTPs, slash hypercar, running about 24, 25 laps on their distance, about the 48 and 52. So they've been pretty much in sync with what was expected for the most part on those fuel windows. And we've seen that executed to where there's been very little variance for some of these teams on that number.
And you look as well with the fuel numbers and the the laps that we've been getting out of these cars, they are having to do quite a bit of fuel saving, just purely, Jake, because as Zessa Esports come onto pit road from LMP2 race lead, the drivers, they're just not getting the fuel numbers out of these GTD cars because you're on full throttle for so long around this track.
Oh yeah, you are spending at least 75% of the time with that foot mashed to the floor. It is a much different circuit compared to what you find traditionally, as there goes, let's say, back straight down the inside of Parker White and moving Team Alta up into third position now. And so Parker, who is very aggressive on the fuel save, so too Beckham Jasir, the two Williams cars, are going longer than anyone else. That's still good. But because they are going so long, we talk about the hour as this mystical mark that everyone hits. On a normal circuit, yeah, absolutely. Even with the fuel reductions, you'll hit that. Around here with the fuel reductions, you'll actually be down a few minutes compared to every other circuit out there. So it is a huge difference out there. You are going to have to make more stops. You are going to have to be more choice about when you put a driver in, how you put a driver in, what numbers you're looking to hit as you go by. And so fuel becomes even more critical of a factor. And so to be at this stage, almost 3 1/3 hours into this race, and you've still got a massive train of about 7-8 cars for the lead of GTD, we've got a lot more fuel saving than we would have done otherwise at a normal track.
As we head down into Le Mans chicane once again, black flag for grid and go onto pit road for the number 004 in LMP2. So they've obviously been caught speeding onto pit road for them. We are getting closer and closer to sunset here in sim time. We are looking at in sim around about 5:25 in the afternoon. So the sun is setting as we speak, and it won't be too long before the floodlights get switched on around this track, because fortunately, Justin, we are at a venue which has got quite a lot of powerful floodlights to help the drivers be able to see where they're going, unlike, say, Spa.
Yeah, big difference, because at that point you're relying mostly on the headlights. Especially with the speedway section, where with stock cars you're racing in the nighttime for many of its prime races, you will have the opportunity to be able to see. You see, though, a lot of these drivers do have the headlights already automatically on their cars here that help to see things around the circuit. The interesting thing I've noticed, one little quirk you can say, the Porsches for some reason haven't turned on their headlights yet. Eventually they're going to turn on, everybody. I know someone's noticing that right now, but you can still see easily on the marks, and you're going to be very easily able to see most of your marks tonight in the infield because of those floodlights, compared to Spa, where you're basically putting in all your practice time towards the night.
They've obviously got a load of drivers that are used to driving around my area of the UK, because there's a lot of people don't drive with their headlights on around here. So yeah, it's definitely either that, or they've got the superior German night vision special part to the car, although that, given the Porsche catalogue, it would probably be like a 10 grand extra with that. By the way, if you've ever wanted to have a good bit of a laugh, if anybody has ever wanted a laugh of an evening, you can spend a good half an hour on the Porsche configurator. Other car configurators are available, and just to see how expensive you can make a car, it's great fun, Jake. I would recommend it to anyone.
Yes, and it's one of the things that you look at, things that when you're trying to configure a car and saying, oh, this is my favourite car, how many optional extras can you put on a car that gives you the luxury that you need? And sometimes you'll think about things that are so key that's there, and other times you won't. I, for example, love the Ferrari F40. It's my favourite car out of all of them. The reason why is because they didn't even include a door handle. They just had a piece of string to shut the door.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say the last time I used one of those car configurators, I managed to increase the cost of the car by £98,000. So yeah, it's always fun to have a play on one of those websites. We are looking, by the way, at second place overall here in GTP Hypercar. It's Nicholas Matteo in the Drago racing car versus Luke McEwen in the BMW M Team Redline car, and Luke has been gaining on average of the last 5 laps by, get this, just short of half a second a lap, Justin. That's an incredible pace that Luke McEwen has been keeping here.
Yeah, it's been mainly over the past 5 laps. Well, not pickup over the past 10, about 4/10. It's Luke McEwen things, is all you can really say, because he's done this several times over time. An F40 sports champion over the past few months, for example, can build rapid pace to close up distance and be able to help put your team in a better spot. Almost thought about it into Le Mans. That would have been a risky move, but I think McEwen is the fastest driver on the racetrack. This is exactly what they needed in terms of the driver lineup, to have those adjustments made by the drivers themselves to see if you can have a pickup with another competitor in the car. And right now, you're talking about picking up at least 4, 5, 6 seconds on the road since the driver swap.
Oh, look at this, pulling out alongside. They've got some GTD traffic in front. They're both going to go low, and Luke McEwen taking a sensible pill, locks up slightly as well into turn number 1 because he had to get onto the stop pedal, blow it up there, and now dive into the inside, into the international horseshoe. And you've got to be patient when you're working through traffic like that. Get on the power now. This is where the GTP excels, on acceleration, out of those slower corners. Get past the others, and now you can fight and concentrate on that race with that Drago racing car in front, Jake.
You can, and here's the thing about what makes Team Redline so fantastic as a team. They are effectively, in sim racing circles, the Ferrari of sim racing. They are the Penske of sim racing. They are the old force that is always dominant as the legacy of Dom Duhan continue to show its head out there. And it's not a case that one driver can go out there and be Luke McEwen quick. Every driver at Team Redline can be Luke McEwen quick. They don't just pick anyone. They don't have B teams. They don't have C teams. They have drivers who every single time are the best in the world. And if you join Team Redline, like James Baldwin has, for example, you are one of the best in the world, and that is always what they try and do to prove. And so they're looking to send a message here to Drago and to Nicholas Matteo. I want to get through. I want to get that place. I'm only 10 seconds behind the 5 Drago car, and so when I'm quick at this stage of the race, I'm going to go launching one down the inside. Thank you. Bye-bye. Come again another day.
There we go. So, gain of position, Luke McEwen over Drago Racing's Nicholas Matteo, and goes ahead. Now, can he charge down the other Drago Racing car? If you look at the average lap times, the answer is yes. And you just talked to that point that you've made about them not having a B team, about them not having a bad driver in their lineup. The lineup, as in sim, for that BMW M Team Redline car is Luke McEwen, who's currently in the car, Diogo Pinto, who's just left the car, and Eduardo Leo, who's waiting to get into the car later on. Jake?
Yeah, Lucas Perez, Simify Esports, they've had a big off down at the King, and they almost had it go straight through. In fact, it was once again at that corner, contact with the number 2 Drago Racing car. They've got no luck at the King.
Wow, let's, I'm sure we'll fire up the replay machine, get that scrolled up and have a look at that in a little bit. But yeah, definitely, Team Redline, they just have such a lineup. I mean, even in the Redline number 4 car, Florian Lebigra, Enzo Benito, Mark Elkerman and Sam Keiter. There is not a weak driver in that lineup, Justin.
No, there is not, but you know what else isn't weak? The moves we just seen from Drago for the GTD lead, from the spin to the point again, done. I think forced the issue was actually on the apron a little bit going into the NASCAR trioval there to force the setup in the first place.
As we there get Dunn back to the front. To remember, it was Dunn who had that issue down at the Le Mans chicane. He's been able to work his way up. Remember, he was down in 8th place after that spin down at the Le Mans chicane. He's got himself back up into the lead of the GTD field. And you know what? If I'm Blue McKeer, I'm not too stressed about that. Here we go. Here's a replay then on the bottom of the screen. And I believe that's Grid and Go. Who we're having a look at here, down towards the Le Mans chicane. He's got a bit of traffic behind him as well, into the chicane, up over the curbs, and then bang, hits a curb, hits another curb, and whack, into that outside wall. That's a huge incident, and I think that'll be night-night to them. The Drago GTD car that was damaged and lapsed down. Oh no, sorry, that's not the Drago car. Sorry. Yes, it's the Drago number 2. That's the contact that you were on about earlier, Jake.
Yeah, so the semi-fight car nowhere to go, takes the hit, look, very nearly rejoins at the West Horseshoe, similar to how Johan Hart had an issue like that in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup a couple years ago. So it shows you how difficult it is when you have an issue at that section when it's so loaded. It's massive. It's the 001 Grid and Go car that's had the issue and are now out of the race with Jere Leitinen having that hit. But if you're in that GT3 field and you're seeing Alex Dunn doing those sorts of things and driving through, sometimes you do see that real-world drivers drive different to sim drivers. And they do so in a way you can visibly see it if you follow them for a few laps. They drive slightly differently and they drive lightning fast. And Alex Dunn right now has sent a message going, well, if I get 12 hours in this car, no one's beating me and no one's beating my Drago team. For Benet Ciotis, for Gabriel Moretto, that is a message statement, and they've got to go out and go, well, how on earth do we stop this? He's only been back in 8th place about 20 minutes ago, and now he leads again. He's a tour de force that can't be stopped.
Lasse Bach is in 4th place in this GTD queue, right there in the black and, I almost want to say it's like a dark pink livery from Alta, Team Alta, and it appears that the Alta fan club has taken over the Twitch chat here. So hello to everybody who's fans of the team. Your driver's in 4th place right now in GTD, but they're saying that he's going for 1st place. I don't know if that's in the style of John Cleland from back in 1992 or whether it's just a case of just working his way methodically forward here, Justin.
I think it's just in the case of them moving up methodically forward. Bach only announced this team 2 weeks ago on his YouTube channel with the B-roll shot of the paint scheme being utilized here today. And we know that Bach's got a lot of backing from the fan base when it comes to the stream side. Has been a good driver that's built up team partnerships before. Now he's getting swarmed though. Some of the Williams machines starting to get the elbows out of the background.
Yeah, that was Beckham Josiah making his way past that Team Alta car of Lasse Bach, and so down to 5th place for Lasse right there. But again, if you're in this queue of cars in GTD, I'm not worried right now. If all the leaders are going to be all together like this for the majority of the race, as long as I'm in this queue, anything can happen here, Jake.
Yeah, and you are always looking at a sim race like this. Doesn't matter where you are after hour 1, doesn't matter where you are after hour 2. Buy your ticket to the end of the race, and if you're in the lead group right now at 3 hours in, 3.5 hours in, perfect. This is what you wanted to do. You're in the fight for the victory. Doesn't matter if you're 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th in the train. You're not going to be stuck here for 20.5 hours trying to get it done. There will be chances, there will be opportunities. You've seen a smorgasbord of them already in this race. The fact that you're still in this group says you still have a chance to go out there and win this race. And I think that is the difference maker that everybody is looking at. You have a chance, you have an opportunity, just don't lose it.
Looking back to Effect Simulations in 6th place, but they're in close company with Betmaster, TC Esports and MapPerformance.com. So Aaron Vasquez and Sasha Lehman have dropped back down the field a little bit, whereas Betmaster TCE Sports with Agustin Canapino, again, another driver with a very strong fan club here, not just in the sim world, but in full metal racing as well. He has been working his way up the field. That Betmaster car up 6 places, Justin, into 7th place and wanted to move forward in LMP2.
Yeah, they've been kind of stuck around 7th spot for a while. We checked in, remember, at the top of the hour. That's about where they were, too. But it seems like they found some friends to be able to try and figure out, can they get around effect simulations? Or will they just use them as a drafting partner here for a little bit to make sure they get to the fuel mark? There's a lot of options for them, but I think they're one of the teams that are getting better as the track is getting cooler, it looks like, here, with where they've been able to pick up grip. Wouldn't be surprised during the nighttime if they picked up another couple spots. You can see some of the other options just up the road. They have a couple different spots just within reach within probably the next 30, 40, 50 minutes.
Do you know what I know from my experience of doing these sim racing commentaries and from participating in leagues as well, that Effect Simulation, they're another team that have got a huge fan club, and so there's going to be a lot of support fighting it out in our Twitch chat. So it'd be great to see you all commenting in there. And don't forget, I mean, we're here for another 2.5 hours yet on our commentary stint for this portion of the broadcast. So if you do have any questions, please put them into the chat on Twitch, and then get yourselves get your questions in. Keep them sensible, nothing silly, but do get your questions in the Twitch chat, and we'll see if we can answer those. But as of right now, LMP2 fight for 6th place, Agustin Canapino, sorry. Different drivers. That Canapino is trying his best to get right into the tail of that Effect Simulation car, but we keep on having to switch between LMP2 and GTD because the 2 leaders in GTD got a little bit of a break there, Jake.
They did. So Alex Dahn and Vasilios Belitsiotis have got the clearance on Beckham Jasir, and one of the reasons why that will be is the traffic. The other one is Beckham Jasir's got to hit a number. That's the key. Still remains busy with Vasquez and co, and Sasha Lehmann, who's in there, and then Augustine Canapino, who's in the middle of that as they go. But if you've got a gap, you've got to try and build with it. And something else I'm also seeing is the second of those Blue Mercure cars is falling down the order a bit. They're now back down into 6th place. Look at how they've got to clear. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'll block you into the corner because I want you to get the drive off the exit. There's the Simify Lamborghini there that they're trying to get the clearance by, and so now as you're looking to get that drive onto the oval banking, and it's 31 degrees up at the very top side of it, to go and get the speed up, you're just hoping you clear every car one at a time. That you've got it there. There's another Argentine team car, an SDR, that gets the clearance, can't get the move down the inside. Good work there by Sasha Lehmann to put one car in between.
And that could be so crucial, especially for exiting the Le Mans chicane, because the speed that you carry out of that chicane, you're carrying that all the way through to turn number 1, the fastest point of the track, and it can have such a key effect for you. So yeah, just getting caught up in traffic there, having a little bit of an effect, and that means that field is just spread out just that little bit. And Sasha Lehmann in that Effect Simulations what number they're running, 909, they are able to pull away slightly, but Agustin Canapino is now on the tail and on the charge once again. So as we go through the field, we had somebody asking about the Porsche being in the GTD class, being the favourite car. We touched on that earlier, but very briefly. It basically suits the conditions and suits the track this week more than others, so that's why a lot of those drivers, and it's a bit more compliant, and you need a compliant car, Justin, in a 24-hour race. You don't want something where you're thinking every corner, am I going to make it out of the corner?
Yeah, there's a balance between safe and fast, so to speak, and I mean that as you're so fast that you have no stability in it. In the second you hit a curve, the car just decides to do a barrel roll, fly into the sky, become a rocket ship, that type of a thing. Or you end up having a car so safe in terms of no chance of spins, the curves do nothing to it, that you just don't have the straight line speed. It's about finding the balance of that and how much you are willing to trim it out for the safety in the corners as well as the downforce. And also, just being able to find those right nuances to give you the speed, but also without sacrificing the handling of the car. Because in a lot of cases, compare this to, say, on the stock car side, that's one of the better examples I can think of, is in NASCAR competition, there's a lot about how minimal steering is fast, but you have to have a setup that is on edge to make that work and know how to steer when you're only able to turn 5, 10, 15%. Compare that to a road car. On the road side of things, you've just got to be careful on that balance on how you adjust things, because if you overexert on those settings, you're potentially going to put yourself on ice and potentially going to cost yourself net time overall, snapping around and getting loose, that you would have had being that extra little bit safe.
Great way of explaining it there, Justin. Absolutely. Put it more succinctly than I ever would, that's for sure. As we're carrying on throughout this race, you are watching the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, powered by VCO, here on the iRacing Esports Network of channels. Myself, Paul Smith, with Jake Sperry and Justin Prince, bringing you the first 6 hours of the broadcast before we will then hand over to our colleagues at RaceSpot TV for the second portion of the race. So do make sure you stick around, because it's going to be excitement all the way through to the end of the race tomorrow early afternoon. And if the racing in GTD is going to like this all the way through, I think, Jake, even though I'm not going to be commentating later on this evening or tomorrow, I think I'll be staying up watching. And we can't hear Jake again, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah, we're going to get different drivers in. I think it's been wonderful at the moment what we've seen in GTD. It's going to set itself up to be perfect. So when you've got Hypercar, GTP, and also GTD in at the same time, now it's going to be a riddle about where are you on track coming into the pits. Because remember, 50 clicks is the difference between them at top speed. If you're going to dive down in on the brakes, who's better on the brakes is going to be the next question. You don't want to be tangling it about with other cars, and so placement on circuit now is going to be vital here as we head to the 4-hour mark.
We did actually have a very good question coming on the chat that Justin has pointed out to us. How do you become an iRacing commentator? So my story, and I'll try and be as brief as possible because it's story time with Paul Smith, is that I was racing in a series many years ago, back in 2015, and I couldn't take part in one of the events. And I was watching the broadcast, and the commentator was commentating on a 4-hour race on his own. And I knew the commentator from I'm going to come back to this, because GTD absolutely side by side to the apron. I don't know whether I like that, but he came back onto the track safely, down the inside. My goodness, Alex Dunn is taking no prisoners in all of this. He goes through to the lead again in GTD, and Beckham Jasiah follows through into second. Blue Mercure, I think quite rightly, decided, you know what? Let's back out of that. That is asking for trouble. Justin.
Yeah, that is a very risky move, in fact. Dunn's making it quite simple. If I get the run, I don't care if I'm on the apron, I'm making you come back up, because if they're side by side there for the braking mark, it is going to be extremely chaotic, to say the very least, and likely lead to contact. And Dunn's kind of playing the game of chicken, if you will, on that with that. It's a dangerous game, and it's how Dunn's made the move a couple times, as you see the pit window open for BS Competition Company.
Yeah, GTP Hypercars onto pit road for them. That was a little bit risky for my liking from Alex Dunn, but obviously it paid off this time, but it doesn't always work. The lights are taking effect, by the way, and so we have got the floodlights on. All of the cars have got their headlights on, so it is getting dark enough now. We're heading towards that sunset time. I said 5:50 was the official sunset time. We're at 5:47 in sim time as traffic working their way through once again, and GTD onto pit road here, Jake. So that was Alex Dunn, I believe, heading onto pit road.
So an important move that needed to be made for track position, going down under the apron to make it happen. Now, in real world terms, you can't do that. Here in iRacing, you can get away with that in a race like this, but it is not cool. It's one of those where if you do it, everyone's going to have a discerning look and a little tut at you as you go by. But Alex Dunn won't mind that. He made that call. He needed to make that pass. He's got that pass. It's busy again here as they're heading over towards this next section, so just leave yourself enough room as you work on through. But Paul, just back to your point there, a lot of people who get into iRacing commentaries do just pick up a chance when there is an opening. Oh, I can jump in and I can do that. It was very similar with me, and I have Govan Keeney to thank actually for being a sim racing commentator of all people, because if he didn't have an almighty accident in a Star Mazda race back in the day at Brands Hatch, it was so bad that one of the cars jumped over the bridge at Pilgrim's Drop. It was that big of an incident. If that didn't happen and I never saw that, I'd never be an iRacing commentator.
Hey, I was just going to finish. To finish off the point that I started making before Alex Dunn decided, Paul, you're boring me, I'm going to make some moves. Basically, I knew the commentator from commentating on one of the championships I was racing in, and I messaged him during the race and said, look, I've got some experience in rugby commentary. Do you want me to come in? I know the series. Do you want me to come in and help out? And the message back was, yes, please, in caps. And that's how I got my opportunity, just through asking. So I would say to anybody who's ever considered commentating in, not just in esports, but in any sports really, ask companies. You know, if you've not got any experience of it, record yourself doing a commentary on anything. It doesn't have to be motorsport, it can be anything. It can be football, it can be soccer, it can be baseball, basketball, hockey, ice skating, you know, anything. Get that experience, get recordings of it, so that if you go out to companies and you say, I would like to have a go at commentating, and they ask, well, have you done it before? No, but I've given it a go here, and I've got a recording that you can watch. And that gives you a little bit of a leg up to try that. So that's what I would suggest in terms of doing that. Right, anyway, enough of boring people with my boring stories of how to get into sim racing commentary. We have got a race on our hands because Williams F1 Team Gaming, they are leading the GTD field, but it's only by half a second over second place, and a further half a second back to third place in class. Your overall GTP Hypercar race leader is onto pit road as well for their pit stops. So pit stops are plenty happening here, but well, Jake, we looked at it earlier with Tom Brown. We're getting another look at the Cosworth products and looking at some of the data that we've been sent in the past.
Yeah, and this is live data that's being shown here with Alexander Davidson behind the wheel of the WSR Esports LMP2 here that's making progress. And you can see all the different areas that you can build in. So you can see the throttle mapping, the brake mapping, you're seeing all that average speed that's coming along. You've got where on that circuit you're seeing the markers, where you're hitting the brakes, where you're accelerating, the differences. So you can see the mark there. It's down to we're getting 93 kilometers an hour there, basically through the International Horseshoe. And you're looking around and seeing what gear are you in, what revs are you hitting, and then look, you've even got things like fuel mileage, for example, that you're starting to hit, what you did on each various lap as well. It's brilliant, actually, of understanding this is what the car's doing at this place, at this time, on this lap, with those conditions. And so what teams will do is they'll look at that, extrapolate it, and see this is where you need to make that move.
And also, I want to draw your attention to the right-hand side next to the lap time lap numbers and that, there is an option that says player track state asphalt 2. It differentiates the different types of asphalt that you are currently going on. It will tell you if you are crossing over a white line, if you're going over a drain. It goes to that finite detail, does this product. It is absolutely fantastic, and it's brilliant of how you can go down into the absolute finite details of where you are winning and losing time, GTD leaders onto pit road right now. So we're going through that pit cycle, both GTP and GTD. But Justin, I mean, as a product, that Cosworth product there, it is invaluable for a lot of these drivers and a lot of these teams to be able to get quick access to data straight away.
Exactly, and to me, it's big because it allows more accessibility to those who might have had to use third-party software, then find a friend of a friend who had a workbook to be able to work on. You had to have the specific one. With this, you're able to get a lot of those finite details so up to date and use something that is used by major race series and manufacturers like IndyCar, Super Formula, Porsche, Aston Martin. A lot of those groups use that software and are able to use them for the respective teams in the real world. Now with the virtual equivalent on iRacing, you're able to get a lot more people to be able to learn all that information as quick as possible, and it really balances the playing field to be able to help people learn and read the iRacing data clearly and quickly.
As we look towards GTP field, in 6th place then, BMW M Team BS Competition, up 8 places now. Daniel Alves up there into 6th, but he's got the Porsche commander Alejandro Sanchez right behind him. And Jake, I've commentated on Alejandro for years. I'm still getting used to seeing him in a Coanda car.
Oh, I'm getting used to seeing him chucking up the inside and making contact there through with Dani Alves Lorenzo, and that is how easily you can just overshoot the corner. He gets the place, but trust me there, the Zebra's not going to be too pleased about a move like that happening as they go through. No flash of the lights, just settle back into rhythm. I'll find a way to get that one back on the next run through. But yeah, he was one of those drivers who was part of that Apex family and was brilliant there for years. Moved to Coanda, and he has been lights out there as well. He is one of the best sim racers in the world, Alejandro Sanchez. On his day, he's better than anyone.
I'm just going to bring it quickly back to the Cosworth talk because somebody in the chat has asked, where are you getting that data/charts from? So that's the Cosworth PI toolbox, which is integrated. It can work with iRacing to be able to extract data from the iRacing simulation and be able to give you that data in a way that you can choose how you want to digest that information. So you can go to iRacing.com/Cosworth-PI-toolbox for further information about the products there. So do check that out. I do suggest that. So yeah, P3 in Hypercar. GTP Hypercar, Team Redline have moved up into 3rd place, so that is again a place for them. Meanwhile, we're going to have a look back at the Porsche Coanda car, and this is that move, Justin, down into the Western Horseshoe.
Yeah, trying to slant up the inside, and already a little bit of damage. You see the little bit of a difference on the bumper in the first place right here. He's got a little bit touched to the inside, tried forcing against the curb, washed up, pushes the BMW out of the way, and that's how tight the line was and how much some of these drivers are squeezing here to force drivers to slow down a bit. In that case, he's actually trying to hug the curb, and the car didn't want to stay on the curb.
We've been asked, so I will ask this question to both of you. We'll start with you, Jake. We've been asked by Carl B 2011, who do the commentators think will win? Only one answer.
At the moment, it changes for me from what I was looking at, because originally I said grid and go, but the good thing about being in this position, You are allowed to change your pick if it isn't going the way you want it to, as it's not a talking head situation. I'm not, Shannon Sharp or the like. So as I sit down and look at it, I think this is BMW M Team Redlines.
There we go, Justin.
Interesting pick in terms of that. That was originally my pick, actually. I think we're almost alike on that thought process, Jake, here today. But part of me almost feels like it depends. Drago Racing is the simple answer. The long answer is it depends on the third rotation and whoever else jumps in the rotation for Redline's 3 car. So if at this moment, I think Drago Racing's 5 car has it early on. But it depends on how McEwen does long run and who else jumps in and if they can live up to McEwen's speed.
For me, I am saying that it's going to be a car with wheels on it. There we go, that's who's going to win. And so, there we go.
Paul,
Look, there's the look of shock on both of my commentators' faces then.
Just watch someone win upside down with all 4 wheels off the car.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, something's going to happen. Hey, listen, I'm going to get splinters, but I don't care. I'm sitting on the fence right here. So, that was one question. I've got a question that I'm saving for later, because I don't think it's a question for right now, because we are going to come up to the top of the hour once again. No, in all seriousness, I'm going to throw a curveball out there because I can, and I'm going to say Coanda Esports 08.
Fair pick. Julian Sunan currently behind the wheel at the moment, and they've done all right, but I'm just looking at that team and who they can put into the car. So they've got Elvis Rankin, who we've seen, and they've also got Mitchell de Jong, who can go in.
And Mitchell, by the way, I've got a story about Mitchell. So back in 2019, I was working at an event in Munich at BMW. It was the BMW Sim Live, as we have a look at the moves happening out here in GTD. This is for third place, Blue Mercure in third right now. Got Williams F1 Team Gaming right in front of them. But yeah, back in 2019, I was working at BMW World for the BMW Sim Live event in December of 2019, and we had a really early call to get to the venue to help with the setup of all the equipment and making sure we did all technical checks, because there was an event in the hall that we were in the night before, so we didn't have time to do things earlier than the same day. It was a brutal day, was that day. Things went wrong, but I got a message partway through the morning, and it was from Mitchell de Jong. And he goes, "Oh, hey, I don't know if you're down at BMW World yet, but we're just going to go into the museum. It looks pretty sweet, does this?" And I message him back and say, "Yeah, I've been here since 7 a.m. and we're still way behind on getting things set up for the show." And he replied back and he goes, "Oh, shoot, sorry about that." And nicest guy, his mum and dad, they're such nice family as well. But when you get Mitchell out on track, Jake, he is a machine. And he can wheel more than just a road car. He can do dirt, he can do oval. He's a multifaceted driver.
He absolutely is. And the way that I understand him, he did the 24 Hours of Spa. It was a brilliant final stage of a race back in 2017. And he did 9 straight laps within a tenth of a second of each other to keep everybody else at bay and win that race for Coanda. He is a brilliant driver, and he's not just a brilliant driver in one thing. He's a brilliant driver in everything, and that's what makes him such a luxury option for Coanda, because he can go out there any car and they know they can put him in any series and he will challenge for wins.
and he's got that real-world experience as well from his rallycross experience involved as Mitchell. So I think, he's multifaceted, and that's why I think they might be a bit of an outside shot at this moment in time. If you were to look at things as things stand right now, they're 14 seconds off of the race leader. They're not out of this by any shot. So, we're going to be looking at what happens throughout this race. We are getting close to the hour mark. We're almost 4 hours down in this race. Just 20 hours to go in this one. I'll tell you what, this has absolutely flown by so far, has this race, and I've been loving every minute of it. We've got a couple more hours of myself, Jake Sperry and Justin Prince on commentary before we then hand over to our RaceSpot TV commentators. But yeah, GTD right now, Justin, this is where, well, I would say this is where the action is, but the action is in GTP, it's in LMP2, and it's in GTD.
It's everywhere, but the reason I think you mentioned the action with this pack is they've been trading around a few spots here. Some of the Williams cars in particular we've seen in past laps have been trying to pick off spots before things get very busy once again amongst them. You're talking about right 5-6 laps into the stints here for some of these drivers here. But I think the big thing we've really seen here is the rise of the Porsches as they built up speed here to the nighttime. Well, for second on back has really come into play and has really sparked a lot of these battles here with these cars in the nighttime with that track balance. We've had a lot here tonight seem to be coming into play. These cars with that handling ability on this track have been really helpful for these teams, and we've seen it come into play now as we are just about near full darkness.
Yeah, absolutely. Darkness has descended here, but you know where it's not dark? Well, it's not dark in NASCAR 25, which of course is out available right now for you across multiple platforms. Make sure you check that out. Available on Steam, on PS5 and on the Xbox Store as well. Do check it out, NASCAR25.com, for information about the game. You got the full NASCAR season there. It's a tremendous game, and well, Jake, if you're a NASCAR fan, you've got nowhere else to look really than NASCAR 25.
No, and I love the fact that you've got this old school feel with this new school game. It's all about bringing the sights and sounds of what this feeling of being a NASCAR driver is to everybody, and this is what makes this game brilliant, because most people, when you start and you go, what takes your attention when you're watching a racing series, is do you have a video game that goes along with it that I can sink my teeth into so I can replicate what's happening out there in the real world? You can with NASCAR 25. It is absolutely brilliant. Jump on in with it.
As we take a look at the top of the hour standings, Drago Racing in GTP Hypercar lead by 10 seconds over BMW M Team Redline, with Team Redline in third place ahead of Drago Racing, Coanda Esports, Porsche Coanda, BMW M Team BS Competition, Grid and Go, Fiercely Forward and Movano Rosso rounding out your top 10. The rest of the GTP field, we have lost one GTP car, Grid and Go 001, they are retired from this race. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage lead the LMP2 class, but Blue Mercure Esports are there. We are in the middle of a pit stop cycle at the moment, so things are chopping and changing as we'll look at right now. So those standings, 13 cars all still taking part in this race in LMP2. Then in your GTD field, Drago Racing lead that one by 5.9 seconds, but Williams F1 Team Gaming #1 and Blue Mercure Esports are absolutely neck and neck between the two of them for second place. Blue Mercure as well, teammates, are in third place in class as well. Rest of your field are working through big GTD field. 32 cars entered the GTD class. We have got 24 of them still running. We have lost quite a few of the GTD field, unfortunately, but there you go. That's how things stand at the top of the hour. And Jake, top of the hour, 19 hours and 56 minutes remaining in this one.
Yeah, and it's been brilliant racing. I just wanted to update that WSI Esports White, the Acura that was running right up there near the front, they have thrown it in the wall coming out of this Le Mans chicane. It was Kamil Grabowski who was new into the car, and so their day is written in GTD.
There we go. Let's have a look at the positions gained so far in this race in GTP Hypercar, BMW M Team BS competition. They're the biggest movers, up 7 places to that 7th place. BMW M Team Redline, 4 places gained into second right now in GTP Hypercar. Big losers, of course, in this one being the Grid and Go 002. The Movano Rosso car had issues early on in the race, spinning and getting collected earlier on, but keeping going in this race. In LMP2, like I say, we're in the pit stop cycle right now, so Betmaster TCE Sports, they're actually currently in the pit box, so they're showing as 12 laps in 12 places gained, should I say, but they're currently out of cycle slightly by a lap or so over the rest of the field. But yeah, some big movers in that field as well. Grid and Go Esports 003 dropping down the order. And in GTD, Drago Racing gained 5, Blue Mercure gain of 6 places as well up the field. SDR Sim Racing still does 19 places gained, the biggest movers in your GTD field. So that's how things check out right now at this point of the race. Somebody has put a suggestion in the chat, by the way, Justin. iRacing Formula Drift.
I think it would work. As you look at the mid-pack for GTD, I think for a lot of the drivers it'd be a little bit of a learning curve, but the Formula Drift side does have a good community. You just have to be able to drift the cars. It's about, to me at least, I've seen a lot of people in particular, interesting enough, as we see the Falcon decks, which are just, in celebrations, I've seen people just drift around the entire racetrack. You can do it. It's about making sure you don't pop the tires, but it's possible.
I can tell you, Aerotech that we showed earlier on the Twitch feeds from the different Twitch streamers throughout this race, if he had half an ear on this broadcast, he'd have suddenly just gone, wait, what? Formula Drift? Yes, let's have that. That's not coming. Somebody has mentioned it in the chat, and I thought it was worth a discussion point. I've had this in the past where somebody has taken what we have said out of context and gone, coming soon! But no, it's not. It's somebody's suggestion in the chat. So that we are absolving ourselves of that. We did get a question earlier on, and I thought that I would bring this up now because we've gone past the top of the hour. Caleb C36055 asked, what does the future look like for sim racing to real world racing? How is this path going to continue to evolve over time? Thanks, guys. That's a very, very good question, because we've seen, in my time, I've seen how the acceptance of sim racing has changed massively. So going back to 2018, I was at Leipzig for the Porsche Sim Racing Summit, and I was actually in one of the little meetings that they had between real-world team managers. You're talking team managers from Porsche Supercup, from Carrera Cup GB, from Deutschland, from all over, all the different Porsche series. All these team managers Porsche were keen to hear what their thoughts were on sim racing, on how, and all of them, they were like, they just could not see the benefit of it at all, and they were just there saying, no, why should we invest in this? And I was in this meeting, and I put my hand up and I said, can I just give an example? And so I said, Sebastian Job, who I've actually raced against, I've commentated on him for years as well. At that time, he had raced in the Formula Ford 1600 series in the UK. And he said an example was going to Alton Park. He knew exactly the line to take through Cascades, which is a sweeping downhill left-hander onto the back straight, heading towards Ireland and that part of the circuit. He was 0.2 of a second quicker than his teammate through that one corner alone because of his experience in the sim. And I said this to them, and suddenly they got it. They understood the benefit of, because you're taking if you've got somebody who's never seen a track before, so if you've got somebody who, say, is European and is racing in a GT series in Asia, for example, say they're racing in Abu Dhabi or Dubai. It's the Dubai 24 Hours this weekend in the Creventic series, which, by the way, Creventic do have series here in iRacing as well. You can take somebody who's never raced around those tracks, put them in the sim, so that they can have that basic knowledge of just that knowledge of which ways the track go and how does it go and where's the braking points, where's the danger areas, and you pick up those things so that when you get onto the track and you get that limited track time that you get in real world racing, you're not having to learn an entirely new track there, and you can really gain that experience. So it can give you a leg up. It also gives you a leg up as well in terms of traffic management. We're seeing that right here. I've seen people who have raced in full metal racing. I mean, for goodness sake, we've got Alex Dunn in this race, who have taken their experience from the sim of traffic management and applied it in full metal racing and in real world racing. It can have those applications. And Jake, I can't remember when it was, you actually went to Rensport Online, didn't you, years ago, where they actually did driver coaching, didn't they, for quote-unquote gentleman drivers using the sim, so they could get that experience in sim and then take that to the real world racing, didn't you?
Yes, I called a 24-hour race there, and I had 18 hours worth of commentary stint, and it was absolutely brilliant of a scene to go there as we watch Julian Sunan here really scrapping. This for fourth against Nicholas Matteo. Florian Labigra just in front for third as well here for Team Redline, so a big scrap going out there. But yes, I went over there and saw what they were doing with their simulators, and it was a Swiss-based company, so I was out in Zurich and over by Lake Geneva, over the lake, ended up being Sauber's headquarters, so that sort of tells me the area that we were. But the reality of it is they were building simulators to go, right, these real-world drivers need something to apply themselves with, so let's build them and go give them to the racers so they have something to go and work with. I think it's fantastic what you see. And what I believe sim racing is going to do over the next 2 years, 5 years, 10 years, with the legitimacy that Max Verstappen, for example, gave it with Chris Lullen over the course of last year, I think it's going to replace karting as the new de facto way of drivers to get into Formula Ford, to get into Formula 3, and to actually state their claims and saying, look, this is the new grassroots, because people who come from karting, they're going to be 15 seconds, 20 seconds off the pace when they first jump in, and they'll get it to about 2 seconds. You come from the sim racing world, and you see it with the Skip Barber series, for example, how Ivan Machado went and won the championship, how Elvis Rankin went and won the championship, how Johnny Guindy won the championship, how Sebastian Weldon won the championship. They did so by the way of coming through the sim racing and giving themselves the opportunity. They can jump in a car straight away and be about a second and a half off the pace of everyone, and then fine-tune that down to about half a second. To get to grips of what you need to be a racer, this is the perfect replication for it. So I believe karting is going to become outdated as a form of dictating who's going to be a quick driver and who isn't, and that all the real-world teams will go, well, we want drivers from here to be the best that we possibly can.
Well, and you just have to look at series like Racing Prodigy as well, who were able to take people from the sim world and put them in those real-world racing cars. It was a TV program as well, using iRacing and then getting people out there onto the tracks. It really gave them a great opportunity. I would then, Justin, say that one of the big disadvantages at the moment in time, not necessarily moving forward, but in this moment of time, is money. Because teams, yes, it'd be great to have this talent come through in sim racing, but you have to have that backing behind you to go full metal racing, don't you?
You do, and that involves getting your name out there and building connections in the community, whether that's to the sim world or in big time, of course, the real world. And the big thing I've noticed for a lot of drivers, especially on the oval side, where many of the drivers I've been teammates with or were young drivers that were in eNASCAR Ignite series over a few years ago and so forth, the big thing for them was they've ranked a lot of the drivers that have moved up the ranks. They just so happen to race against each other in the sim and have built up friendships over the years, and they've turned that into being able to build opportunities with other groups and other teams. And those performances in the sim I've seen going to events like PRA over the year in 2023. So a lot of the people over there were attracted because of some of the name experience they've done to those respective drivers to be able to network with them and be able to build partnerships with those respective brands to build the money side. So to answer the question of where do I feel the future looks like for sim racing in the real world, I think the sim world right now is a supplement to the real world, where you build the experience in the sim, but also need to have some of the real world experience to connect that together and build those bridges and connections in both. And we've seen that really evolve to where if you have both of those at the same time, you can make a strong path to make it into real world racing. A good example would be, I think, coming up, Carson Hocevar, Roger Carruth, some of the names that popped up that started in the virtual world, raced in the virtual world, did some real world racing, built up both, built up the brand name as well, and built up to where they built that personality and connection with drivers into eventually real world opportunities over the years.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many names that you could name from the world of karting, from lower formula racing that do so much in sim racing now. It is, to me, it is an essential tool in your arsenal to be able to get that, because I mean I think back to 2016, 2017. My team boss in a touring car championship that I raced in was Ashley Sutton, 4-time British touring car champion. I don't think you can get much better of a team boss, in my opinion, for a touring car team than a champion of that nature. So really, I had so many opportunities. I learned from Ash of how to handle a front-wheel drive racing car and how to get the best out of them, and we were able to use data to improve my lap times and things like that. So there's so much that you can build into each other, Jake.
You can, and you make a great point about Ash Sutton, because from Ash Sutton came Pure Sim Esports, and from Pure Sim Esports came WSR Esports. So now you're starting to get the real sense of...
That was a little bit fractious, was that? Let's be honest with that.
Yeah, but there's a tenuous link to it. But in terms of how everyone now starts to think about things moving forward, there's a reason why Augustine Canapino is out there racing. There's a reason why Alex Dunn is here. There's a reason why Max Esterson came here after being a part of Vendaval Sim Racing back in the day. There are so many great stories that come through here. Christopher Bell, William Byron, and so many more come in the future that will...
Norby Kiss.
Yeah, Norby Kish. 6-time FIA European Truck Series Racing champion. They are all here. They are all racing. I go to Emil Bernstorff, for example, a driver who used to race back in Formula 2, who said, I don't want to go through the rigmarole of getting sponsors and trying to get a team together to be in a car that's 2 seconds off the pace, when I can be on equal pace with everyone else here. I can be racing with much better racing quality than anywhere else, and I've got a community with me as I go out there and stream. So you sit down and go, sim racing on its own merit is proving to be absolutely fantastic. Moritz Lerner, for example, getting a chance to drive in DTM. You keep going on through the list of drivers that keep on going, and you say, yeah, sim racing is the absolute pinnacle at the moment in terms of sim to reality that it's been in a very, very long time. So now you start saying, okay, now how do you build that?
It's part of the Porsche program that you're expected to now, as you come in as a Porsche junior driver, be involved with the esports side of things as well. So it is an expectation that you get involved with sim racing. By the way, we're looking at the GTD race. We're on board with the Williams F1 Team Gaming car, and that is the car down there in 5th place right now. Mkhitar Kunza behind the wheel. Ahead is the teammate Benedict Vida with the Blow Mercure esports cars in 3rd and 2nd places respectively. Alex Dunn has not pulled away that much in GTD, so it's keeping pretty much steady as she goes right now in GTD, but it's been incredibly close through the field. But I will say, what a really good question and talking point that was raised there, and definitely I think there is merit, certainly a lot more now, and it's a lot more recognised, the merit of being involved in sim racing as a form of career progression through the ranks here. So thank you very much for that question, a really good one, and I'm glad we didn't just get questions like what's your favourite colour and what are you having for tea tonight. Because that's what I would have put in the chat there, Justin, if I'd have been asked, if I was on the chat and I've been asked for questions, that's what I would have put there.
Yeah, a lot of people putting thought into the questions, to say the very least. It's been a very communicative day, I will say, for a lot of the fans, and that's the big thing I love about sim racing, is that sense of connection, and it crosses over to what can happen and has happened for some series that they've been really trying to develop, is that interactivity with the fan base, to say, if anyone's got a question, just ask. It's a chance to be able to learn. For some drivers and some fans watch you on, this is your opportunity to learn about some of these teams, especially if you're new to the sim.
Absolutely, and I'm just going to jump in here because I just had a look over that last lap with Thomas Amborg over at Dullatra Automotive by Majors Garage. They had a tag at the International Horseshoe with Ate Kalpanen, who's leading this race for Drago Racing, and they got on the lights and went, no, I am having absolutely none of it. I am going to be sitting down and saying, look, I'm going for the race lead against Sesha.
Thank you very much to Cisco Scaramusa from our production team here, putting in about myself there in the chat. But yeah, we're seeing some really intriguing stuff now going on track. We're getting back into a bit of a... We've had that little bit of a people just being in that rhythm now. Everything sort of... We've found the pace of the race. The track has thinned out a little bit in terms of the number of cars out there on track as well, unfortunately. We have got, what, I think 50 cars still running out there on track. The other 9 cars have retired. Just to quickly go through that, the 001 Grid and Go car from GTP Hypercar out of this race about 54 minutes ago. Impulse Racing, Altitude 3M Esports, De Begazun, oh my goodness, DP Bengutang Racing, get there eventually, get the teeth in there, Paul. They're out, along with Impulse Racing by Tam Liveries, Live Sim Racing Arnage, BS Turner, Fiercely Forward Pink and Team PGZ, all out of this race, unfortunately. But we still have 50 cars out there on track as things stand right now. Pretty close in GTP, pretty close in LMP2, although, saying that, your leaders, Zesta Esports, have pulled out a little bit of a gap here, Jake, in this last sort of 30 minutes or so, just short of 4 seconds.
Yeah, this was actually, I think, from the stint prior, they'd built up a gap of about 7 or 8, and it's actually been reeled in by Dullatra Automotive. That would have come through effect simulations, dropping down the order, not having as quick of a driver in for that last stint. So that is starting to put through. Also getting questions in on our YouTube chat as well that's coming through. And we got one here from Ghost1222 who says, where has Blue Mercure come from? I've never heard of it. This is what you call a perfect storm, as we've actually got the two Williams cars out there on circuit at the moment, Benedek Vida and Matteo Kunze. This is a brand new team. This is their first real big effort that's gone in, but they've managed to pick up 15 to 20 drivers who are all out of contract at the end of the year and gone, do you want to come race for us? And basically it's a French-based team, Bleu Mercure. It comes from a housing based company out there, so I would say something akin to venture capitalism out there, and they have really put together a strong identity of what their team needs to be. They've brought drivers into the fold. We want to be a team that challenges at the very top, and this is their first true test of what they're doing. They've got a number of good drivers in the mix, and currently they're on the podium in LMP2, and they've got two cars on the podium in GTD. Job done.
Well, there we go. As we carry on through the field then and through this race, we're getting some really good action. The GTP hypercars, they'll be starting their pit cycle in the next lap or so. In fact, one or two are already down onto pit road for their pit stops. LMP2, they're a little bit off of their pit stops for now. And GTD, we've got about, 10 laps or so before they start heading onto pit road. So that's what we're going to be with things like that. Do you know what? We've had another question from the YouTube chat. How do you keep up with driver and team contract / changes? Justin, I'll throw that out to you.
In terms of driver changes in the car, do they mean? Or in terms of team changes,
I would say
mean?
team changes.
Social media?
Yeah.
That's the easiest way to phrase that for those watching along. A lot of drivers have social media, and a lot of people make those announcements, so it's about keeping a close eye to the racing community in terms of that.
Yeah, no, it's social media and team websites as well. Is where I would say is the main things with looking at how to identify where this is going. We are scrolling through, by the way, on the timing tower on the left-hand side, the fastest laps for each of the classes. You can see how close LMP2 is right now in terms of fastest lap times. GTP, Hypercar, again, not much of a field spread in terms of fastest lap times as well. So 32.7s, 32.6 from Quanda Esports is about the fastest that we've seen in this race. So we're getting those lap time comparisons there. 1:43, so 10 seconds slower for GTD than GTP Hypercar. So we've seen those fastest laps as Porsche Coanda onto pit road right now. So they are right on schedule. 28 laps done for them and for the Coanda Esports team. And get this, Jake, Mitchell de Jong jumping into the car.
And as well for the 091 team, they've put a very fast Australian in Dane Warren, who is effectively, I would say, the A1 apparent to Josh Rogers. Now, you talk about how quick the scene is in Australia. They do a lot of work with the V8 cars out there, and that will be the Ford Mustang and the Chevrolet, and it is one of the perfect cars out there to get you tuned in to everything on iRacing, because it's a car with understeer and oversteer at the same time when you're putting the power down. So I look at drivers like Dane Warren, absolutely lightning quick and can go and make it happen, and that scene is absolutely brilliant. And another example of that sim to reality, new in for the supercar season this year will be Job Stewart.
So yeah, as more cars coming onto pit road, BMW M Team Redline onto pit road, getting their pit stops done right now. So latest switch of drivers there. By the way, for those in the Twitch chat who saw the comment about myself knowing martial arts, I don't know martial arts. I pretended to know about it for national television here in the UK about 12, that was like 12 years ago, no, 14 years ago that I filmed that. Good grief. You know you're getting old, Justin, when you're saying about nearly a decade and a half since you did something truly memorable.
Not gonna lie, when commentating a lot of action over the years, the big thing to me has been seeing drivers go from, say, 16, 18, 19 years old to, in a lot of cases, to reference back to versus reality pathway, to a lot of those competitors becoming engineers with race teams, becoming drivers, of course, with race teams, even becoming whatever they want to be at this point, becoming adults. It's crazy how time goes and how much development we see and where the career paths we've seen a lot of these drivers go with the rise of the esports side, especially in the last half a decade.
Certainly. So here we are then as we carry on. So we're looking at the number 33 car coming through the front stretch, the Blue Mercure Esports. Pedro Valencia then in 9th place in LMP2. So they are working their way through the Le Mans chicane and carrying on through the field here. So yeah, definitely going to be interested to see how this one pans out, but we have got 19 and a half hours remaining here in this, the iRacing Daytona 24 Hours, powered by VCO, and it's myself, Paul Smith, Jake Sperry and Justin Prince on the commentary with you today. I don't think we've actually mentioned this at all through the first 4.5 hours. It has been confirmed with this race that the winners of GTP in this top split and also the winners of GTD will earn invitations to the 2026 IMSA Esports Global Championship. So there is not just the pride of winning this race here, Jake, it's also a slot or an invitation, should we say, not guaranteed, but an invitation into that IMSA Esports Championship.
And let's put it to you like this. If you're getting an invitation rather than having to work your way into a tournament like that, that is huge. That gives you the opportunity all year, pressure's off the back of your team, your drivers, just sit down, get yourself the result that you want, and you have got yourself a golden ticket to go out there and race come the second half of this year and into the next and give it absolutely everything. I think that's wonderful because you look at these events, they're magical marquee events in these 24-hour races, and for the longest time, Paul, these races were for pride. I go and win this, I want to be number one. Now there is a tangible, I would say, weight of reward for getting the big result done.
Absolutely. So Pedro Valencia on board here in towards turn number 1 behind the Grid and Go car that we are looking at right now. So as we carry on throughout this race into the International Horseshoe, so a couple more GTP hypercars, including your overall race leader, Drago Racing, onto pit road for the latest pit stop. 28 laps, absolutely to a button in terms of the pit stop cycle. I would imagine that his teammate Nicholas Matteo will be heading onto pit road right there on cue. Through they come onto pit road. So definitely we're seeing those pit stop cycles going on. Now, let's see, going through back to this battle in LMP2, still close together, but I don't think we're going to be seeing anything from these two just yet. That is, of course, the largest commentator's curse possible because, Justin, they'll probably have a brake failure and smash into each other at some point.
And we've kind of seen those happen over the years. One of the Spot 24s, when it came to Redline, was the big one because remember back then there was the miss the corner in towards the bus stop and then all of a sudden brake failure by the time they got up the long straightaway. So It can happen, and it does happen to a lot of people because your hardware is being put to the very limit. You're talking about trying to put 8, maybe 7, 6, maybe 12 hours of time over a short span on your equipment. That's why you have to make sure you got your bolts checked and everything secured in.
Yeah, and this is a jump for position. I've just seen Nicholas Matteo come out of the pit, and Luke McEwen has put a mile on him. Sam Keiter then's going to be there as we watch what's going on with Balázs Remenyik and Pedro Valencia going on out there in battle and just getting tyres up to speed. Look in the background. Look at that, side by side.
Yeah, we just got a glimpse of that in the background of shot there. So as we look on, we're also going to be looking, we were looking earlier at some of our Twitch streamers throughout this race, and we're getting a wave on camera as well from a few of our Twitch streamers. So we were looking at it earlier, and yeah, even more look at what's happening throughout these races. And look at the heart rate at the bottom, just a nice calm 80 beats per minute. That's actually quite a low heart rate, I think, Justin, for during a race like this.
I don't think he's the one driving. I think he's just watching the team
He's just
members.
watching, yeah.
Yeah, see what the traffic have picked up, though. Kind of showcases where even while you're watching your teammates, it can just spike.
As we go through, so yeah, he's just sitting there. We're going to have a look at another one of our team. It's actually the teammate looking at this right now. So this is action happening between the two of them on Twitch. So we're getting that look across the Punchy, of course, that we saw earlier, actually in action, and giving you that sort of driver's eye view of what's going on for them. So we're having a look throughout this broadcast at other Twitch streamers in this one, and having a look at what they've been doing and going on. But it's worth pointing out, as you said, Jake, Drago Racing, their number 2 car, down to 5th place in GTP. Mitchell de Jong, Sam Keiter and Luke McEwen all moving forward in this field in GTP Hypercar. So changes in these most recent pit stops.
And that was cold tyres for Nicholas Matteo, side by side into the West Horseshoe, tried to outbrake Sam Keiter into the corner and overcooked it in, so Sam couldn't turn any more, and off the road went Nicholas Matteo. So that's why those places have been dropped, and as that happens, we've got a couple of GTDs that are down in the pits and making their service, but our focus on the 2 Blue Mercures, who are 1 and 2 at the moment, because Drago have come in and made their pit stop, and the number 68, they're going to get Alex Dunn out of the car, and in comes the Chilean, Nicolas Rubilar.
Okay, so change of driver for Drago Racing. What a stint it was from Alex Dunn, and he'll be delighted with how he's done so far in his drive time. Get a little bit of a break, and then he'll be back in a little bit later on, no doubt about that. A few more of our GTDs onto pit road. So we're getting that pit stop cycle underway. 31 laps or so that we're looking at pit stop cycle. So Blue Mercure, we're not going to get them in for another sort of 4 laps or so here. So they are in the lead right now, and certainly looking in a good place. But what a way to make it into the top split of an event like this, Justin, and to have such an effect, especially in GTD, which has been such a competitive field.
I think it kind of showcases the talent brought in by them in particular, especially the options available. They picked well, and it put together a strong, solid core, and in turn, what was one of the main things I mentioned about in terms of having a good team? It was about having a good foundation and a good backing, and that's not just about who's on the car. I'm talking about who's part of the leadership, who's part of the main core on, say, the building side, because you're going to only go so far, for example, too, on who is your leader and who is the one calling the shots of what's in the car. And I think we've seen them all come together very well to be able to gel together and put together some fast cars as we see more drivers dive to pit road.
Yeah, on to pit road then for a couple more of your GTDs. That's Falcon Sim Racing, SDR Sim Racing, and Dura as well. Dua, who I found out this week have signed from Altitude 3M Esports, James Boumet, who I think is actually a really good signing for that team. James is an incredibly quick driver, and I think Dua have got themselves a cracking driver there, Jake.
I agree with you, and just commentating on the likes of the World GT Championship with WSR Esports, he was right up there with Alexander Davidson, giving absolutely everything. He has been brilliant for that team. He's been their marquee driver, and this is a team, by the way, that has a former pro stripe in Dennis Grabowski with them, so this is a really strong team. James is lightning fast, and this is the next level that he's going to go to a team like Dua, who have a history of developing drivers, not just to be here in sim racing, but to go to the real world as well. It's a wonderful team, and he will learn from some amazing drivers, and I think he will reach a new level by going to that team.
I mean, I first had dealings with Dua in another simulator, and I was impressed with what they were doing there in that sim, and then when they've come across into iRacing, it's been just that, again, that progression and picking up talent, picking up drivers, and seeing who is good, who's got potential as well. And I think that's going back to the discussion that we were having earlier about what sim racing can give in terms of how it can have an effect on the world of real world racing, of full metal racing. It's a great place to spot talent out there, Justin, and to see what they could do in pressure situations as well. These top split racers, they are pressure situations.
Yes, exactly. And it's not just about being precious. I think it's high pressure is the way I think to phrase it is. It tests you if you can race against some of the best and be able to perform well, because one of the knocks when I did sim racing myself on the oval side was you race a lot, but not against the SOF. And what I mean by that is, to really judge someone on talent, you have to be able to see how they do against, say, the 10,000 I-rating drivers, the 9Ks, the 8 or 7. You can win all the races you can against the 3, the 4, the 5, but to really develop, you have to race against the 6, the 7, the 8, if you get what I mean. In terms of those higher echelons of teams and higher echelons of drivers, in terms of your development path, if you don't do that, you kind of almost plateau and leave potential on the table.
Remember how I said that I'm possibly the commentator with the strongest strain of commentator's curse in the world of sim racing?
What have you done,
Paul?
Paul?
What have I done is that I've managed to spin James Boumet for Falcon Sim Racing on his outlap. So I've just been singing the praises of James Boumet in the Falcon Sim Racing number 14 that's currently 14th in GTD. He's just out of pit road after getting into the car, and he's spun it. Wow, there you go. We're having a look at a few more of our Twitch streamers. We seem to pick up our Twitch streamers when they're not racing. Now, this, interestingly here, Justin, is one of the races that actually started yesterday. So that's why they're in daylight here on this stream. And this is a stream that's on Twitch, it's on YouTube as well. So, but yeah, this is showing the race that started yesterday.
Yeah, and you're talking about good few thousand who started off in the afternoon section. A lot of the teams I noticed that are in my search for the Americas actually did this time slot from the 5 p.m. onward because it fit better in their scheduling. So it just showcases you can race in the multiple different splits and be some of the top contenders. There's a lot of opportunity to jump at Daytona and be able to hit a time that works for your team, not just into the one grouping. So there's multiple top splits when you think about it.
LMP2 pit stops time. The top 3 onto pit road. Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, Blue Mercure Esport were there, 2 outfits at the front. Map Performance out there, but Betmaster TC Esports, Agustin Canapino again is going that extra lap. So a little bit of counter strategy from the number 42, Jake, and again, it's a very long play to play, but it can be so beneficial for you.
Oh, absolutely. You have to settle in and say, look, we can have a certain pace, but if we hit certain time marks out there, so for example, if I'm hitting times out there which are 130, 137, 138, if I'm doing that time of a 138 flat, that's good enough. If I'm starting to hit the 137s, I might be burning too much fuel out there because I'm trying to be uber aggressive. So you have to balance that as you go about the racing and say, look, this is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to try and put this time together. And so you do have to settle for hours and go, I'm going to run at 95% because if I run at 100, we're going to be short by the time we get to the end and it wouldn't have been worth it. So you have to, once you have a strategy, go with it. They're doing a great job with it. They're staying out longer than some of the other teams. And the effort here, I think, is going to be quite telling because Dullatrave just come out of the pits. And Thomas Ambor is just 1 second behind Balazs Pilar of Sesha Esports in the 90.
We're going to take another look at some more Twitch streamers out here on stream as with GTDs are onto pit road right now for their pit stop cycle. So where's the mess? Well, there we go. We're having a look, and it's VR, so you're getting a look at exactly what Wes is doing. And in fact, he's adjusting his wing settings on the fly here during the race. So he's obviously looking at some settings, and yes, he's giving us a wave as well, which is nice. But yeah, adjusting settings during the race as well in VR must be so difficult. As thank you very much, Wes, for that. Now, I've only ever tried racing in VR once or twice, and I just could not get used to it, Justin. Have you had the chance to try out VR?
I actually raced with VR for a good year-ish, give or take, around 2020, 2021-ish, give or take. I felt like, to me, it was something you had to get used to because it's about not just these different sensitive feeling of you can look everywhere around, up, down. Oh, we had a crash. The Force had a crash.
That's the team red line. Number 4, Sam Kiter, is on pit road after taking a tow. We'll get a look at that on the replay right now. So where is this? This is on the exit of the International Horseshoe, heading through the dogleg right now. He's got lap traffic, LMP2 lap traffic. He's going to dive to the inside, and it's the lap traffic. The WSR Esports car loses control into the Western Horseshoe, and absolutely nothing that Sam Kiter could do in that, Jake.
Well, if you didn't have bad luck, you'd have no luck at all if you were Sam at that moment. You are a passenger. You cannot predict that that LMP2 is going to snap out there, left to right on the brakes because they're out there on the grass. You can't avoid an incident like that. Wrong place, wrong time, one Coanda car out. One red line car out.
And I tell you what, you'll feel so bad if you're Lucas Linkvist for WSR Esports Red. It's just a mistake, and it's ended up costing one of the challengers for the win in this race here, Justin, as we'll have another look at it in a second.
Yeah, one of the top contending teams here once again, and this is absolutely heartbreaking, first of all, as a team after putting in so much effort. You have this type of situation. It all really sparks from, WSR just snapped around, got loose, and made contact coming out of the kink. That's an absolute terrible timing for that red line machine to make the pass. Absolute disaster, Paul.
That WSR car, it got loose through the dog leg, so the car just swings a little bit, and as it swings back, the back end, it goes onto the grass. As soon as it touches that grass, it just spins the car around, fires it into that red line car, and I tell you what, it'd be so gutting for both teams, to be fair, for that to happen. Now, it'd be interesting to see whether Team Redline carry on in this one. I would imagine that they would do, carry on and try and help out their compatriots now in the BMW M Team Redline car. Okay, they're in different marks of car between the two of them, but they can still help each other out, can't they, Jake?
They can work out, okay, this is what's doing well for us. We can go and make something happen as we watch Pedro Valencia here for Bleu Mercure against Alej Nahuay. Back to Wes then as we have a little look, as he takes a little look at his mirror and tries to go forward with it. But you can go and gather some more information. Effectively, what you do now with that car is you take it from a scenario of being a car that will fight full position and try to get a race result into basically having a very nice 19-hour test session.
Yeah. So definitely interesting to see how
In a Beamer.
Team Redline react to that. So yeah, what car is Wes the Mess driving in? So come on, chat. Let's see. What's your guesses as to what car that Wes is driving here?
You can kind of see the absolute flow of this, and as I said before, the VR side, it's a lot of sensations to you that you have to adjust to over time, and you can see that right now where you just even have the natural nods where you fall into the corner. To me, it's a balance, it's a preference on do you prefer a triple monitor setup or a VR headset in terms of what you prefer to look at and how you want to look at the information ahead of you.
We're getting a couple of answers of Corvette, by the way, in chat for people. So yeah, so we'll give you a little bit chance. So we've got a BMW being said in chat as well. So again, a couple of guesses coming through on chat as to what car is Wes the Mess. So Wes the Mess has only just started his race, so that's they've got about 23 hours remaining in their race there. So yeah, definitely a great, absolutely great to see that. I was talking about that earlier in the race, how you've got those different race time starts with different time zones, so you can take part in it, and it's what's great. It's something that I think is missing from maybe some other major sim racing events that are maybe not held here on iRacing, that they seem to limit the amount of people that can get involved in those races, whereas here on iRacing, these are open to the whole community. That's what I love about this. It is a community event. Is events like this Daytona 24 Hours powered by VCO. These special events, anyone can take part in it, as long as you've got the minimum criteria of like a C license, for example, for this one. So that's the part that I love, and I think it's the part that maybe some other places do miss out on. But that's my own personal opinion and not that of anybody else. So there we go. We're carrying on with the action here on this race, and it is Drago Racing who currently lead GTP Hypercar by 9.8 seconds over the BMW M Team Redline car of Luke McHugh, and Ati Koponen is the leader of the race, and Mitchell de Jong for Coanda Esports in third place is not currently matching the pace of the Redline outfitted car in second. So yeah, that's not working out for him so far, but a long way to go yet in this race. Zessa Esports, Balash Pala is in the lead of the race for LMP2. He's leading the Delatraz Automotive car by 4 3/4 seconds, and then there's a bit of a gap back to Bleu Mercure Esports. Maxime Briant in third place in LMP2. GTD, that's been the one where we've seen the most action really in this one. Drago Racing lead that one. Nicolas Rubler leading that one by 7 seconds now. So Nicolas has really got the hammer down and pulled forward, but Bleu Mercure in second ahead of the Williams F1 gaming team in third. Pretty close between those two, and the rest of that basically second down to sixth. Pretty close in GTD right now, Jake.
Yeah, they're all in a line, and because they're all in a line, they're all saving fuel, and they're realising that, yeah, they've got a gap, they're slightly pulling away Drago, but are they going to get a full pit stop ahead of us? That's the question, and where that's going to manage by the end of this race. So we know how aggressively Williams have been saving fuel. I think Bleu Mercure understand that game as well. They've got Jimmy Antunes then at the back. And then for Team Alta, they have just put in Rasmus Christensen then to take over from Lasse back. So another Danish driver who is going to try and build that team along. But I would say that these 5, they don't need to chase down the gap. They just have to manage it.
Certainly do. Yeah, it's management, it's car management, it's time management, it's tyre management as well for a few of them. Now Quirk. I've talked to this man many a time across broadcasts, and Quirk is currently live on Twitch as well with his race. And do we know if Tyson's teamed up with TK at all? Because he usually teams up with TK and a couple others, does Quirk. So it'd be interesting to see if he's involved with that team again. But certainly it was always fun getting Tyson involved in the Porsche all-star races and getting to hear his thoughts whilst we were going on in those races. So good to see him streaming tonight, his point of view of his race that's going on right now. But we are now properly in darkness here, Justin. The lights have taken effect. Air temperature has dropped 0.5 degrees Celsius, so not really had that much of an effect on air temperature. Track temperature, though, I think it has actually come down 1 degree Celsius from when we started, so it's stayed pretty much stagnant. So the teams, in terms of their setups and how the cars were feeling, they'll actually be glad about that, won't they? Because it means that it's quite stable.
Yeah, exactly. There hasn't been too many drastic changes, and normally in iRacing there isn't a drastic cliffing point in terms of the temperatures, in particular as well. The track temperatures, you'll have the rubber and the heat energy built up from all the laps as well that will pump up those temps for the racing surface.
Certainly, as we're going through down the back straight with those Porsches through the chicane, they go clatter left, right, left, clatter over those curbs, avoid that tyre stack. I can tell you from brutal experience that tyre stack, it does not give any inch at all, and it is brutal. It hurts, especially when you've got a direct drive wheel as well, Jake. So I'm still waiting for when tyre stacks can be back where they can have a little bit of movement to them, not where they can get pinged around the track.
Just a little bit of give.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of give. Enough that you can brush it as you go by and not have the car disintegrate into a million pieces, but enough where effectively you move the tarp on it and you don't have a sense of you've run into it and you realise, oh, hang on a minute, they've filled it with concrete.
Cough, cough, Alton Park. Is what I would say to that. I'm still not happy about that. Those tyre stacks, Alton Park chicanes, they get me every time. Even though it's my favourite track in the world, and I don't care what other people say, it's the best track in the world, in my opinion, is Alton Park. So I know our race director is going to be shaking his head, our producer, because of course it's Road Atlanta is his favourite track, so there we go. Let's have a look at I thought that I'd pick up his interest, our director. Let's have a look then. We've got some footage to look at here, and this is going to be through the chicane, and it's our fiercely forward red car. It's got some a mechanical meatball warning flag, and Jake, oh dear, that's a typical incident at the Le Mans chicane.
And I wasn't going to expect it from a driver of Ilkka Harpala's quality, a driver who had spent the last 20 years or at least 15 years with the Orion race team. Only in the last 2 years did he move over to Fiercely Forward, and it was the Fiercely Forward red car in trouble. But that, I wouldn't expect a driver of his quality to drop it and make that sort of mistake, Paul.
No, absolutely not. So easily do. You see, I'd expect a driver of my calibre to do that, because that's exactly what I did about 5 years ago in this event, and I vowed never to race this event ever again, because me and Daytona do not get on at all. It is a match made in hell for me, Justin. Here's a question for you, Justin. Have you got a bogey track? Is there a track that you just do not go well at all?
Great question, because anything that's a road course is kind of my leaning point, because I just, for whatever reason, struggle to turn left and right. I'm serious when I say when I first learned to drive an actual car, I couldn't make right turns. I was literally the stereotype to that with people who ran a lot more left, because all I ran into was left turns. But to a specific track, I'd say definitely the Nürburgring, because usually it's a nightmare to try and sort it out. Yeah, it's got a lot of them.
Jake, very quickly, any bogey track?
Probably all of them. That's why I'm a commentator.
Let's have a look in slow motion then. Just a gratuitous slow-mo replay. Clips the curb, it unsettles the car loses out, and I'm sure Fiercely Forward will be really pleased with us showing this and showing this over and over again, but it just goes to show the damage model here on the iRacing service as well. So we have actually dropped a few GTP cars now, it must be said. We lost the WSR Esports Blue car of Adam State. We lost the Grid and Go 001 car about an hour and a half ago. We are missing the Team Redline 4. I've seen people asking about the Team Redline 4. Got involved in an incident with WSR Esports Red going into the Western Horseshoe. The WSR car lost control through the dogleg, through the exit of the dogleg. It speared across into the side of the Team Redline car. Both cars went flying into the tyre wall, and that was them out of the race. And now, Fiercely Forward Red, we see the latest ones to find their maker on the tyre stack. Let's have a look from on board, and I'm thinking this is the Fiercely Forward incident. Yes, it is. Oh, that's violent there, Jake.
It's nasty. It is a nasty, nasty hit, because you don't actually have that much time to unload the car and try and save it. It is a tough chicane. That's why they've taken the grass away, so you've got half a chance of saving it, but you just don't at that point. The way that car came in and caught the curb, not the anti-cut curbs, but the inside curb wrong, that then sends the momentum over to the left, and at that point you can hit the brakes as much as you like. You're going in. It's just a case of how much. As we know, race car spelled backwards is race car, but race car in the barriers at Daytona spells expensive.
Well, we are going to give you another look at the sights and sounds of this event as we give you some iRacing Full Throttle. There we go, there's a little bit of our iRacing full throttle action for you as we head into our number 6 of this race. And well, we've got more racing action coming up for you this week. Monday night, well, that's World of Outlaws Pro Series night for you, and what an event we've got coming up for you this week. 8 p.m. Eastern Time on Monday evening on the iRacing Esports network of channels. It's Eldora Speedway for the next round of the World of Outlaws Pro Series, and check out the new iRacing dirt effects that are happening as well. The drivers taking full effect on full advantage of the latest update to the dirt surface. So that's going to be 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Eldora Speedway for the World of Outlaws Pro Series. Then also later on this week, Thursday evening, last time out, the IndyCar Thrustmaster Pro Series was at Portland. This time out, Thursday evening at 8 p.m. Eastern Time, it is heading to Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the latest round of that IndyCar Thrustmaster Pro Series. Make sure you check that out. It's a brilliant action this season, and the drivers will be giving you some tremendous racing around IMS, no doubt about that. 8 p.m. Thursday evening for that event. Let's take you through the latest hourly update then. It's Drago Racing leading GTP Hypercar by 8.7 seconds over BMW M Team Redline. Coanda Esports in third place right now ahead of Drago Racing. Porsche Coanda, BMW M Team BS Competition, Grid and Go 002, Mivano Rosso, Mivano Rosa, and then in 10th place it is SCK Racing. We have lost a couple of our GTP Hypercars now in this race. Zessa Esports leading LMP2 by almost 5 seconds over Delatraz Automotive by Majors Garage, with Blue Motor Mercure Esports in third and fourth place. MapPerformance.com, Betmaster TC Esports ahead of Effect Simulations, Grid and Go, Blue Mercure Esports, and in 10th place Solpec Precision Racing. The rest of your field, just one LMP2 lost from this field. GTD, it is Drago Racing that lead by 8 seconds over the Blue Mercure Esport team in second and third. Williams F1 Team Gaming in fourth and fifth ahead of Team Alta. Team 75 Bernhardt by SimRC, Zesha Esports, and then the rest of the field. Falcon Sim Racing Team and SDR rounding out the top 10. We had 32 entrants in GTD, so plenty of drivers to go through. Unfortunately, only 24 of them still on the go at the moment here. We've lost quite a few of our GTD field. Well, we are properly in the night time now. The Ferris wheel and the fun fair is well and truly underway. And well, fortunately for you guys, we're not up there in the commentary booth, but it is Paul Smith, Jake Sperry and Justin Prince bringing you all of the action here. We're going to take you to the next hour before we hand over to our colleagues from Racebot TV for their next portion of the broadcast. Top positions gained here, Jake. Well, it's BMW M Team BS Competition that had the big moves.
They do, and they've just managed to make another one there on Porsche Coanda. So that's where they found that opportunity. And they have two teams up 7 in LMP2, Blue Mercure 11 and Betmaster TC Esports, both gaining up there at the moment, with Sesha currently in control with that Hungarian pop design that they have on their car. And then over in GTD, where Drago up 5, up 6, but SDR 21 places. Get that sorted. Juan Belena has been driving a dream at the moment, as they've actually just lost a place to Guy Levesque at Deux Esports, and in a train as well with Lewis Woods currently piloting around the 44 Falcon Sim Racing Team Blue car.
We get even more looks at Twitch, this time Drago Racing with their team stream up on screen, focusing on the leading GTD car, Nicolas Rubler, although they're just having that look from the team point of view. So a lot of the teams now seeing the power of getting involved with the streams. If nothing else, it Justin, it gets your sponsors a bit of guaranteed screen time and viewership, doesn't it?
It gets you interactivity with your fan base also, and interactiveness with said sponsors. So it's a great opportunity to get your name out there and be able to build a fan base, because it's not just about like a few years ago where we're a group of friends, let's go out racing. At the highest levels, we're a group of drivers and this is a company. We can prove what we're doing as, oh look, they gained a follower. Good point.
Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I think with all these streams that we've kept on going to, they've always been getting a follower or two. So I think that's because we've been giving sight to this. I think I've missed a trick here, Jake, because I should have been streaming a behind-the-scenes stream of us doing commentary.
Oh, don't worry, it's both of us out there. I've got my own channel as well, so we both lose out in that regard. But at least as far as it goes, it's about everyone, and this is what we're seeing. I think Team Redline were the true pioneers of it, of getting the group together, because it's not just about the dynamic of these are drivers out there and this is what we do. It actually gets the personalities of the drivers along, and you only get about a 2-minute interview if you finish top 3 that gives you a chance to say who you are and what you're about, unless you're in the community with someone. With streams like these, you now understand what every driver's like, the personalities of what they bring, how they handle certain situations. It's a huge marker for all of the teams to go, yeah, this is more than just, we're going out there and we're sharing our race for us. This is to get the drivers a little bit of understanding and commodity.
One of the YouTube viewers, I like to watch the drivers for the swearing. So yeah, I mean that's one way of watching. I personally wouldn't do that. We did see the Commander Esports Mitchell de Jong car number 08 onto pit road for their latest pit stop in their Ferrari 499. So they are in and out and away once again. Yeah, it's. Do you know what? I've done it in the past with streaming these special events from my perspective on commentary, because a lot of people don't realise what goes into our jobs here with commentating, and the amount of information that we have at our hands. I can tell you from doing a real-world commentary at Monza, you don't have half the information that you get in sim racing, Justin, do you?
Yes, for full context, got first opportunities to call real-world endurance racing and sports car racing when it came with SRO last year on the PA side. Basically, you have your production feed, because there was also a TV feed that we called the PA off of, and your timing screen on the laptop. Everything else, you better have had beforehand, got the research done, got the printouts, had some notes. That was about what you got. It's not as simple as you can see the exact speed, time, pit deltas, everything to the millisecond, where on the sim you can actually get a close-up on where the driver's hands are, or what's the damage look like on the left front fender. Is that 1 second of damage? Is that 2 minutes of damage? Those little finite details you can get in the sim allow you to get very micro in terms of your focus. It's a little bit more in terms of real world. You're a little bit more broader, but still want to have that hyper intensiveness in terms of your knowledge base to fill in for that inability to microly zoom in.
Yeah, we are so lucky in the world of sim racing that the power that we have and the ability that we have to work here, and the information at our hands, it's absolutely tremendous. So yeah, definitely it is certainly intriguing, and I love giving that behind the scenes look at our at how I work. Of course, how I work is completely different to how others will work in these types of events. And then you've got the whole broadcast setup. I mean, iRacing, who are producing this portion of the broadcast, they've got a whole team at iRacing headquarters, and they are all working together. They've got multiple machines in sim that will be providing footage. They queue up replays and things like that. So they also give us all these on-screen graphics, and it's a well-oiled machine that we have behind the scenes here at iRacing headquarters. Then you've got the RaceBot team. That's a different setup that they've got as well. That's more of a remote sort of working that they have. So yeah, different broadcasters and different teams do things in a different way. So it is intriguing to see how people work together in something like this. But at the moment, they're still absolutely neck and neck, are the two teammates from Blue Mercure out there on track. And certainly one thing that we are going to actually get to do is speak to the team boss. So Jake Sperry, say hello and welcome to our team boss, Clement Fidry.
Clement, to say what Blue Mercure has been able to do in such a short space of time in the sim racing space is absolutely magical. You've got 2 cars up there on the podium at the moment, a third on a podium in LMP2. In terms of making a start, getting the level of talent in the doors and starting off on the right foot, you couldn't have asked for much better.
Yeah, first of all, hello everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you today. It's a very special moment for us because this is the first event since the creation of the team, and we are new and not many people know us, so it's pretty good. Our objective was to surprise everyone, so I think we managed to do that.
You've certainly done so brilliantly, but talk about the opportunity to get so much talent in through the door, because it's not something that happens overnight. A couple teams said they weren't going to race much anymore. You picked a couple of drivers from there and said, look, we want these drivers in our team to give ourselves as much of a chance as possible. And you're giving yourself a really good showcase. So talk about bringing these drivers to the table. What goes on behind the scenes to take a team from brand new up to this sort of stage? What have you done in order to get this to happen?
It was pretty hard to be fair, but to be honest. But I think the main thing was they're trusting us. We present the project, and they like it. I mean, when you have something very structured, and with the help of the boss of the team, who is Arlen Boulin, a racing driver, racing in Ultimate Cup Series. We spend a lot of time with them, with all drivers, to explain all the objective, and I think we convinced him to join the team.
And so you're looking at this goal, and surely there is going to be eyes on challenging now on a lot of the top events out there now in sim racing. What do you think is going to be a standout goal for you, not just by the end of play today, but what the team's looking to get now in sort of 6 hours time, 3 hours time, 12 hours time? How are you sort of talking with the team, and how is the team responding?
We'll be present for every special event, and the objective is quite obvious. It's fighting for now victory and the first place. For Bathurst and Sebring, we'll be here. We're trying to do the best. For now, we'll concentrate on 24 hours of Daytona. There's a long way to go, 18 hours left. So for now, we're concentrating on Daytona.
You're certainly doing a really good job at the moment. Where can we find Blue Mercure then, so that the fans here who are watching have a chance to join your wonderful team's work here in this opening race of 2026 for 24-hour racing on iRacing?
So we have an Instagram, Blue Mercury Esports, but also we have one driver streaming actually, and in the night we'll also have other driver from GTD class streaming. And soon we will also have a website to give more information about us.
And we will soon hope to see you in the not too distant future with many good results to come. Clement Fidry there joining us, Paul, from Blue Mercure Esports, the team manager.
Always great to hear from our team managers and getting a bit of perspective, and especially with a top team like this suddenly just coming out of nowhere. So definitely intriguing to see how that comes along. We're just currently looking at the number 3 car. That's the BMW M Team Redline car of Luke McEwen. Now, his average lap times for the last 5 laps, well, actually no, I can't take that into account because of pit stop cycle, so I'll hold on to my 5 lap average, but he is just 6.5 seconds seconds off of the cars in front. And, well, not only have we got Team Redline having Luke Crane and the team members involved, but the boss has turned up as well. Max Verstappen, he's not racing today, so yeah, he is there on the Team Redline stream, giving his thoughts on I'm sure about many things, but I don't think they'll be giving away much about the actual F1 cars, will they? It'll be more about the team here today, Jake.
Yeah, and because you look at what Max Verstappen is, so often it is said that Max Verstappen is a sim racer who just so happens to have a day job of real racing. He is someone who eats, sleeps, breathes racing, and, you know, when he's not racing, he's racing. That's sort of the character you have to be at the level of what he does. But what he has done is he's brought legitimacy. There is an old video that's 10 years old on Redline's YouTube channel where he's out there practicing in the Williams FW31 on iRacing with Akshay Kirchhoff at Spa, and this was in his rookie season of Formula One, and he's just trying to practice going too wide at Blanchimont, too wide at Blanchimont, too wide at Blanchimont. And what does he do in the race then at Spa? He goes around the outside of someone at Blanchimont and pulls off the best move of the season in 2014. This is someone who brings sim racing to another level because he is part of this community, has seen it early, sees the potential, and sees everyone else too as well.
And it appears that Luke Crane's broken the stream as well. The Twitch one, because we've lost Max there. So, but yeah, it's great to have somebody with the profile of Max Verstappen. You know, you don't accidentally become a multiple-time Formula One world champion, and the fact that he takes parts in special events as well. So yeah, so there he is. He's back. He's back on screen, so there you go. So yeah, so it's great to have somebody of that profile involved. I mean, I can remember, this is going back to the old VRS GT World Championship series, so again, showing my age here. It was the first race that Fernando Alonso had a sim racing team, and there was a social media post of Fernando Alonso who'd recorded a video of him watching, and you can hear my commentary on his video. And it was like, that just does not feel right that somebody like Fernando Alonso is listening to somebody on like myself on commentary. But there you go, Justin. It happens every now and again.
It does. Does indeed, as you could say hello to the advertisers as well for their side. They're having a busy time right now is what I'm trying to say right now, but I will say I really love what we see with the development with some of the railroad drivers coming on in as well to be able to build those connections, as said, to build those bridges and have recognized a lot of those opportunities. I know with Verstappen and having Chris Lowen, for example, it's a great example actually, because he had a karting background back around before 2020, then a lot of sim racing accolades rolled on in through Redline. That's led to, of course, Loam now getting real-world opportunities with Verstappen's team.
Exactly. It's great to see just how that development has come on. I hate to break into some talking about serious things like the race, but we had that early prediction before the event of the prediction of weather for during the race, and there was some thoughts looking at the forecast that there might be a chance of some rain at around about 8 PM in sim time. I'm just looking at the weather forecast in sim right now because we can see 8 PM. 0% chance of rain. It's going to be overcast. Those are the conditions that you can see right now. Very little wind. I mean, these drivers, Jake, must be absolutely loving just the consistency of conditions.
Well, you got to remember that normally when you get wet conditions in Florida, you get a southerly wind and it ramps up at this time of year that comes through on hurricane season. So we've got a northerly wind coming down, so that means it's coming from the Arctic and coming across America that way. So there is a lot less chance of rain when the wind is coming from a northerly direction than it is from a southerly direction. So unfortunately, we got the wrong wind today for rain for anyone who was trying to do a rain dance out there. But what it does mean is that this is a more predictable 24 hours out there, and because of it being a more predictable 24-hour race, it's a less predictable 24-hour race.
Yes, absolutely. Third place in GTP and Hypercar, it is Drago Racing versus Coanda Esports. So, looking at Mitchell de Jong right now, was about half a tenth of a second faster than Drago Racing in front. So he's slowly catching up for third place in that Coanda Esports car. Just saying, I'm the one who said that car would win. Yeah, he's giving it his best shot. 19 seconds though off of the race lead for that Coanda Esports car though, Justin. It's a long old race, we've still got 18 and a half hours to go, but they're in a shout, keeping it still at this sort of distance at this stage of the race.
They're in a good spot where if there's any trouble for Drago Racing or the BMW M Team Redline, I think there's a great chance for them to pick up on the rebound. But it requires a bit of attrition or a big mistake to close up so much time here. I think natural pace, you're talking about if they have the pace to get there, you're talking about needing to pick up at least half a second just to match the times of Drago Racing in the first place right now. Then you're talking about needing to close up a tenth or two and let that time add up over time over the course of 2 to 3, 4, 5 hours to get there. So it's one of those sequences where it's just going to be the matter of finding some extra pace on these tires as the tires burn out, and make sure you have the long run. Keep in mind, 4-lap difference on the stints with what Drago's built up.
I just want to point out that Sam Kiter for Team Redline's number 4 is back out there on track. It took 23 and a quarter minutes to get repairs done to that car. So Sam Kiter bringing the number 4 back out on track after getting repairs done to that car. It needed significant repairs after that contact with the WSR Esports Red LMP2 car, and unfortunately that WSR Esports Red car appears to be out of the race. WSR Esports White, speaking of WSR Esports, they're on pit road. 10 minutes they've been on pit road now.
Speaking of which, Paul, do you find it interesting how that number 4 Team Redline car has conveniently come out just in front of the number 3 Team Redline car?
What, and to conveniently give it a draft down the straight?
Yes, and how that gap has conveniently gone from being 10 seconds to 5 seconds at the front?
Yeah, I have noticed that, yes. But like I said, you don't retire the car, you help your other team out. I'm not wrong, am I, Justin?
No, you're not wrong at all. You give them fuel, place to save fuel, help them with the fuel balance, give them tow, because we know that the drafting difference can be upwards of half a second, and that is, I think, where some of this is swinging. Now it's the matter of also making sure you open up a door for them to get through this traffic. That's exactly what they're doing with all these GTDs having to scatter about. That's going to be near slow.
A little bit of miscommunication there. I will say, it reminds me of BMW versus Corvette at Rolex 24 as well, with the shenanigans that went on with that, how there was a bit of blocking going on with BMW. So yeah, as we have a look at another Twitch streamer as well, Riff Blondie, out there on track right now, and she's currently taking part in the Porsche. I don't know how I could possibly tell that was a Porsche there, Jake.
No, I've got no idea. It is a brilliant guess by you, Paul. You're an oracle.
Yeah, observation. That's what it is. It's key. So this is currently taking part in this time slot of race. Not in this particular server, in this split of race, but in this time slot. So similar conditions to what we're seeing in this top split race right now for Rift Blondie. We've just got the low fuel warning there, Justin, as well.
Yep. You can see that right there in the right-hand part of the screen. Going to be able to keep an eye on that one. You've seen, though, as well, pretty close on their time down to some of the personal bests right before that fuel warning came up. So Rip Blondie's putting our some solid pace. You see right now, based on the position lineup, looks like top 6 in class.
Yeah.
Looking really good.
I will say, need to improve on the sim racers lean, though. Not enough sim racers lean. You need to properly lean into a corner. Have a look at Will Chadwick on the Porsche Esports Carrera Cup Great Britain coverage that we had from Wednesday evening. He gives it a proper sim racers lean. So there you go. So
suggestion. Anytime you see a sim racer who starts leading, you get the MotoGP lean graphic.
the tilt angle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're going to wave. There we go. We got a rave from Riff Blondie. So there you go. And it's great to see that, you know, we're getting this. We're giving eyes on not just the top split racers, not just the professional sim racers, but we're looking across the community. Jake, big question. Will we see Riff Blondie pit this lap?
Yes.
I'm going to say no, looking at that fuel number. No, but I'm looking at the fuel number. I say no.
It looks like they're not listening to you guys. They're not pitting. They're going to keep on the racetrack, try and push the window a little bit by lap.
There we go. You see, it's that bottom left number. The fuel. Oh, little mistake into turn number 1 there for Riff Blondie. And another advert. So there we go. We got the adverts right on cue. So there we go. But yeah. So, but this is the point that I was making a lot earlier, Justin. It's the community thing. This is what I love about these iRacing special events. So much of the iRacing community is streaming their point of view. I know some of my team at Cracked Racing. I'm going to give them a shout out here because I will. They'll be streaming their point of views of their participation in this event as well. It's all about community.
Well, absolutely. It's a sense of community. I know you got the question of, is my team streaming? The answer is no, is the question. But I know a lot of people want that ability for their teammates to see what's going on without having to flood the sim. So I love the sense of being able to see what's going on, be able to get the first-hand knowledge, or at least the first-hand information from them on what's going on with them, or what's going on with this car that needs to be worked upon.
As we carry on looking at the Bleu Mercure esports cars in GTD running through their particular part of the race, and yeah, first and second in class. We are getting close to the GTD pit stops. In fact, we have had some of them, Drago Racing being one of the most recent ones. Nicolas Roubelaire is one of those drivers who is just out of pit road on this race. So yeah, GTD about to go through a pit cycle, and well, their teammate in LMP2 working their way through as well. So Bleu Mercure getting a great team photo right there, Jake.
Yeah, because it's also the other Bleu Mercure car that's trying to go through. That's 4 of the 5 Bleu Mercure cars. Then all trying to be on the same piece of real estate. So it's, oh, hi guys, what are you doing afterwards? Coffee in a chat? Yeah, sure, we'll deal with that as we go on by. So they all get themselves through. So that'll be Maxime Briand and Elliot Noren, then ahead of Thibaut Prevost and Jimmy Antunes in order as they are at this stage. They are starting to drop off the back of this group though. Benedek Vida of Williams F1 Team Game 1 and the Team Altacar of Rasmus Christensen. And I'll actually look at who's chasing them down right now. It's Corentin Grenier for Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, and then the next group of the lights there who are trying to chase Falcon Sim Racing Blue a little bit further back than that. So there's a lot of work that's being done in this group to keep this one open and honest at this stage. So I still think there are cards to be played here in this one as we watch one of the Falcon cars now in a brilliant little scrap that is going out there here as they focus on forward. And there is the Aero 22 there of Aero Esports, Max Wissel currently in behind the wheel. Now this is the team that has had Thomas Ronhart and Nicholas Longway in behind the wheel. Two wonderful sim racers.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So Maniti just in front of Aero Esports. Oh, we finally got Riff Blondie onto pit road. Oh, miss you, Mark. So that's good. Good stop there, right there, from Riff Blondie. And by the way, any of these people who we're showing here, go show some love to them. Go follow them on their Twitch channels. They're doing some good work out there, are all these streamers. So yeah, Riff Blondie's out in the car and earned a well-earned break, that is for sure, on here. But yes, multiple different streamers across different parts of the this race. I will say, by the way, as we look at our LMP2 Bleu Mercure car, number 32, this is third place right now, and they are, only just ahead of their teammate. We saw them working past the teams as well, their teammates in GTD. So Bleu Mercure doing a good job, ahead of mapperformance.com, up 4 places from where they started in this race. So good performance for Map Performance, Justin.
Yeah, they've been pretty solid all of the race today. As here's the look at the paint schemes, by the way, for the French machines that we've seen with Bleu Mercure. See little slight differences noticing where with the LP2 entry, a little bit more to the gold that you'll see with the logo up on the top side. With that, they move it almost towards the roof of the Porsche. So it's that balance of the colors to make them pop, but also using those textures, those spec maps should say, to really finish the look and make it to where it matches what you intend that messaging to be.
Absolutely. And from over the years that I've been involved in sim racing, in terms as a competitor and then as a broadcaster, just seeing how livery designs over the years have changed, and we went through a spate of like black, red and white, and then you had the blues of like pure as well, and those, but some teams have just kept iconic liveries over the years. Coanda, it's the purple and orange of Coanda. You know, Team Redline have always been that sort of blue and red style of livery, but really it's the creativity, Jake, of some of the livery designers that truly fascinates me, because if you open up some of the paint maps for some of the cars, it's a case of, first of all, working out which piece goes where.
I know, it's almost like you open up a 6-sided dice and you get a net, basically, of what you've got. And you've got to try and work out, okay, this piece is this piece and this piece is this piece, and oh, hang on a minute, that doesn't work, because then those two pieces go together and it clashes. It is a nightmare to try and paint a livery sometimes, and that's why the best sim racing painters out there are so good. And what you will see is that the racing teams out there love those sorts of painters, because they will paint a car out there on iRacing to say, well, will this work in the real world, yes or no? And that's what we're starting to see now from all of the big sim racing painters, is the liveries that get designed. I know it's even happening in NASCAR at the moment. It works.
Just going to have a look at a replay then. This is the Grid and Go Esports Isaac Phelps coming in behind the Team Alta car at the exit of the onto the oval, and oh dearie me, threading the needle through the lap traffic there for the 002 Grid and Go car, and Isaac Phelps just showing the kind of commitment that you have to show, Justin, through the lap traffic sometimes.
You have to be very decisive in a very quick manner. You can't take time. In our words, you take a second to say, am I going to go left, right, center? You lift off the gas, you caught yourself 2-3 seconds. Yeah, the best drivers know where to find the gap and know where to put a gap car, and then also know if it's smart to put gap into said car spot or vice versa. You get the word phrasing.
Yeah, Absolutely, and it's that decisiveness. Oh, a little bit of rubbing there from Porsche Coanda on the 21. That's our second place, LMP2 of Delatrans Automotive. Yeah, there it is. You're absolutely right there, Jake. So, a little bit of previous between the two, but that's giving BS Competition, that BMW M Team BS Competition, an opportunity, but not quite heading in towards the Le Mans chicane there, Jake.
Yeah, I think the first time was with Drago, the overall leaders, and the second time with Porsche Coanda. They do not respect Delatrans Automotive by Major's Garage at this moment. They just don't. And Miru is driving fantastically. He's within 6 seconds of the leaders of Balazs Pala and Sesha Esport. They very much are in this race to try and win it. And you look around at it and you go, well, I'm not getting much help out there because all the GTP hypercars are just bullying me through the corners, and you know, you just have to manage the expectations as you go through. But the LMP2s have not had a lot of luck with the way that that's gone on, but at least for the moment, speaking of not getting a lot of love, here's a lot of love in terms of a big long train for all of the GTDs, because Aero Esports have just come out the pits right in front then of Blue Mercure, and in comes one, in comes two, in comes one more behind in Team Alta, and staying out then will be once again the 2 Williams F1 Team Gaming cars.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, missed the pit box there. That's going to cost them a few seconds in the pit lane. So, just when you're right, when you want to have things go right, just that little overshoot. It's so easily done. I've done it plenty of times, and then you're having to back up there. I do want to ask both of you. I'm thinking of Blue Mercure and sort of the French, and of course France is the home of the breakfast pastry. So, what is your choice of breakfast pastry? That's gonna stump you both.
That is a interesting question. Do donuts count as a breakfast pastry?
They're not a pastry though, are they? Because they're more of they're a dough. They're not a pastry necessarily.
I don't know
I'm
if
a pain au chocolat guy myself. Just saying.
I'm not even familiar with that. Jake, please save me.
You can't go wrong with an old school croissant.
Oh yeah, croissant. Yeah, absolutely. A bit of butter, a bit of jam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Apricot jam.
Ooh. Bit of apricot jam. There we go. No, pain au chocolat. That would be my choice. So, what we are going to be doing in a few moments' time is we are going to be switching over to our second part of our coverage. It's going to be Racebot TV crew giving us that action. So the second part has started over on YouTube. So those of you on YouTube, you can head on over to that feed, and then you'll be able to carry on watching this race, because this part of the broadcast, the first 6 hours of this race, will be ending shortly, everybody, over on YouTube. On Twitch, you don't need to do anything, and anywhere else you don't need to do anything at all. You just stay with us right here on the iRacing Esports network of channels. So do stick around, because this has been a really intriguing first part of this race. Justin, I'm going to come over to you to start with. Your thoughts, this first 6 hours of this race, what's been your big sort of takeaways of this event so far?
I think the big takeaway so far is, first, how relatively clean it's been for the most part. Yes, there's been attrition, but about 2/3 of that attrition, I would argue, happened in the first hour. Since then, it's gone to mostly calm, although we are slowly losing cars. But the second thing has been how impressive Drago Racing's cars have been today, with the bounce back we've seen in the GTD side 2 different times already from the 68, and as well how fast their 5-machine GTP and hypercar has been this evening. That car has just been on rails. So Drago Racing has put a standard on the field, and it's been hard to break.
And Jake, what about your final thoughts of how this first 6 hours have gone?
I think it's been an incredible first 6 hours worth of racing. We've seen it all. We've seen teams come to the fore. We've seen teams fall away. We've seen teams like Drago look to try and establish themselves. Redline very much in the fight. Coanda's not a million miles away. You look down, Sesha have been looking for the marquee result that breaks them up into a new tier and puts them tier 1.5. You're looking around, Dullatra still trying to hold. And then you look at Blue Mercure on debut, now starting to say, we're going to be a force and we're going to be from nowhere. We're going to be 2026 is our year. It's fantastic. Watch out for different drivers now starting to make progress, and keep a tiny eye on ME Esports. They've got a little driver called Matt Caruana, who I think should be signed by every sim racing team.
Yes, absolutely. I've commentated on Matt quite a lot, and he is a tremendously talented driver, represented the UK in the FIA esports games, the FIA games, sorry, in the esports side of things, with the Formula 4 here on iRacing. So Matt Caruana, really talented driver, and I think he's one to keep an eye on for the future, that is for sure. And then, well, from myself, it's been action-packed. It's been absolutely tremendous, has this race so far. The first 6 hours. Do you know what? Genuinely, I think we haven't had such an exciting first 6 hours to a Daytona 24 hours here on iRacing for a long, long time. And it's still close in all three categories of cars as well. Certainly been tremendous, but I'm afraid that in terms of ourselves on this first portion of the broadcast, that is going to be all that we've got time for on commentary. We are going to give you the sights and sounds of this race one, but Jake, Justin, very quick final thoughts. What are you thinking?
You first, Justin.
I was thinking it's going to be an interesting next few hours to the darkness on who's going to be able to conquer it and who's going to be able to come on top on strategy. Jake?
I think this is going to be now about build your strategy. We're done with exchanging out the business cards. Now you're in the meat and potatoes. Go build a race.
Well, that is going to be us today. From myself, Paul Smith, from Jake Sperry and Justin Prince. If you are on YouTube, switch on over to part 2. We're going to give you a bit of iRacing Full Throttle before we hand over to Brad Dalton and Jeremy Scott.